Infield in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. David Ronsley, Darren Sutton, glad to have you with us. It's time to start a very busy week previewing the future of the game. And when we say that, we mean high school teams all around the country in the year 2026, college campuses in the fall of 2026, and of course the MLB Amateur Draft in 2026. It's yet another edition of Perfect Games National Showcase. Rising seniors, the very best in North America and in the Caribbean, around this part of the planet, and the future of the game. This event began back in 2001. You can see the 300,000 college commits, 30 players drafted on day one. And again, the exposure of being a part of this event, whether it be on social media, whether it be on the website, whether it be on the 200,000 plus apps on Perfect Game TV. And if you haven't grabbed Perfect Game TV, do it now. Get the app if you're watching on YouTube or watching on social media. David, we're back again, and we're excited to be back again. We're gonna talk our way through some of the drills. We'll share metrics when we get them. They'll start with the 60. They'll run the 60. The right field area will be busy. They'll throw from the outfield, infield, first base, catchers, and then we'll take some batting practice. This is the day that goes today. Man, it's fun to be back with you. It really is.
It is great to be here at National. It's great to be here with you, Darren. And the first PG National was in 2001, and I don't think you were there for that.
No.
But I was, and that's a long time ago. And when I walked into the park today, I asked Greg Sabers, who runs the event and so many other events for Perfect Game, I said, anything different this year? And he said, nope, it's the same format we have always done, and we've done it for 25 years. You know, what you were just describing, it's what's done at every Perfect Game showcase. The 60, the infield drill, outfield, infield, catching, first base, and then batting practice. And, you know, batting practice is my favorite thing at any showcase. So we get to see all that today, and we get to see 4 teams, about 100 players. It's going to be 3 groups of 4 teams each over the next 5 days. And you're seeing the future of baseball, like you said. I mean, I'm going to go look and see how many players in the All-Star game played at this PG National.
Yeah, we're going to start right away. The black team will run first. You see Gunnar Alm, number 1 from Polk County, Columbus, North Carolina. Right next to him, number 3, Levi Nikolai. And we'll introduce them by name. We'll pass along some times as we get them. Lucas Kennedy wears number 8. He's from Tallahassee, Florida. He's a Clemson commit. Jeffrey Todd Darden from the Bennett School in Cypress, Texas, an Oklahoma State commit, number 9.
And want to emphasize, while they are running together, it's all laser timed independently. So you might see one person leave early. That's irrelevant to the times. They're each being individually timed, both for 10 yards and for 60 yards.
Nathaniel Davis, number 10, LSU commit. Talented athlete. R.J. Groomster, number 12 at the Georgia Premier Academy, both just running the 60. And again, we'll be sharing times with you, top times, as we are able to get them now. Brady Harris, he is the number 4 player in the country, number 13 on that jersey as he blazes through. Number 14, Matthew Kerrigan. Good to have him back and healthy after missing all of last year with Tommy John surgery. Ben Kuglich is out of Muskego, Wisconsin. Number 15 on that jersey is shortstop. He's a Florida State commit. Lucas Labby is out of St. John's, Florida. He's a catcher and a Florida commit, number 16. Maddox Lessard, we've seen him for quite some time. That's a Select Festival alum, another Wisconsinite, and a catcher. He's uncommitted. That's fun. The landscape is different now. Still figuring out one of the top catchers in the country. And we're starting to share some times. Harris already, David, with a 6.32.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. Brady Harris, number 4 ranked player in the country, the highest ranked player of these first 4 teams. And he's just a quality all-around athlete who can do anything on the baseball field. And obviously run.
Number 20, Brady Marshall is a Tennessee commit out of North Carolina. Jordan Martinez is from Jacksonville, Florida. He is an LSU commit, number 21. Ivan Sabater is out of West Broward in Hollywood, Florida. Sabater is a South Florida commit. And number 24 on that black jersey is Jonathan Griggs, the Walker School in Atlanta. Wofford commit. He's a catcher.
And each of these players will run 2 60-yard dashes. The first 2 teams, black and Columbia Blue, will run. They will run again, and then the gold and the gray teams will run.
Keller, Texas, the home of number 25, Cole Coninger. He is a Tennessee commit. Dominic Santorelli is out of St. Joseph High School in Wisconsin. Louisville commit, a first baseman. Kevin Roberts Jr. in the orange jersey on the left, one of the top players in the land, high school teammates with Pirate star Connor Griffin, and an alum of this event. And number 29 in that black jersey is Harper Gates. He's a Texas A&M commit.
Robert's just an incredible athlete. He is nationally ranked in the triple jump in track and field, along with being an all-state basketball player. So maybe the premier multi-sport athlete in this class.
Javorsky Lane is a talented catcher. He's the number 3 player in the country. He is white number 6, and he is on that opportunity there to take a run out of Fort Worth, Texas. So we're sprinkling in some, and this will happen at showcases, right? D will sprinkle in some out-of-number numbers, out-of-sequence numbers.
That's why I was just looking up. Okay, wait a minute. Roberts is in orange. Why is he here? But there are changes, last-minute changes.
Henry Epp wears number 5 in blue, Columbia blue. Got to see him and meet him earlier this week. What a good young man. Jacksonville State commit. Ethan Bass is from Illinois. Bass, a shortstop, top 50 player going to Wake Forest.
We just saw Harper Gates now with the top time of 6.29. Gates, young man from Tomball, Texas, a Texas A&M commit.
Logan Corley wears number 10. He's a TCU commit. Number 12 in Columbia blue is Luis Hernandez out of Sanford, Florida. He's headed for Coach Bakic's Clemson team. He's committed there. Harrison Kidder is out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 13, the Baton Rouge native. Still waiting to find his place to commit. And Wilkin Lurie is out of Asheville, North Carolina, a High Point commit. Joshua Newton, number 15, is out of Hamilton Heights, Westfield, Indiana, uncommitted outfielder. And Jack Ryan, he's a Cincinnati guy, goes to Moeller, right-handed pitcher, has won a game inside of the Reds ballpark and running for a state title at Moeller.
There are a number of Moeller players here. Some of those top programs in the country will produce 3, 4, 5, even 5 or 6 players that are national level quality players.
Martin Shelar is number 17. He's an Atlanta, Georgia man, Mississippi State commit. And John Stowers is from Mobile, Alabama. He's a catcher who's going to Auburn. Malachi Washington special. He wears number 21. He is in Jay Johnson, LSU commit, top 10 player in the country. Ty Tillery right next to him wearing number 20 is a Georgia commit and a pitcher.
Yeah, Washington's already garnered a number of National Player of the Year awards for his year at Parkview High School as a junior. They included 16 home runs.
Vernon Woodard wears number 22, a Georgian and a catcher, and an uncommitted athlete from Grayson, Georgia. Fabian Antonsanti Soto is out of Lake Mineola in Mineola, Florida. He's a Stetson commit. He's a shortstop, wearing number 23. Bryce Morrison, Gara High School. That's California, baby. Moreno Valley, California, a USC commit. And right next to him, flying along, number 29, Jake Richardson. Marist, Atlanta, Georgia, a Georgia Tech commit and a third baseman.
Yeah, the big kids get the big numbers. So you start off with the low numbers. They're the small guys who generally are going to run faster. These bigger numbers, they're the XXL jerseys.
Number 30 is Troy Fisher, and number 33 is Logan Schmidt. Both uncommitted athletes, one from Missouri, one from California. Both excited about this event, finding places to play.
And we'll talk about Logan Schmidt more, a pitcher who just reclassified from the 2027 class just within the last month.
So we'll roll it out there again with Alm running and Nikolai running from Birmingham, Alabama, and an Auburn commit. So, David, we've introduced all these young men by name this wave, and we'll introduce them by name in the next wave. We'll keep an eye on times. From a scout's eye, and I understand time matters here, is there anything athletically you're looking for a runner?
The time is very important, and I think it's not, I mean, the difference, and the kids get all hung up in, oh, I improved this throw time, or I improved this running time. The difference between a 6'5" and a 6'6" is not significant. What you're basically talking about is having the speed and athleticism to play your primary position at the next level. You know, if you're a primary shortstop and you're running a 7'3", you're probably going to be a third baseman. So they translate to athleticism that translates to your position eventually on the field. And of course, you always want to see a big athlete like a Martin Shaler or a Brady Harris, who's 6'3", 200 pounds, dropping in a 6'3" or a 6'4". That is impressive on an athlete that size when you already know their other tools.
And again, these workout results, you can go find them very swiftly. At about lunchtime out west, you will see all these 60 times on perfectgame.org and go to the National Showcase, perfectgame.org, and find the National Showcase. All these times are swiftly in there.
And they'll also, of course, be up on each individual player's page.
Yes, good reminder. And once it populates in the workout results, it populates on the player page as well. So again, you have the running. And then you'll have the throwing in right field, the throwing from shortstop, the throwing from first base, and then the catchers, and then batting practice. And we'll have a little bit more time. These athletes did a great job with us, filling out biographical surveys. They did a great job. We'll introduce who they are. And to me, especially if you're an uncommitted athlete, which, David, because of the landscape of college baseball, this is the most uncommitted athletes I've seen at this event in a long, long time.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think a lot of, for any number of reasons, for NIL reasons, for the change in recruiting reasons, we're still in a transition period where the coaches are figuring out how to do things. The players are just getting educated into it. It got to the point a few years ago where you'd go to a sophomore national or something and half the players were committed already coming out of their freshman year. And that obviously wasn't a tenable long-term situation. And they've made good adjustments to it, I think. I like seeing uncommitted players at this point. They keep their options open, and if they're good enough players, they will have all the opportunities.
You just saw Harper Gates run for a second time. His time, the top time of 6.29, number 13 shortstop in the state of Texas, but a Texas A&M commit, still 17 years old. It's funny with Javorsky Lane, number 6 there in the white jersey. He remains behind the plate, but David, he's a player that can play anywhere on the field.
Oh yeah, and he's a top football player. He's just an incredible athlete. And when you talk about his athleticism and then realize his best tool is his hitting tool, which is the case for a lot of these top players in the country. And Lane, without doubt, is one of the top players in the country.
Great partnership again this year with the Arizona Diamondbacks to come back inside this facility. Obviously, there may be no hotter place in the country than Phoenix, Arizona, but no more practical ballpark than this ballpark in Phoenix, Arizona, with the roof closed. Diamondbacks very accommodating for this event. They always have been. It's turned out now the Trop's not an option. The Trop was an option for many years in Tampa, and they're rebuilding the Trop. And I don't know that this event ever leaves Chase Field. It just makes so much sense here. They put turf in a couple of years ago, and it's a win for the Diamondbacks. They want the best players in the country in their ballpark.
Yeah, and the players want to be here. That's something Perfect Games always tried to do since day one, is have the big events in big league ballparks. It goes hand in hand. I know there were a few years where we had them in Fort Myers and stuff when big league parks weren't available. But yeah, whether it's Chase Field, I personally think Chase Field is the best. I mean, it's perfect for everybody. Your hotel is 3 blocks away. It's a beautiful facility, and it's indoor. It has everything you would want for an event this size.
We're talking about Marty Shelar, the Mississippi State commit. He's the 32nd ranked player in the country, number 17 on that Columbia blue jersey. Right next to him is Stowers and a catcher going to Auburn. They need a catcher. Ike Irish is on his way to the professional ranks, so maybe he'll be a good fit there in a couple of years.
I think Ike Irish is a former PG All-American, is going to have an outstanding day on Sunday with the MLB draft.
We've watched Malachi Washington, left of screen there, number 21, grow up before our very eyes as a Select Festival athlete, and got to know his family. And these events are kind of finishing school events. It's this event, it's the summertime events for the travel team, and then it's the event in Jupiter, Florida in October. And then in some ways, I do a lot of remote interviews with these athletes, but in some ways we say goodbye to them. And they go off to their high school season, then into the draft or onto a college campus.
Well, you were just talking before the broadcast about how these players, the guys who reach the big leagues and all, and you reach out to them and for interviews or just to reach out to them, and the first thing they talk about is, wow, I remember PG National. All-American game was the highlight of my career, and they're just effusive in their memories and praise for all that they went through, with perfect game, with travel ball.
The most recent one, D, for your example, was I spent quite a bit of time with Dylan Cease. Literally, I can say the other day, and had a wonderful interview with him. And he vividly, as a Georgian, remembered his time as we introduced John Mora. We moved to gold, and a Miami commit, number 2 on that jersey, and Christopher Brown, who's out of Tennessee, an uncommitted catcher and a top 400 player in the country overall. But Dylan Cease vividly remembered the summer. As a matter of fact, I'll take it even a step further. He said, if I hadn't performed this summer, meaning for these athletes, this time in his life, he had Tommy John. He hurt his arm for his senior year of high school. He said, I don't know that I would have opened the eyes if I hadn't done what I did that summer.
Oh, yeah. And with Dylan Cease, getting hurt, that was a key part of his whole process, is getting seen.
One of the top tennis players in the world is Coco Gauff. Her brother, running number 8, Cody Gauff, select festival athlete, a Missouri commit. And we've enjoyed watching him grow up. Christian Doty is out of Olive Branch, Mississippi. He is an Ole Miss commit. He is a shortstop. Keon Johnson's a favorite of ours. We've known him since he was a very young man, number 10 on that gold jersey. Kind of a lifetime pass to PG events, won a big award years back, and we've loved seeing him grow up. He's going to be a draft pick next year. Josh Horvath is a right-handed pitcher, a Texan, and he is uncommitted. There's a couple of great players there side by side. Jacob Lombard, his brother, a first-round pick. His dad coaches on A.J. Hinch's staff for the Detroit Tigers. Jacob, the number 2 player in the country. Right next to him, Josiah Kemp out of Oklahoma. He's an Oklahoma commit. Remember Matt Kemp? That's Uncle Matt Kemp of Josiah Kemp.
Yeah, it's going to be fun watching Jacob Lombard play, number 2 in the country, and he can do it all. I'm very anxious to see his 60 time. In fact, he's running the 6.3s before, and older now and ideal conditions. You never know what he might run.
Meet Keaton Neal wearing number 16 in the gold jersey. He is a Kansas native, and he is a Florida commit, top 30 player in the country. And right next to him is David Ojeda. Ojeda, as he blazes through. Buford, Georgia, outfielder, top 250 in the rankings, and an uncommitted athlete. We've known Cooper Schrum for quite some time, and so does Tennessee. You mentioned Jacob Lombard. He has the new top time, David, of 6.11.
I am serious. I was joking with someone before the broadcast. I said, who's going to go out and run the 6.11? Is it because 6.11 is sort of, if you excuse Michael Gupton, who you've seen with that
5.96
ridiculous time. 6.11 is like the pinnacle. You're never going to rarely get anything better than that, but that's been run a number of times. And I had a feeling Lombard was going to post that. I'd be thrilled if somebody beat that, but I would also be a little bit surprised.
We saw Noah Wilson, a Vanderbilt commit, 22 a moment ago, and Cy Chrisman, an Oklahoma State commit. And right behind them is Brody Crane, an Arkansas commit, number 24, and Bo Holloway, a Vanderbilt commit, top 12 player in the country. Carson May wears number 26, a Kansas and a Kentucky commit, a Kansas native and a catcher and a Kentucky commit. He wears number 26. Yodelkis Quevedo is out of Mater Academy, Hialeah, Florida. He is a Florida State commit.
What's he, an Alabama linebacker commit? Jiminy, look at that
big
body.
Boy, yes.
That's a big, strong young man.
Hudson Reed out of Madison, Georgia. He's going to Troy. Not a good program there in Alabama. He wears number 28. And jumping out in front, Ty Jones, Brandon, Mississippi, an uncommitted outfielder.
You asked before about the athletic implications of the 60 and how it applies. One thing that when you pay attention to the really elite players like a Jacob Lombard, you watch how they run as well as the time. And actually watching Lombard run there, he wasn't even running hard, it looked like. He was so balanced and so under control, there just wasn't the effort. And to have him, I didn't think he was running that fast, but it was so easy for him.
32 gold was G.T. Taylor. He's a Kansas commit. Thomas Padilla is a Corona, California native who plays for Tide de Trinidad and Santiago High School. As we roll into the Grays now. Number 5 is Aiden Dome, and he is an Arizona commit. They went all the way to the World Series. What a year they had. Judson Dowell is out of Houston, Texas. He's committed to go to Texas A&M. Hamilton Friedberg, Olu, Orange Lutheran, Southern California is an Air Force commit. Archer Horn is out of San Mateo, California. He's committed to go play for Dave Esker at Stanford. Dylan Knight wears number 9 in that gray jersey. University of Central Florida, 134 is his ranking. And number 11 in gray there. Love this young man. Got to meet him off the field a couple of years ago. Jackson Maxey. He's a Chandler, Arizona man. Willie Bloomquist, ASU, has earned his commitment. Ran into him in an airport. Introduced himself. I go to Perfect Game events. We watch your stuff. I know you and David Ronsley and all those guys. This is Dylan Manatee wearing number 12. Number 13 is Cal Moreau. Manatee, LSU commit. Moreau, Central Florida commit.
Yeah, true story there. And I have stopped wearing Perfect Game shirts and stuff when I go through airports because I would, people would pull me, hey, I'll go Perfect Game, especially when you're flying through the Atlanta airport. It's like, no, I just think I'll be anonymous here. They may not know who I am, but they recognize the PG shirt.
Moment ago, Dylan Moss, great catcher, Stanford commit. Number 14, Anthony Murphy, plays for that juggernaut Corona program and an LSU commit. Got to see them both run. Now rolling is Cole Prosek, an Ole Miss commit, and Luke Regans, who is an uncommitted second baseman. Looked like he grabbed his ankle or his hamstring a little bit there. Let's hope he's okay quickly.
Yeah, all these players are told beforehand in the preparation, if you have any sort of leg injury, do not run.
Got it.
Because it's the first thing. Hopefully they loosen up and everything like that. But if you have any existing ankle, hamstring, groin, do not run.
Ricky Shepard ran a moment ago, number 19 in the gray, and also right behind him, Colin Thacker, two really good players. Lincoln Boyle is committed to go to Arkansas, and running with Lincoln Boyle is Justin Munoz, who's a Virginia Tech committed catcher. Braylon Nelson. He takes off alongside Lucas Naraki. Naraki wearing number 30, a left-handed pitcher in gray. And we roll through again with these athletes, David, for the second time. Jacob Lombard with the top time. 611, is that correct?
611.
Visit the player pages, visit perfectgame.org. These times will all be swiftly in there. We'll have some instant reaction on our graphics with the velocity, throws from the outfield, pop times from behind the plate, throws from the infield. So when each athlete wraps up their 3 or 4 throws, we'll share their top number with you. But I'm going to have David scout him, see what he sees with the athletes out there.
There will definitely be, that will be going on. I've got to remember to get my stopwatch out before the catcher pops and stuff like that, though.
Keon Johnson, he's kind of a superstar amongst PG royalty. He is kind of PG royalty. He's the number 7 player overall in the country. There's Keon there. That's a sharp haircut he brought to this showcase. Sheena Mingo is his mom, and we've gotten to know her too, a cancer survivor and quite a superstar. Her strength and heartbeat, a big part of Keon's life. And it's one of the unique privileges of this job and the advent and the growth of PG youth and the opportunity for PG athletes to be on this PG area and being scouted, playing in events quite a bit.
And it's continues to be an amazement to me, the ability for Jeremy Brown and his staff who concentrate on the younger players to identify 12, 13, 14-year-old players who end up being the future, Keon Johnsons of the country. And you think, oh, he's 13. You can't predict who the best players are going to be when they reach adulthood, and yet that happens every single year.
Josiah Kemp, I found out, ran a 6.54. We'll pass along some times. I'm starting to see some of them start to populate in here. Cal Moreau, grade number 13, running a really solid time, 6.55. Jackson Maxey, we're talking about him out of Arizona, running a 6.55. John Mora, in gold number 2, running a 6.34, David.
That's a very nice time. That will get your attention.
Ty Jones running side by side with Hudson Reed. Jones running a 6.71, Hudson Reed running a 6.77. Brody Crane and G.T. Taylor. Taylor number 32. $6.73 for G.T. Taylor. I've unlocked a secret. I've unlocked a secret list of times, David.
I know. I was wondering where you're getting that from, but we'll get all caught up on them.
I'm not allowed to tell you, but I'm glad I have them. I mean, because then I give you something to nosh on. I know when I share some times that I see. I just saw that Aiden Daomi ran a 6.78. I'll pass along the ones. I don't know what I unlocked here, but I'll pass along the ones that seem to jump off the page. That last group, 6.75 and a 6.78, Hamilton, Friedberg, and Archer Horn. Friedberg running a 6.75.
You didn't see what Kevin Roberts ran, did you?
I'll go figure that out for you. Okay. I'm waiting to see what Jackson Maxey runs.
Okay.
We just saw him, number 11, Jackson Maxey. He just ran a 6.53, Jackson Maxey. Let's remember where Kevin, he was wearing a different jersey, though, right? Did he jump in?
Yeah, he's on the orange.
Orange? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I'll do what I can do here. Hang on. Stand by.
And Jaworski Lane, too, so.
Keep the audience interested, please. I have, and he's the only orange to run, correct, D?
Yes.
Okay.
And Jaworski Lane was the only player on white to run.
So I have Roberts, one of his times at a 6.5.
Okay.
Flat, and I have Lane at a 6.7.
Okay. Keeping in mind that Kevin Roberts is 6'5", 215.
He himself is 6'5",
Yes.
right. He ran a 6'5" at 6'5". You're exactly right. I like to unlock secret times because then you scout and you know things. I just was shared with me that rookie Shepard, Vegas baby, ran a 6'5". He's been a long time PG guy.
Oh, yeah. He was, in fact, number 1 in the class, I think, in the original first time the 2026 class was ever ranked. You know, just going into high school, he may have been the number 1 player.
Lincoln Boyle, an Arkansas commit, Kansas native, ran a 6.46 just a few moments ago. This is Lucas Noraki out of Aledo, Texas. Left-handed pitcher, but pretty darn athletic for a pitcher as he blazes through there. Ran a 7 flat 60, did Lucas. There's Jacob Lombard, top time. 6.11. He's seeing, by the way, what he's seeing is himself up on the screen in center field on the beautiful Diamondback scoreboard.
I just always look at that Michael Gupton number, and there was such disbelief over it. But the fact was, Michael Gupton was ranked number 1 in the country in the 60 for his age group. And he was a track star more than a baseball star. And I anticipated his running below 6, and then he ran below 6, and everybody was absolutely dumbfounded. It's like, no, that's what you expect an athlete of that quality. But then you look at a Lombard running a 6.11. That's, that just shows the level of athleticism.
And again, there's size there, there's presence. He's a lot taller than his brother, who had earned the right to be a first-round draft pick, George Jr. And Dad George, I was around the Braves as a broadcaster when Dad was making his way to the big leagues. And so we're off to a fun start, some fun times, some great athletes from all over the country. This is a great way to get things started with your cup of coffee, your passion for the sport. We're going to step aside, take a quick 90-second break here at Chase Field. David and Darren at the Perfect Game National Showcase. Glad to have you back at Chase Field. You could see some of the records from years gone by. I love Mason Greenhouse. I miss him. Kate RMB Day. Excited to see what happens in the future with Mason Greenhouse in Miami commit. But 102 is the record from the outfield. Look at that. Look at that. What's going on down there? You see athletes warming up. They have softballs. That's Parker Lowe. He's got a softball and just getting loose. There's Anthony Murphy. I love Anthony Murphy. Center fielder for the #1 team in the country, that Corona High School team.
He looked like he was walking there much better. He pulled up in the 60 with that hamstring, and he's obviously getting ready to throw. He wasn't walking with a limp there, so that was very good to see.
There he is, that smiling face of Anthony Murphy coming right into your living room. So, David, help us understand here. You've been a part of many of these, as we said, all the way back to 2001. What do you look for here? We're all simple-minded enough to understand velocity. Throw hard, it lights up the gun. 102, that's throwing hard. But what else are you looking at?
Well, actually, to me, and I think to most of the scouts watching it, the velocity, it's there, or it's there to a degree, or it's not there. The kids, as I even mentioned before, at the 60, get all hung up in having that number, and it is not the most important part of the evaluation. The athleticism, the footwork into your throws. The footwork is vitally important. What we don't want to see is the outfielder who waits back, non-game actions, and takes multiple steps. We want to see game actions and how that arm works in a game with the proper footwork, with the proper sense of urgency almost, rather than just being out there at the post of throw time. We want to see the whole package.
And we're going to see him throw to third a couple of times and then home, correct?
2 to third, 3 to home.
Radar guns drifting out in the field. They'll be flying over the head of the radar gun. We'll be tracking those numbers. We'll be sharing them with you. We'll have at least at minimum a top time here as we build out this production. If we miss something on occasion, bear with us. But we're off to a good start. Our coverage, thanks to the leadership of Steve Banta, is off to a good start.
The interesting thing about those 3 young men who co-hold the 102 record is that Aaron Beatty, of course, is a catcher, and Jose Hugas is a pitcher. And Mason Greenhouse, your favorite, was the only true outfielder of the group.
I love Mason Greenhouse. Had some amazing video last year. Our social team had some amazing video on the field with him running on the interior of the infield. We got to go around the bases with Mason Greenhouse for an inside the park home run, and it was a fun tour. Probably will never be captured again on video or social media, but I love that it was. I really, really do. A good peek over there at Josiah Kemp. I had a chance to have Josiah Kemp on our MLB Network radio show that you can hear every Sunday. Jackson Maxey, Arizona, in there. But Kemp, what a great story. You guys remember Matt Kemp, right? A lot of home runs, a couple hundred home runs in the big leagues. And his uncle works with him extensively. So it's not just uncle in name, it's uncle teacher.
That was going to be my first question, is how involved are they together? I'm not sure where Matt lives or anything like that, but I'm hope he's doing well. I remember him very fondly from watching him play. He was one of not the first, but one of the, what really stood out is the big athlete who could hit for power, who could throw, who could run. He'd steal a base, he'd hit a home run, and really do it all on the field.
This is Gunnar Ulm from Columbus, North Carolina, an NC State commit.
Oh, I left one thing out in walking through the skills that I look for. Make accurate throws.
Okay.
And it's something all our scouts are trained to do in their notes is say things about accuracy, because if you're throwing as hard as you can and two balls end up in the third base dugout and the catcher can't catch any of them, you just flunked the drill, basically. You were asked 5 questions and you failed every question. And I don't care whether you threw 97 or 77, make accurate throws. And an accurate throw is one that would go through the cutoff man. It's low, it's on line, because that shows you have a fundamental understanding of what's needed for the position.
Billy Ulm, Brandy Ulm, his parents. His sis is Mackenzie. He loves Aaron Judge. This is a tall athlete, so Aaron Judge, a natural guy to love. And this athlete, Gunnar Ulm, is a 4.4 in the classroom. Number 1 in that jersey. That's a tall number 1. That may be one of the taller number 1s I've seen at this event. Top through 82 miles an hour. Lucas Kennedy is out of Tallahassee, Florida. He is a Clemson commit. He'll throw from the outfield. He's a corner infielder as well.
And this is something that's very common, even more common when you go to the younger showcases, like the 13U National is, in fact, next week. In 3 weeks, I'll be at the 14U National. But seeing the players who are primary third basemen go out in the outfield and throw, or vice versa. The kids like getting their numbers, and nothing's keeping a 17, 18-year-old player when he moves on, and maybe at Clemson playing multiple positions, of course.
Plays for the NBA scout team. Jonathan Murphy coaches that team. Kennedy, only child, Rachel and Brian, his parents. We see 9. We know it's different than 9. We'll throw that number at you when we find out what that is. 95. That's very different than 9. I would throw 9. David would throw 9. 95 miles an hour. So there's a big number, David.
Yes. I think that's going to translate well to third base as primary position, too.
Jeffrey Todd Darden now. JT, Cypress Woods, Oklahoma State commit. Cypress, Texas. Top 200 player in the country. James Darden II, dad. Adrian Darden is his mom. And his older brother, James III, 21 years old. Dad is a pastor. His favorite player is a good one, Ronald Acuna Jr.
Yeah, that's my favorite part when you go through the backgrounds, and I thank all the players and parents for the feedback in sending those in, because they're a huge help, especially to you, but to just to get to know the players. But my favorite part is who's their favorite big leaguer or big leaguers, because they evolve over the years as to who they are, and it's a good measurement of. You could probably duplicate it with jersey sales and, social media followers and the most popular players.
Nathaniel Davis is special. Nate Davis, Bishop Moore Catholic, plays for the Breakthrough Series program, amongst others. This is one of the top players in the country. Getting to know him, he was recently on our MLB Network radio show. He's an LSU commit. Luke Collier, his coach. George and Andrea, his parents.
He's also made 4 straight tag throws and got 4 straight outs. It's not big arm strength, and he throws from a lower slot than is ideal, so there's tail to it, but he's playing that tail. He just threw out 5 straight runners, basically. So that was fun to see.
220 hours of community service along with a straight A on his resume, and you can see 91 miles an hour. He is going to be a high draft pick in life, let alone in baseball. Meet R.J. Groomster. We love Georgia Premier Academy, always producing so many great athletes through the years. R.J. Cope, his teammate, is one of them that's here. He is out of Atlanta, Georgia, top 300 player.
One of the national leaders and most showcases attended. RJ loves himself some baseball. He is at every event. He's, obviously being in the Atlanta area, he has access to a lot of events. And you can always find him at a baseball field.
You know who else was like that? He now plays for the Royals and is a perennial all-star the last couple of years. We never had an event where Bobby Witt Jr. didn't show up. It's always a fun thing when, and again, it's a sacrifice for families. 86, his top number. Sacrifice for families and a lot that goes into it. Brady Harris, number 4 player in the country. And, of course, big part of Perfect Games content. We've been able to spend some time with him. Harris already has hit triple digits, we are told. We'll make it official for you.
I was going to say I'm looking forward to upper 90s at least here. And when you see throws that bounce 80 feet, 70 feet from the base and get there on one hop, that's some carry.
Bryce Harper, his favorite player. David wants to know that. Matt and Nikki, his parents. His siblings are Blake and Sarah. Sarah, his younger sister. He has been over or at 100 miles an hour a couple of times.
Well, that last one was a perfect 10. It was perfect footwork. It was clean glove positioning and a one-hop throw on the bag. And he really let that one out, and that got wild. But that was impressive.
100 miles an hour for Brady Harris. 100 miles an hour.
And until that last throw, he was not selling out for it.
Boy, it's good to see Matthew Kerrigan back. Tommy John cost him all of last year. He's been dying to get back out. He was proud that Auburn thought enough of him years ago to earn that commitment, but he's proud they stuck with him through the Tommy John. Butch, it means a lot to him. Butch Thompson, the head coach at Auburn. Matthew Kerrigan shows out. Ann and Melanie, his parents. Daniel, older brother, Annabelle's sister, older sister. Lowndes High School. By the way, I got to know him. He was on our national radio show this week. He's the guy that goes to the football game, doesn't play any more football, but paints his chest a different color every week with his teammates. He's into the school spirit. I love this guy. 88 miles an hour. Good to see Matthew Kerrigan back and healthy and showing who he is as an athlete.
Well, if I'm ever watching an Auburn football game on TV and look into the student section, I'll remember that.
Ben Kuglich, he's a Wisconsinite. A lot of size there, 6'3", but a long 6'3", D.
Yeah,
99, we're told just now.
That's a pitcher's build and a pit. He just threw that in almost in the third base dugout. But that's a pitcher's build right there. And when we get a chance to talk about him more in the games, I have to talk about that arm and the potential on the mound. If you're a basketball fan and you're familiar with reach, he's 6'3" with about a 6'9", 6'10", length to him.
Andy and Kelly, his parents. We get to see the Wisconsinite Kuglich throw from out there, and we see him touch 99 miles an hour.
Yeah, he has not pitched a perfect game event this year. Last year, he was up to 92 on the mound as a sophomore. So the arm strength is definitely there.
Jordan Martinez is committed to go play at LSU. Top 11 outfielder in the country. Jordan, mom is Kelly Gibbs, dad is Alex. And younger sister's Brooklyn, who's 11. Andy, who's 2. And little Emmy's just 6 months old. He's an old man in that house.
Big brother.
Former Major Leaguer Daniel Murphy is one of his favorite players to watch play because Murphy has been able to pass along instruction in person as well. So he's gone back and watched Daniel Murphy play in the big leagues and then learn from Daniel Murphy. 94 miles an hour. Good number.
We'll see Martinez at shortstop during the next set of drills.
Ivan Sabater out of Hollywood, Florida, South Florida commit.
Primary right-handed pitcher. And pitchers are discouraged from throwing in drills.
Okay.
At this event, they're here to pitch, and really at all our showcases, the pitchers are discouraged because they're going to. I mean, you don't want to go and get your arm all hot and bothered if you're pitching, in 3 or 4 hours. That's not good for your performance as a pitcher, and it's always frustrating. They're probably two-way guys in high school, maybe for their travel clubs. They want to show what they have, but you're here as a pitcher. Go show. You'll get to throw in games, and we'll see your arm strength on the mound.
He threw 93, David, at Jupiter last year. As a pitcher, threw 93 in this event.
Yeah.
Henry Apt, we were talking about Henry. Henry's first in the alphabet in the rosters, ABT. First to fill out his biographical survey, and he is a Jacksonville State, great mid-major program in Alabama. He's a Jacksonville State commit.
That would impact your life, being first in the alphabet for everything. Think about when you're in 3rd grade and they line everybody up. You're always number 1.
Which is good if it's for the treat in 3rd grade, but if it's speaking in front of the class in 3rd grade, it's totally different.
Yeah.
Leslie and John, his parents. Brother JP's 18 years old. His favorite player, Mike Trout.
Number 10, Logan Corley.
So nice to see Mike Trout, healthy again and hitting pretty well, getting better every week. I think everybody in baseball hopes that Mike Trout plays, 6 games a week until the end of September.
Logan Corley is a TCU commit. He's out of Lucas, Texas. Marcy and Kenny, his parents. Brant is his older brother. Shohei Ohtani, like many, is his favorite player to watch play. He says he brings genuine awe and wonder to the game he plays. Every at-bat, every inning is a must-watch event, and I don't miss many of them. Those are his words, not mine. Although I say the same thing in my house, but yes. And by the way, David, I'll share it with you. Logan Corley wins the Best Biographical Survey Award. He took probably 2 hours to fill it out.
And are there signs that it's his writing or it's his stuff? Because I know parents do this too.
It's all his. It's all his.
All right.
91 miles an hour, his number, by the way. Harrison Kidder out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He's one of many uncommitted athletes. Don't kid yourself, folks. There's a lot of high college coaches watching. There are a lot of college coaches, David, especially maybe JUCO coaches and mid-major coaches watching this event for these uncommitted guys.
Yeah, and it's just not for the uncommitted guys. The dynamics have changed so much, and we mentioned earlier, of recruiting and everything. The NIL and the transfer rules really complicate a lot of these guys even getting to their schools, because the major colleges are recruiting fewer freshmen because they can go out on the market and use the NIL money and the transfers to get players. 94 there.
Harrison Kidder, by the way. I said his name wrong. Harrison Kidder. Go ahead.
Okay. And so, like, as you said, the mid-majors really come into play more for, the some of these players than they would have before. It wouldn't have been realistic, but I've talked to some people involved in major colleges, and they're like, we're only recruiting like 5 freshmen a year. That's kind of our goal. And as opposed to having a freshman class 10 years ago that might have 12 to 15 players in it to fill out that 35-player roster. So it's a changing dynamic, and I don't think everybody knows exactly how it's going to work out.
Wilkin Lurie throws. He's from Asheville. He is committed to go to High Point for Coach Joey Hammond. Jay and Brittany, his parents. He is an only child. Just the 3 of them going through life together. Got some frost on that hair. 85 miles an hour, the number for Lurie. Ronald Acuna Jr., he loves watching him play. As Joshua Newton from Indiana, an uncommitted athlete, takes his turn.
I want to say something about, we have a player here like Josh Newton who you look and see PG rank 500. And part of the process for getting an invite to be one of the top 300 players in the country and be here at Chase Field, it's a complicated thing. The Keon Johnson, the Dvorsky Lanes, and players like that who we've known literally since 12U festivals and seen so much of, they're easy to pick for obvious reasons. But the process for picking players literally goes down to the last week. I mean, we just got done with the 17U National WWBA National Championships in Georgia, and there are players just picked out of there that we have just seen. There are players who were in showcases, the Sunshine Series showcases earlier this year, that we picked straight out of there. So it's a process that starts 5 years ago, literally, and ends last week with just the goal of getting the best 300. And when you see a player that has a 500 ranking, he's done something in the last month or two, or maybe even he was seen during the spring in high school to say, hey, this guy is better than that ranking.
Meet Martin Sheelar, Marty Party. Those that love him call him Marty Party. He is committed to go to Mississippi State. He's been a guest on our national radio show. Great young man. Scott and Kara, his family. Sophie, his younger sister, is 14 years old, and he goes back and watches old video clips. He makes it clear, who's your favorite player? He says it, Ted Williams.
Wow.
If ever I can watch Ted Williams hit, that's what I will do. Martin Sheelar, Mississippi State commit, number 32 player in the country overall.
94.
Malachi time. It's elite player time. Number 11 overall, an LSU commit. If he makes it to campus, it'll be at LSU.
Yeah, Malachi, he's always hit. I mean, he's not the biggest athlete out here. He's grown in the last year, gotten stronger. But his first 2 years at Parkview, he did not hit a single home run. And the fact that he started as a freshman at Parkview High School is notable in and of itself. But he had 0 home runs his first 2 years. This year, as I mentioned, he had 16 home runs. Absolutely incredible season.
He said, why LSU? The food, the guys, the atmosphere, everything they stood for was great. It impressed me a lot. I've always wanted to go there ever since I was little, he shared. Always have a lot of family down, and Coach Jay Johnson gave me a great talk, included Michael Braswell in that conversation. That's why LSU earned my commitment.
For the gold team, number 2, John Mora.
Malachi, 96. Do it, kid.
Oh, and he's disappointed by it. No, don't be disappointed, Malachi.
John Mora now, number 2 on that gold jersey. Miami commit.
I remember you mentioning Moore's 60 time being very impressive. I can't remember exactly what.
I know, and I promise I didn't make it up, but I don't recall it either. It all happened very fast, Dave. That whole thing with the times coming in happened very fast. They call this man John John. He's one of many players who plays for Cameron Maben, the longtime major leaguer who was a PG alum of this very event. Maben, a good travel ball coach. He's committed to go to Miami. John Mora.
Cameron Maben still might have one of the 10 best batting practices at PG National.
Wow.
It was at Tropicana. And he went out, and if you're a switch hitter, obviously as Maben is, 96 there for Mora. Nice arm to go with the speed. But Maben, a switch hitter, obviously, and you very rarely see switch hitters at that age who, have power from both sides or similar swings. He hit 2 balls out from each side at Tropicana. And we're not talking fence scrapers. We're talking bombs. It's like, we knew he was a highly ranked player going in, but that was a kind of a jaw-dropping moment.
Cale Barney is committed to go from Tennessee to Oregon State. His twin brother is Kyson, both 17 years old. Callie, older sis. Younger siblings, Jason, 14, and Brielle, who is 10 years old. Good student in the classroom. 3.9 GPA, sophomore and junior year. Barney, number 5 on that gold jersey. Taking a peek at his number, 87 miles an hour. Meet Christian Doty out of Olive Branch, Mississippi. 100 overall and a 31st ranked infielder as he'll throw from the outfield.
Generally, when you watch primary infielders throw from the outfield, the first thing you think is, oh, that's an infielder, because they throw like an infielder. And that's a shortstop's arm stroke right there, without doubt.
Shane and Mary, his parents, loves watching Gunnar Henderson, perfect game All-American and a PG National alum. That's his favorite player to watch. He says he plays with ease and his actions are like no other. He throws 94, by the way. Not Gunnar, him.
That's harder than Gunnar threw at this event. I can almost assure you that.
Here's Mr. Kemp. Getting a chance to see Josiah throw is fun. After getting to meet him, he shares a ton about how much he has learned. From Uncle Matt Kemp. Oklahoma native. Go ahead, D.
I had to do it just because I had the screen up, but I had to look up what Gunnar Henderson threw at the PG National, and he threw 90.
There you go.
Yeah, so he's up 4 right now.
91, a good number there for Kemp. Number 17 in gold is David Ojeda, uncommitted athlete, ranked right around 250 from Buford, Georgia.
And this may be indicative of how tools have changed, you know, with all the physical development that's improved over the years, and also might be indicative of just how much Gunnar Henderson improved between his junior and senior years. But he came to PG National around a 6.87 and threw 90, which, you know, are very respectable numbers, but they're not, you know, top of the draft or top of the class type numbers at all. And he improved so much going into his senior year, physically matured, and that's what will happen to a lot of these athletes.
David Ojeda, we honor him as he honors his father, who he lost when he was 7 years old. So just a strong family with Mom Kelly, who's been there for him. He throws 88. Alex and Chloe, his siblings, but plays on without Dad. So I'm sure it's moments like this that he thinks a lot about his dad. A decade ago, he lost him in his life. As Noah Wilson out of Tennessee and a Vanderbilt commit. This is a top 50 player in the country, Noah Wilson. Chattanooga, Tennessee. He too plays for Cameron Maben. Virginia, Glenn, his parents. Family tradition that's a fun one. I'm going to share it with you. December 23rd, they gather. They watch Chevy Chase's National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation because it's also his dad's birthday, December 23rd. They sit down. They watch the Griswolds. It's a tradition they never miss. The talented Wilson throws 89 miles an hour. And Mr. Wilson, thank you for sharing that with us.
I'm looking forward to seeing Cy Chrisman hit. He's a primary first baseman working out in the outfield here. Big kid, 6'4", 220, but he led the country in home runs this year during the high school season with 19 home runs in Springville, Utah. So I'm curious how that translates to Chase Field during batting practice in the games.
Another one of a handful on that Padres scout team coached by Cameron Maben. Oklahoma State, his choice, culture and environment. He said, when I went on my visit, I immediately was welcomed by the entire town of Stillwater. It's a place I felt like home. And I could see that being a Utah native. I could see where going to Stillwater, Oklahoma for the son of Joanna and Jed would feel like home. Mr. Chrisman, we watch him hitting the bit. David's excited. He throws 88 from the outfield. You noted, by the way, Yodelkis, sorry, I stumbled with that one. Yodelkis Quevedo, the presence and the size, the shoulders, D.
Yeah, 6'3", 212. He might be selling himself a little short there, but it's all muscle. I mean, that's just an impressive young build, and that's something that's in the genetics, but he's worked on it too. Both things have come into play there. ranked 42nd in the country, a primary third baseman. So we'll see him during infield drills as well.
We saw him a couple of years back, you may remember, if you followed that event. He was a Select Festival athlete. Jeremy Brown helping to find him, a 2021 Select Festival athlete. And he's a top 10 player in the state of Florida. So we've been seeing this young man get stronger, bigger, faster through the years.
Number 28, Hudson Reed.
Those broad shoulders go from dugout to dugout. They also help him throw 93. Hudson Reed, number 28 in gold. Troy commit. Talking about Quevedo, his dad was an excellent volleyball player, going back to the previous athlete, Dad Yoel, Mom Euderkis. Mom's a nurse now, but Quevedo's a special one as we watch Reed work. Always a fun assignment for the catchers, by the way, and the third baseman reeling some of these in.
Number 30, Ty Jones.
Ty Jones, Jackson Academy. He's from Brandon, Mississippi. 93, big number there.
Yeah, Ty Jones was a young player who I don't believe had a national invite. I was mentioned before about the process that goes in. And his rank 357 would definitely not get him like an automatic invite, but he was so good at some showcases earlier, both with his tools and especially with his bat, that he really has opened some eyes this summer.
He's worked with Corey Dickerson to improve in the outfield. Vanderbilt is his dream school. He is wanting to lower his 60 from 6'8 to 6'5. He just threw 94 from the outfield his winter, and he plans on adding 8 to 10 pounds of lean muscle. So I'd say that's a stock to buy, right?
And he's also only 16 years old still. And we'll get into ages more because it's something that big league teams pay, any sports organization in any sport are paying more and more attention to age and just the development process. The difference between someone who's 16'10", as Jones is, and somebody who's 18'2" already is a significant difference. That's 14 months of maturing and development.
The number one outfielder in Missouri is G.T. Taylor, Lake St. Louis, Missouri, and he is a Kansas commit, 6'2", 200 pounds. Just a tick past 17 years old. There's some link there for sure. CJ and Mallory, his parents. 90 miles an hour. Judson Dowell, number 90 player overall, number 17th ranked outfielder. Judd out of Houston, Texas, plays for the Texas 12 Red Sox travel team, Texas A&M commit. There are 4 Dowell brothers at home, Fletch and Dash and Watson, and of course Judson. It's families on the all-name team that there is a son. I'm sure Fletcher is the given name, but he just threw 97 miles an hour, by the way. Brandy and Brian, some great names of their 4 boys. And he's an Aaron Judge fan. 97 miles an hour.
That passed the eye test, too.
How so?
They were low online, big carry here from Hamilton Freiburg as well.
Yeah, he's an Orange Lutheran guy, Lakewood, California. Hamilton Friedberg, R.J. Farrell is his coach. He is an Air Force Academy commit.
And that always stands out when you see Air Force Academy because just getting into that school is impressive. And then to know that you're a high-level baseball player, and the realities are, with one recent exception, young man who went from California, who went to Air Force for 2 years before transferring to LSU. You know who I'm talking about.
Paul Skeens, folks. Paul Skeens. By the way, Friedberg got to do an F-15 flight simulator on his recruiting visit, and he threw 98 miles an hour. That would keep up with that F-15.
Yeah, that would be a cool thing to have on a recruiting visit. I mean, you can go to the parties and watch the football games and everything. Oh, I flew an F-15 simulator.
Yeah, I did the first thing that you talked about on my recruiting visits. Flavored beverages and all sorts of snacks and pretty girls, and I think I probably should have flown an F-15. That sounds way more fun. What a cool story he is. Dylan Knight, Central Florida commit, A3 Academy. Clint and Elaine, his parents. High school Silver Slugger Award his sophomore year. All-county sophomore and junior year. Really good student, by the way. High SAT, 100 volunteer hours. Just a really good all-around human being. Good stuff on and off the field.
I love the volunteer hours. I don't remember that being part of your questionnaire before.
I threw it out there. And a lot of them are sharing. So came back from a vacation a couple years ago. I'm going to keep this super brief. My wife and I were going through customs, and a young man tapped me on the shoulder, and it was this young man. And he was a couple of years younger and hoping to be at an event like this someday, and here he is. His name is Jackson Maxey. He lives in Arizona, and he is a Willie Bloomquist Arizona State commit.
You had him on one of your national radio shows?
We have. He's been on. If you tap me on the shoulder in an airport, you're coming on Sirius XM. I mean, when you're on 47 weeks a year, you tap me on the shoulder, you're coming on. But a great family. Got a chance to meet them that day in the airport. He's developing into a heck of a baseball player, 91 miles an hour. And you win some points for me if you have the courage when he was, I think, a freshman or a sophomore.
Oh, no doubt.
To make that introduction.
Oh, no doubt. You've got to be comfortable in your own skin as a 14-year-old to do that and been raised confidently by your parents.
And thank your parents. They took you to Cabo San Lucas, where I came back from as well. Those are nice parents. Yeah. LSU is the commit for Dylan Minity. He's out of Elk Grove, California. That's kind of up by the Sacramento area. If you're looking around up there, Franklin High School, one of the stars of the MLB Breakthrough Series team, Tony Regans and Del Matthews, helped to piece that team together with Luke Collier and a lot of great leaders.
Minity is a hitter. He's a stick. Posted some incredible numbers in high school and in PG play.
92 miles an hour for the son of Derek and Denise. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this man. He may have 4 guys that go into the pro ranks from his high school. They're all seniors. He was a junior this year. Anthony Murphy for the famed Corona High School program. It becomes his team in a way next year as a senior. Top 5 outfielder in the country, top 20 player, David.
Yeah, as you said, they could have legitimately 4 or 5 players off one high school team picked on the first day of the draft on Sunday, which is just incredible.
LSU commit. Anthony, Coach Andy Wise does such a great job there. His parents are Joseph and Stephanie. And a 3.5 plus GPA. He's taking care of his business in the classroom. 96, Murph. I see ya. Cole Prosek is a Mississippi man. Senatobia, Mississippi. He's an Ole Miss commit. Right around that 100 mark in the rankings.
Another shortstop working out in the outfield.
Andy and Brett, his parents, felt like it was a mutual instant fit at Ole Miss. as a native as well. He's won himself a state championship already at Magnolia Heights High School. His goal is to win another his senior year. Bosek would like to graduate with honors as well.
Number 23, Lincoln Warner.
92 miles an hour. Big arm. Big man here. Big arm to a big man. Lincoln Boyle is an Arkansas commit, all of 6'5" out there.
Yeah, you look at that body and you say, well, he's a pitcher. And no, he's a first baseman, but a primary outfielder. St. Thomas Aquinas, I believe, won the Kansas State title in their division.
Rick Sabbath coaches that great St. Thomas Aquinas program, plays for the White Sox scout team. Carl Carswell coaches that team, and Brad and Carolyn are his parents. Brother Weston, by the way, starting his freshman year at Purdue, playing baseball there. Remember him coming through, seeing him on occasion. His brother Weston, 94, not a surprise with that frame, but good for him. Justin Munoz. This is a catcher, but he's going to go out there and throw. Virginia Tech, his school of commitment. New Jersey guy out of Hackensack, New Jersey.
I believe our last outfielder of the day. These four teams. We'll probably take a short break before we do infielders. And there will be plenty of those.
Renato and Helena, his parents. Munoz, younger sis is Arlette. And Ronald Acuna Jr., he says, I love watching him play because of the way he plays. Smart, energy, great IQ, hard, and enjoys the game of baseball. His favorite player. He was his high school team's MVP. And his team's captain this past year, his junior year. And he's inspired by his great-grandmother, who he lost over the last year. Big part of his family and his family unit. So he carries on her tradition. We'll see him catch. We'll look for that pop time. He throws 89 from the outfield. All right, David. Our own Danny Wexelman. Television's own Danny Wexelman down there as Brady Harris throws 100 miles an hour. Jared Goodwin, one of our key leaders on the scouting. Is Dev all sides. Jared's wearing every hat now. We're glad Danny came back with us after spending the week in the dugouts at the College World Series. Also one of the voices pre- and post-game of the New York Mets. So there's that big arm, 100 miles an hour. We've had some fun, and we've seen some athletes flex. Infield throw coming up next. We'll get things set on the shortstop side. Back in 2001, the first time they ever held this event. Loaded with MLB alumni now. And again, the future starting this morning, all week long at Chase Field. We'll move to the infield in just a moment. David and Darren onward and upward. Copper Square, downtown Phoenix, Arizona, 100 miles an hour. A couple of years ago, Antonio Jimenez, 100 miles an hour. On his way to Miami at that point in time, and so away we go. On the infield, we didn't waste any time, and I'm excited that we didn't waste any time. Levi Nikolai is from Birmingham, Alabama. He goes to Homewood High School, and he's an Auburn commit.
And sort of repeat what we talked about in the outfield about what scouts are looking for in their evaluations. Game actions are so important that you get 5 different ground balls to different places, 1 at you, 2 to your backhand, 1 up the middle, and a slow roller, and you want to see game actions on all of them. Probably the one you can get the best throw time on is either up the middle or on the first one right at you. But when you see guys, with the game actions, you watch their feet. Most evaluators are big on watching feet. And, if you have game actions, you're showing how your feet work.
This is Lucas Kennedy, the son of Rachel and Brian, Cam Canarella. He loves watching him play baseball. He's learned a lot. And he feels like his biggest growth this year has been the mental side, dealing with failure, which, of course, is part of our game. I get that a lot, D, this age, kind of freshman, sophomore, but then junior into senior, you hear a lot of the athletes say, I've just grown up a little bit in my mind. I can handle things better.
Oh, yeah. And as you mentioned, failure is such a part of the game. And have to remember, even the guys who are ranked 500 here or 357 are still the best player for the most part, certainly on their high school team, in their league. These are the best players in the country, and they haven't had a whole history of failure probably to get here.
Greg and Heather, his parents, as he works out on the diamond. This is Luke Labby from Jacksonville, Florida. He's a Florida commit, plays for the NBA scout team. Jonathan Murphy, such a good coach in that space. The lovely Lily is his younger sister, just 16 years old.
Those are pretty good actions for a primary infielder.
Parker Lowe is an LSU commit. From Jacksonville, Florida. He says, my recruiting experience with LSU was short. LSU had a place in my heart. The moment they reached out to me, we were good. I talked to Jay. There was nowhere else I wanted to go, and it was a nice fit, 90 miles an hour. Brady Marshall, Tennessee commit. Third baseman by trade.
I've always told that to kids and parents, is that as part of the recruiting process, find out what schools you want to go to. Research programs. Who did you root for? Where do your parents, what fits you academically as well as personality-wise? And recruit them. If LSU's always been your favorite school, be aggressive and recruit them. Go to a camp.
That's Brady Marshall, 82 miles an hour. He's from Mocksville, North Carolina, plays for the South Charlotte Panthers, and the son of Kim and Greg. And it's interesting as Jordan Martinez takes his turn now. We talk a lot about things like NIL and those opportunities that come up, but the NIL opportunities are somewhat minimal. A lot of even Power 5, Power 4 schools are still, increasing their scholarships, but that's about as much as you grow. So it's got to be the right fit for a lot of reasons.
Yeah. And you're a baseball player, full-time baseball player, but that doesn't mean you're also not part of the fabric of the school. You're going to class. You have a social life. And if you're not going to someplace you're comfortable, if you're just going for solely baseball reasons, you run the risk of not fitting in, as a young man. So I just told a parent this week, who reached out to me. It's like, where would your kid want to go if he didn't play baseball?
Oh, that's a great piece of
advice. You've got to consider that. And some people are high academic kids and wanting to go to some place that's not going to satisfy them academically is not appropriate. You know, other people, if you grew up as a huge Mississippi fan, 95 there. Nice arm.
That's Cole Kinniger, by the way, from Keller, Texas, with the 95 and a Tennessee commit.
And, you know, and what your parents like, you know, if you're from a close family and mom and dad like watching games, you know, and you live in Florida, no, you might not want to go to school in California or Texas. You know, it's important. You know, I know with games being broadcast on social media and everything, but still having mom and dad and brother and sister there is important too.
Remember, Harper Gates ran that 6-1-1. Wasn't quite
6-2-9.
6-2-9. My apologies. And through 91. So athletic. 6-2-9. Thank you. And through 91. Ashton Ballew. Arizona commit, middle infielder. How about the year Arizona had? How about you, Chip Hale, all the way to the College World Series? The Cats. Lucky enough to spend a lot of time down there announcing all sports for the Cats. And this Ashton Ballew committed there. Ash, he is known. Plays for the Doolin Dodgers. Son of Robert and Lena. And he's going to Tucson. And he's got a nice arm to take to Tucson. Meet Ethan Bass, Wake Forest commit.
Ethan Bass has always been one of my favorite defensive players in this class. He's been a whiz with the glove since he was 14 years old. Has all the actions, you know, that easy athleticism. And when I first saw him play, he must have weighed $145 or something too. So it's fun to see these kids grow up and their bodies change. And
This is #1 player in Illinois. #1 in this 2026 class out of Northbrook, Illinois. Bubba Coleman. This is a famous perfect game guy. He's been with us since the Select Festival days. We see the number there for Bass at 89. Now, if I'm to read Bubba's bio correctly, he is no longer a Georgia boy. He is moving back out to Arizona. You'll see that on the graphic. Okay. You'll see that on the graphic. But as I understand it, he is moving back out to Arizona and going to play out here. Just going on what he shared with me, folks. And we enjoy Bubba Coleman. Bubba Coleman says Scottsdale, Arizona. He says Hamilton High School. He's an Alabama commit. He's going to play for Mike Woods there. They moved back to Georgia from Arizona when he was younger, so he's back home in Arizona. He was initially committed to LSU, decided he reevaluated, found Alabama as the right place. Parents Lisa and Glenn, Dad Glenn really involved, Mom Lisa, in developing baseball players as well. Bubba Coleman, back in Arizona. I feel like I'm breaking news there. Luis Hernandez, Clemson commit.
Ranked 78th in the country. 25th overall shortstop. It's a Clemson commit. Has that big, long body that's 6'5", 205 that you automatically think, well, he's going to grow into a third baseman. But as we've seen in baseball more and more, some of these big guys stay in the middle infield.
Louis, I'm told, hit 94. Luis and Rena, his parents, 94. Landon Tomey. The name Tomey. Baseball name, right, folks? Could he be? Should he be? Yes, he is. Hall of Famer Jim Tomey is dad. Burridge, Illinois is home. He is a Tennessee commit. And you scouted Dad.
I saw Dad as an 18-year-old shortstop. Picture Dad Tomey as a shortstop in the Gulf Coast League in 1989. I don't know who that just aged more, me or Hall of Famer Jim Tomey, but the interesting thing is he was playing shortstop then.
I love it. Andrea is Mr. Tomey's mom, and his favorite player, by the way, I mean, he loves Dad, but it's Bobby Witt Jr. He loves watching Bobby Witt Jr. play. Anton Santi Soto out of Mineola, Florida, Stetson commit. think it's you, David, who it ages. No offense. And I know none taken. That's my best. My favorite part about working with you is the none taken rule that David has. Anton Santi Soto. 3.5 GPA in the classroom. Last couple of years. Recruiting experiences. He said they've been unforgettable. Eric and so his parents. 79 that time. 3.8 GPA in the classroom. Jack Richardson, Georgia Tech, ranked 180 and 15th ranked third baseman in the country.
Young man we've seen a ton at East Cobb and surrounding fields as an Atlanta native.
He's committed to Georgia Tech to play baseball and football. Plays for 6'4" DP for Danny Pralgo. So this is a really gifted athlete. He wants to be the Gatorade Player of the Year in the upcoming year in the state of Georgia. And that's a tough thing to do. That's a tough thing to do.
Malachi Washington may have a say in that.
I love it, though. Why not?
Oh, yeah.
Why not put your flag down, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Troy Fisher from Missouri. David was talking about the rankings. They'll change after this event. And a guy like Fisher, who has done a lot of things to push his way on here, 500th overall, but you guys have seen him, and he has turned heads. He is the number 3 shortstop in the state of Missouri at the previous rankings.
Yeah, he can hit, and you look at that body, and there's so much projection still there. Oh, and it's a very well-known part of the PG National. You know, we have our rankings going into the event, but there will be people here who turn into first-round draft choices, PG All-Americans, who are not ranked in the top 100 or even the top 200. It happens every year. We could go back and point them out. Somebody will come in that we just saw literally in the last few weeks and haven't got, you know, the history on. And it's like, dang, this guy's a top 50 guy in the country. He's in the All-American game.
See, JoJo Parker out of Mississippi as a great example. Came in here around 200 last
276.
year. He's going to be a first-round pick here in next week, at the end of next weekend. John Mora out of Tamarack, Florida, just wrapped up his time, a Miami commit.
I remember asking Greg Sabers, who coordinates all the rankings, I said, how did we have JoJo Parker ranked 276? And he said, do you think if he played like this, he would have been ranked 276? I'm like, very good point.
Christian Doty. Speaking of Mississippi natives, that's where JJ is from. Doty, Mary and Shane, his parents, recruited by multiple SEC schools and then made his selection. I will always give Keon a ton of credit. As a matter of fact, when I do the bio for other players in this class, some of them say their favorite player to watch is this man. So that means that you've handled your business if your colleagues list you as one of your favorite players to watch.
Oh, that's a new one on me hearing that. And Keon has developed so much. When he was real young, you're thinking, oh, bat first, because he was strong, mature, crushed the ball. And he's gone from a bat first to just such an impressive defensive player, to where now he's really a defense first player.
He just threw 95 miles an hour, the hardest throw. The son of Sheena and the brother of Ishmael, Keon Johnson, a perfect game favorite. We have some bias. We've known him for a long time. Since he was preteen, he threw 95. Wow. Another elite player. Here's Mr. Lombard, Jacob Lombard. This is another one in Lombard. When he speaks of his uncommitted status, it's more positioning, I think, and decision-making. I'm sure he could pick his school if he wanted to.
You're not going to see a big number on the throw time either, because he's made everything throwing easy, lower arm slots, quick releases, pure game actions. So this is not going to be a big number, although we know it's in him. I'd be, unless it was on the first ball that I missed. Yeah, 77. And that is no indication of his arm strength at all. You had to watch what he was doing, and it was just pure game actions, get 5 straight outs.
I have an example not too long ago of an athlete that did a similar thing with, as Keaton Neal rolls it out there. This is a top 30 player in the country. Did the same thing in the exit velocity station until he hopped back in and said, okay, I just wanted to show the purity of my swing. And he's one of the most popular players in the game this year, and it's Pete Crow Armstrong at this very event. Did his exit velocity, worked on the purity of his swing as you talked about, and they said, can we get you in here and put a bigger number up?
We know 85 is not your exit velocity type. Okay, I'll do 98.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. I remember to you talking about the same day. You came up and were like, wow, I just saw something interesting.
89 miles an hour a moment ago. Brady Stewart, South Carolina commit, Overland Park, Kansas. This generation, Brady's a big name. There's a lot of moms and dads, this generation of parents. Brady got hot for a while, and we're seeing a lot of them. Brady loves watching Bobby Witt play. Bill plays for Building Champions national team, St. Thomas Aquinas High School, as David mentioned earlier. Reagan carried his parents. It's Big Cy now. David's still counting down the moments to see him hit.
Primary first baseman. He's out here trying to show he can play some third base, is what I'm anticipating. Did show a much nicer arm from the outfield than I was really anticipating for a primary first baseman, so that tool's there.
His favorite player to watch play that inspires him the most over the last year or so, Liam Doyle, Tennessee, going to be a first-round pick, passionate player. Wears it on his sleeve. He said, look, he does whatever the team needs him to do, and that's what I respect. Cy Chrisman with the number of 82. Yodelkis Quevedo.
I'm just waiting for his batting practice.
I know
let's skip over this throwing stuff. I want to see him mash some balls. No, to get back to Pete Crow Armstrong. He's going to be a guy who starts emerging in the next few years as my favorite player, the guy I watch. But the development of his power, some of the similar players like a Corbin Carroll, you knew the power was there. I don't think anybody watched Pete Crow Armstrong in high school and pictured him being a 30-30 guy in the big leagues, at least not the 30 home run part. The Gold Glove, yes. The speed, yes, maybe high average. But the power has just been absolutely eye-opening.
It's fun, the energy, too. He's selling tickets, literally. That young man who was just here at this event yesterday, it feels like, is selling tickets. People are getting in their car or taking the train and to go see him play, making choices to see that redhead play. Hudson Reed, the top 100 player, and a Troy commit. Just turned 18 years old, number 1 third baseman in Georgia. That's an honor.
Number 32.
We've seen him at close to 75 perfect game events. 83 miles an hour. GT.
Yeah, GT's gotten rid of that hat after the first throw in both outfield and infield.
Number 1 outfielder in Missouri. He's shown athleticism through the time. He's had an exit velo of 99 at PG events. He's already run a 6.5 prior to today. There's been some big metrics for this talented athlete. Roseville, California, and an Arizona commit. In the West Park High School. Fred and Christina, his parents. Aiden Diome plays for NorCal. Rob Bruno. Love Rob Bruno. Been at it for a long time.
I was going to say, I've known Rob Bruno for over 30 years.
You and I were talking about Dontrell Willis. He coached Dontrell Willis.
Oh, yeah. I think Rob's coached everybody in Northern California at one point in the last 30, 35 years.
89 miles an hour. Archer Horn, St. Ignatius College Prep in San Mateo, California.
This young man can rake. I'm really looking forward to seeing him. And I've never seen him play. I've just heard, both from PG events and non-PG events. He literally lives very close to where I grew up in the Bay Area in California, and his bat has really stood out.
Heidi and Howard, his parents. Younger sis is Ella. She's 14 years old. His guy. Is he a left or right-handed hitter, D?
I've never seen him. I'd have to look.
By the way, he just threw 96.
Yeah.
We got a 96 new leader. His favorite player, Freddie Freeman. His pregame preparation and intentions. 96 miles an hour, Archer Horn.
He's also been 94 off the mound, so that's not surprising. But I wanted to mention overall, and maybe my repeating this on every broadcast that I've been doing for a long time, is I have not seen one player go out and sell out for the gun yet. And I want to commend everybody. If you're in the next two groups and you're watching this, getting ready to come to beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, remember that. Not one kid here has shown out, and it's been a very sharp infield.
Galvin Moreau. He is from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. Central Florida commit. Wes and Missy, his family. He didn't sell out, but he threw 94. My goodness. Conference Player of the Year in his high school team, the Wisconsinite. Cole Prosek now.
I do have an all-time leader in best infield ever. Really, the two leaders, and they were for different reasons. And you know both their names. But Carlos Correa took the best infield ever, in my mind, that I have seen. He thought that was at the World Showcase, his senior year, still 16. He threw 97 on a backhand. His footwork was so advanced, and of course he had that cannon. Here's rookie Shepard. But yes, Carlos Correa was just exceptional, and people were wondering, is he going to be a shortstop? Is he going to be a shortstop? And you watch him take that infield, it's like, why would you think he's not going to be a shortstop?
Ricky Shepard is a Vegas guy. He goes to Faith Lutheran and plays for Dave Anderson. He is a Miami commit. He has been on this level of attention for a long time. Darren and Rachel, his parents. The game is easy for him, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. The game, he just makes it look easy. How's that?
Yeah, and the first time I saw Rookie was 14U National Showcase, and he was a catcher then. And he looks like he's been playing middle infield since he's 7 years old. I mean, that's just smooth and easy, as you said.
Raylan Nelson, Lighthouse Private Christian Academy, is from Daphne, Alabama. Just big, broad-shouldered athlete.
6'6", 230. This. And we have what? How many 6'8", 6'7" pitchers at this event?
A couple that I know of for sure.
Oh, yes. We're going to see one later today.
Hey, Braylon Nelson, by the way, 14U Select Festival player a couple of years ago, the number 2 shortstop in the state of Alabama, just turned 18 years old, 6'6". Here's a flex from Archer Horn. How about that? 96 miles an hour. Murph giving him some love there. Well, they flexed. The first baseman will be next. They'll go pick it over on the first base side, and they will fire it across the diamond. this was fun. Some of our favorites who have been at it, and some new names.
Keon Johnson there, of course. Horn might have got his 96 on a backhand. It's all about the feet there. It's all about watching that footwork. One of my favorite quotes ever from a player. You were interviewing him on stage at the All-Star when we did the All-American reveals, and you were interviewing Xavier Edwards, and you asked him, what do you work on defense? You're one of the best defenders in this class. What do you prioritize? He says, the only thing I ever worry about is my footwork.
I love it.
And I just sat there listening, going, bowing to him, saying, oh, this 17-year-old is telling it like it is. And, of course, he's turned out to be a very good big league middle infielder.
I was going to say, undersized guy who's a successful major leaguer.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Yeah.
Dominic Santorelli will throw. He's a Wisconsinite, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin, Louisville commit. And we'll get a chance to see Santorelli go. First baseman. What are we looking for here, David? First baseman throwing.
Them moving. You don't want to see... You want to see an athlete. Picture, what you see in big league first baseman. He's obviously not throwing here. He probably has an arm issue or something and doesn't want to throw. But you want to see the footwork and the moving to the ball, and then you want to see how he turns throwing to second base. Those turns, the quickness, the difficult plays in the big leagues. I watched a few Braves games this week, and watching Matt Olson play first base, it's like he plays first base like a shortstop, and Freddie Freeman has always played first base like that. The best first basemen are like, they'd be playing shortstop if they weren't either so big or so left-handed.
Marcian Kenny Corley's son is working now. It's Logan Corley. Lucas, Texas, going to TCU.
And a very underrated part of evaluating the first baseman at any showcase, but especially some of the smaller showcases, is watching the infield drills and watching how they pick during the drills, because you don't get a chance to see really the glove or the picking ability, in these 5 ground balls. But if you're watching carefully during infield, you get to see how they pick, and some guys just really, really stand out in that regard.
Bryce Morrison, Moreno Valley, California, USC. Andy Stankiewicz has done a great job. They're moving into a brand new stadium next year. Oh boy, they've been through it. And part of their future is a guy like Bryce Morrison, the son of Steve and Trish. He loves Dominic Smith, perfect game alum. He says he's my cousin. That's why I love him. I love watching him play. He's also part of the Urban Youth Academy. He's an alumni like I am, and so excited to see him grow up and play at USC. That's a good fit. Getting old, I feel like I just saw Dominic Smith at these events.
I was going to ask you if you saw Dominic, because I know you highlight the young men who are eloquent in the interviews and are mature, and Dominic Smith has always stood out to me as one of the more mature, responsible young men who came through the system and played in the major events and were all Americans. But he was an exceptional young man, and I assume he's still the same way.
Cale Barney was getting it going there, Oregon State commit. Chad and Lindy, his parents. Saw his throw a moment ago, was 81 miles an hour. Here's Big Cy. We're seeing Cy everywhere.
Yeah, Cy's busy.
At 6'4", 220. I feel like whether I was at Dom's original events, Dom was also a guy who came back a lot to events as an alum, and maybe that's where I spent time with him. Feels like a Jupiter visit to me through the years of Dominic Smith, maybe even helping coach.
Oh, well, a Jupiter highlight was left-handed Dominic Smith catching in a Jupiter game and popping a 187 between innings. And I still think someday, hopefully in my scouting lifetime, there will be a left-handed throwing primary catcher of that type of stature.
Well, so if you say it, it has credibility. If I say it, we all sound like we're Maroons up here. So I am excited that you said it.
Yeah, but there's no reason, if you have the other requisite tools, I can see in this day and age, why you can't have a left-handed throwing catcher. And I'll leave it at that.
Dylan Minity always remembers about 5, 6, 7 years ago, he lost his favorite dog and always made him smile. It was his dog, Callie. And so he shared with us. He said that was one of the more challenging things I've been through. He said otherwise I've been pretty darn fortunate. Big part of our family, good memories. And so Mr. Minity, on behalf of Callie, the lovely dog, up in dog heaven now, we move to the catchers. All right, what are we looking at? I know the basics. We're looking at catchers. I mean, I understand, but is it? You know, they're gonna. So we'll share pop time with you as we get it. We'll share it with you. We do our best. David will help us too. But you know, footwork. I don't know that I care much about the catcher velo, but
no, I could care less about the catcher.
There we go.
How you come out of your crouch, the athleticism and how you come out of your crouch. Direction and athleticism coming out of the crouch is huge. And that doesn't, you know, you can be a big athlete, big lower half athlete, and still have that one spot quickness. But if you're trying to cheat the drill, standing up early, all that, you're not showing us, you know, that very key and vital part of evaluating. You know, the pop time is you know, it's nice, but it's not. It's one of those things. It's a difference between if you're running the 60 and 6'6" or 6'5", or throwing 94, 92 from the outfield. You know.
Luke Labby, by the way, is working. We'll do our best to get the names because the gear goes right over the top. The man out of Jacksonville, Florida, who's the Florida commit. St. John's, Florida is his home. Greg and Heather, his family.
He just threw out 5 guys. Put the ball in the bag every time. Repeat. I'm big on a catcher repeating his actions, repeating his footwork. 185 there. That's not surprising. But repeating all your actions, repeating your exchange, repeating your footwork, repeating your arm stroke, and that leads to accurate throws. And it shows how much you've worked on that part of your game.
Maddox getting busy with those feet from Muskego, Wisconsin. Maddox Lassard, talented athlete. Maddox kind of flipped my lid a little bit. I don't know if he did this on purpose. He just says, I love watching Nate Snead pitch. And then he says, I love going back and watching old videos, and it means the world to me as Jonathan Griggs goes. I'll finish the thought in a minute on Lassard. Griggs, top 250 right around there, and a top 30 catcher in the country. Wofford commit.
It's like just there. You know he's a big guy. Just look at his lower half. And they're telling him to move back and all. But he comes, for a young man his size, he comes out of that crouch very well.
To finish the thought on Lassard quickly, he said, I love watching great pitchers pitch because as a catcher I learn a lot. And he mentioned on that list Don Sutton. So thank you, Maddox. You're either very wise to kiss up to the broadcaster, but he put Sandy Koufax, Nolan Ryan, Greg Maddox, Randy Johnson. So anyway, thank you. That's a humble honor for Pops to get mentioned in that list. John Stowers now. Top 5 catcher in the country, D.
Yeah. Going to Auburn. I think you mentioned Ike Irish earlier. It's going to be a first-round draft choice on Sunday. You played some more and more outfield this year, but is probably going to go back to catching and pro ball, I would imagine.
Stowers with a 4.2 GPA. Would love to graduate with that 4.2 GPA. Vernon Woodard, uncommitted catcher. Big opportunity for him. Vernon Grayson High School. Georgia Tech is the one that's highest on his list. Adriana and Maurice, his parents, and his favorite player, Jaron Duran. Loves watching the Red Sox star play, his passion and his drive.
For the goal team, number 6, Christopher
And by the way, 9 AP classes so far for this
AP
young
classes.
man.
Good for him.
194. Christopher Brown, another uncommitted catcher, Brentwood, Tennessee. And I'm watching closely if I'm a college coach. When you see an uncommitted catcher, it's such a hard position to lock down. It's a great, great opportunity for the catchers uncommitted at this event. I mean, really any position, but boy, the catchers.
I don't know whether there's anything harder in baseball, whether it's college or minor league baseball, than to be a teenage catcher. Because they've got to do so much extra work that other positions don't have to do, and catching bullpens and all the things that go into the catching job.
Yeah, we always forget about all the help that you have to provide as we see the talented catcher Cody Goff, the Select Festival alum as well. We were sharing with you earlier, if that name sounds familiar. Yes, Coco is cis and one of the great tennis players on the planet. He was a 21 and a 22 Perfect Game Select Festival athlete, currently a top 40 catcher in the country. And is committed to go play at Mizzou. Cody Goff. 184, big number.
Yeah, it was all about quickness. He has an exceptionally quick exchange, and being 5'7", there are things that helps you in baseball, and if your actions are shorter, that's going to benefit you on pop times. When you have the bigger catchers have to work very hard on staying compact, keeping their exchange and arm, short to sort of combat their length.
Well, Carson May's one of those bigger catchers to Kentucky commit. 4.0 GPA, wants to carry it through his senior year. Monica and Brandon, his parents.
Number 14, Dylan Moss.
Dean Moss is his brother. There's some draft buzz around Dean Moss, going higher than many would think. Both played together at IMG. Both are Northern Californians who have taken their schooling and their game all the way to IMG in Florida, but both are San Francisco Bay Area, I should say, guys.
I had a nice talk with Moss's parents back in Dean Moss's 14-year-old days, because the house I grew up in is about 4 blocks from the house where they live. So we had a little down home week and talking about similar places and everything like that. So that's always fun.
Dad is Kane, mom is Maha. That's who Dave spoke with. His favorite guys to watch: Buster Posey, Yadier Molina. No surprise, 190 pop time. I'm always very thankful. This is a simple thing, but if you're an elite athlete like Dean or Dylan and you've filled out a lot of these questionnaires because you get invited to events, most of the elite guys, here's a little tip for all you athletes out there, most of the top 20 guys do it every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time. And they could pass and think, well, Mr. Sutton and the old broadcast crew, they already have that from years gone by. And I always remind them, your life has changed since we connected.
Yes, your parents have the same names, but your favorite players, your volunteer things, the things that you think are tools you have to work on, all evolve and will continue to evolve.
Yeah, why you committed over the last year since we saw you. I agree. So thank you. Justin Munoz, Hackensack, New Jersey.
Justin just says he was our last infielder, will be our last catcher. Then we will be breaking down the field and setting up for batting practice.
He committed to Boston College's freshman year. He said, I love the campus, the coaches. And then when the coaches changed, I went to Virginia Tech, and I loved it as well. They got after me August 1st, and I committed a month later.
Forgot we had Jaworski Lane. Player number 12 white, but working out here with the first group.
Number 1 catcher in the country, number 3 player overall, and a famous prospect to say the least. And the athleticism that will allow him to go just about anywhere on the field he wants to.
And I think that's what will happen with Jaworski as he goes into, I would assume he'll be a sign out of high school guy with his talent level. You can never be sure. But he will play a lot of positions still in his development, and He may end up a catcher. He may end up in center field. He may end up anywhere because, as you said, he has that type of athleticism.
Well, we've seen the skills on day one come to an end. We saw the catchers with their strength. We saw Cody Goff really flex with a good quick feet pop time from behind home plate. Select festival athlete through the years, and now he's all grown up, looking ahead to his college journey at Mizzou, and obviously looking to turn the eyes of pro teams as well. 1-8-4 the top time. Gator Mbide, who went to LSU, and we'll take that game there a couple of years ago, had the best time ever. We're going to step aside. We're going to watch these young men swing the bat. We're just going to do some good old-fashioned BP, and we'll break it down a little bit. This ought to be fun. We'll step aside. Glad to have you with us at Perfect Games National Showcase. They call it Copper Square. It's gorgeous inside at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. It's a chance to watch these athletes hit. It's a chance to watch them. They'll have their game, their simulated game action against pitchers, but for batting practice, and certainly the flight of the ball matters if you're a scout. But David, are you getting a seat somewhere if you're scouting as much as you can on a side swing, or if you're scouting, are you watching from behind home plate? If you're working, where are you looking from?
I'm looking from right over the first base dugout, or ideally from far closer than that. Basically, if we get a camera shot where we can see where the PG signs are, that's where we would set up on that first base side every single time, because ideally you'd be on both the left-handed hitter, you'd switch, but that's just not, possible in the flow of a showcase. But you always want to be on that open side. If you look over, especially later as more and more scouts get here, that's where they will congregate over in the stands on the first base side. You can see a number of them over there right now. But that's the perfect angle. And I know people think, oh, they get 10 swings. Is that really enough time to evaluate? And it's more than enough time. You're seeing, everything you need to see with bat speed, with the whole mechanics of the swing. And when I'm evaluating, it's a very segmented. You look at the body type, you look at the stance, you look at their hands, because front foot and hands will throw off swings completely with the timing. But at the end of the day, it's about bat speed. It's about having a swing that you can repeat and get the barrel on the ball and create bat speed.
Everyone's setting up their shots. Everyone's setting up the batting practice station and the batting practice pitcher. I believe that's Lloyd Thompson down there, isn't it?
I believe it is.
And so we get ready to take a look at all that. We'll do our best to make sure our shots are lined up as well. This is a pretty fluid situation. Everyone sets up the scouting side shots. The producers set up their side shots as well. But we need a clean angle, too, from our top of the dugout for the live feed, for all those coaches and scouts and families that are watching from around the land. So we'll make sure that we have that as well. This is ever-flowing combine. So if you hopped in here for the first time, this is basically a baseball combine is what we're doing.
And I believe we're also going to get exit velocity, launch angle, and distance.
All right.
At least that's what they have up on the scoreboard. We will try to keep you updated on those if we're able to.
And we'll see what we get. I mean, we're partnering, and if not, we'll verbally share some interesting stuff, and hopefully our graphics will do our best to populate in partnership with the in-house technology that is used. It's funny, when we first started doing this event, we set up a lot of our own technology around ballparks, and when you partner with a major league team now, that's all built in, and it's no surprise. You folks know, as baseball fans, as Lloyd's going to loosen up, you know that you can grab your phone and watch a baseball game on your phone, and I mean walking it through the Game Day app and see the break and hear and look at how the velocity goes on your app. So these ballparks are retrofitted now.
And I think about things like, getting launch angle at this level is irrelevant to me, but exit velocity is something relevant. But I think if I've seen, I don't know how many thousands of batting practices in my life, and I mean the whole batting practice, not the players. I've probably seen 100,000 kids hit in batting practice. I might have had exit velocity and distance for maybe 10 of them. So, it's a different thing. When you've seen enough, they always say you can hear exit velocity. The ball comes off the bat different when somebody has legitimate bat speed, and that's very true. And of course, these players, batting practice is a major part of the evaluation, but it's not the only hitting drill they do. They'll do a number of different other exit velocity and different current technology measurements under the stadium. There's room set aside for all those drills, and all these players will go through those. They will, at video, and the numbers will appear on their individual profiles on the PG website. And that can be a very valuable tool for scouts and coaches alike to take a look at. We're just making sure all the cameras are ready and all the technology is in place, and we will have our first hitter, number 1 for Black, Gunnar Alm.
Special batting practice. First batting for the Black roster. Number 1, Gunnar Alm.
Gunnar from Columbus, North Carolina State. Polk County High School.
Now, obviously not one of the bigger players here, 6 foot, 165, but you can see the hand quickness there, and he's obviously going to get stronger as well, but pretty much lived on the barrel that whole round. It's been up to 96 on his exit velocity, is the best I've seen.
South Charlotte Panthers. Billy and Brandy, his parents. And he loves Pete Crow Armstrong.
I tell you, there's going to be more and more PGA
PCA, absolutely.
mentions in the next few years.
Levi Nikolai. Levi, a switch hitter. And he'll flip it around and bat from the right side. We'll flip around with him. Take a look at that side swing.
The first thing you want to see on a switch hitter, a lot of switch hitters, most even have very similar approaches from both sides, but you want to see the same type of bat speed and impact. Because especially if you're weaker from one side or the other, especially if you're weaker from the left side, you have to question whether it's worth switch hitting or not. And Nikolai's, pretty balanced from both sides from what I've seen so far.
He ran a 6.5 260 and taking part in the 17U WWBA, had a 5.56 on base at that event.
Now batting number 8, Lucas Kennedy.
Lucas Kennedy now. Tallahassee, Florida, heading up to Clemson. Multiple times he's been a PG regional, heavily decorated player. He was the sophomore WWBA MVP back in 2023. And in the classroom, Lucas, National Honor Society student. And he wraps his time.
Now batting number 9, Jeffrey Todd Darden.
Jeffrey Todd Darden, Oklahoma State commit from Cypress, Texas. Dad James, Mom Adrian. Is for Stick Scout travel team. Cody Kramer, the coach of that one. Back-to-back years an all-district player. Interesting watching these hitters, David, watching the hands work. A lot of times lesser of a leg kick because they can show you, the scouts, how their hands do work.
Yeah, and you don't, there are players that can get away with it, that they're able to be timed up. It's so rare for a young player, and I mean 16, 17-year-old, let alone younger, to be able to use that high leg kick and be timed. And they might say, oh, my favorite big leaguer does that. Well, your favorite big leaguer is 25 years old and a world-class athlete. You're not strong enough or well-timed enough to do that leg kick. And here's your young man, Nathaniel Davis.
Special.
But you look at the simple timer. Anything that makes your swing difficult to time is going to impact you negatively. If you look at Davis, how simple that is. Hands are set, they're into slot right away. A little back tap leg load, but nothing too extravagant, and he's right on time with every swing.
Yeah, so much to like about who he is.
That was 97 off the bat and off the right field wall. Do we have our first home run? Yes, we do.
99, too. 99 miles an hour.
Now batting number 12, R.J. Brewster.
Big smile on Nathaniel Davis's face as he walks back.
R.J. Groomster.
I was surprised RJ didn't take infield with the infield group because he's played a lot of second base. There's been a lot of speculation that that might be his best position down the road. But evidently, decided just to do the outfield today. But Aaron, the two things you see in young hitters that can be most destructive to their chances of hitting are the big leg raise that throws off the timing, and then when they're trying to lift the ball. And there's nothing is frustrating to see a 15-year-old who, because of the way things are in baseball now with lift, a 15-year-old who doesn't have the bat speed or the balance, the strength to really lift the ball using those type of swing mechanics that he's just not capable of doing yet. Those are swing changes you make when you're an adult or certainly a more mature athlete. But to see young kids, it's like, no, you don't know how to square up the ball yet. You don't know how to get the barrel in the zone on time yet. Don't try, big league things. Keep it simple, keep getting stronger, work on your barrel skills and your timing. And the time will come when you can start learning how to lift the ball.
Brady Harris has already turned this event on its ear with big metrics. Number 4 player in the country out of St. Augustine, Florida. Hit that one 97 miles an hour.
And look how simple Brady Harris is there. Just, the short stride, barely getting off the ground. If you want to project whether a player is going to be able to handle velocity at the next level, that's a swing that there's no reason with those mechanics he shouldn't be able to handle velocity, or those mechanics along with his inherent athleticism and bat speed.
98 miles an hour exit velocity that time. Number 1 outfielder in the country. He's a 2025 MLB Home Run Derby participant. He'll be at the All-Star game. What an honor. How neat is that? 95 exit velo there.
Yeah, his power has come across in games. It's not a swing right now that I'd say is a power-geared swing, but it's there.
Now batting left number 14, Matthew Kerrigan.
Matthew Kerrigan from the left side. We're talking about Matthew and his battle back from Tommy John surgery. He had a big stop at the 17U WWBA, played really, really well. Christian Yelich, his guy. He loves watching Christian Yelich hit. He's learned a ton from him. '6A All-State honoree, outfield and left-handed pitcher, back-to-back All-State honoree, National Honor Society. And he's had a chance to work with Stephen Drew quite a bit, the former major leaguer who played short in this ballpark. So Stephen Drew, a big impact, not only as a baseball teacher, but as a teacher of young men.
We were talking about Gunnar Henderson earlier. Christian Yelich's path to being a big league all-star, very similar in that when he was this age, he hadn't grown, he wasn't strong enough, hadn't grown into his body to show the tools that he eventually developed. He went from being not a top 100 player in the country, although he did play at the PG National, to being a first-round draft choice just between, July and March of his senior year. So any number of these players could change physically that much and become the next Gunnar Henderson, Christian Yelich in their physical development and just blossom at this age of their life.
Now batting black number 15, Ben Kuglich.
Ben Kuglich. They talk about the Kuglich Thanksgiving, about 40 family members. Dad's from a family of 11. And then his mom started a decade ago the Thankful Book. 2 pages dedicated every single year. Everyone passes it around, speaks of what they're thankful for. They document it and keep it within the family. Mookie Betts, his favorite player to watch.
That's interesting. You said that you mentioned before about Dylan Minity, about him saying, you know, we've had it pretty good. This is one thing in my life that, you know, didn't work out, but I've had it pretty good. And, you know, you just relayed that about the Kuglich family. I like that family aspect where you're saying, you know, we've had it pretty good. And I think it's something a lot more people can probably afford to say. You know, take the good things in life, because there are so many of them.
There are grateful. There is so much to be grateful for sure. Ben, it's kind of a family practice. By the way, he played varsity football freshman and sophomore year too, so that's in his background.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's in the pitching rotation, but I want to see that young man pitch later. I'll have to look up the rotations and see if he's on there for an inning late in one game.
If you do visit the website, perfectgame.org, and go to the National Showcase page, the rotation is there. So if you're scouting, if you're watching for a reason, and you're a college coach, the rotations are there. It'll download into your device, and you can take a look at who's pitching when. And then make it destination viewing as Luke Labby out of Jacksonville, Florida hits. AP student, 4.4 GPA. Dad played and coached at the D1 level, has been around baseball for 30 years.
He's almost a kid you can tell his father was a coach, because watching him in the infield behind the plate at, you know, here and during batting practice, there's a lot of really sound, fundamental, balanced things that he does that show, you know, a pretty high degree of coaching.
I did ask each of them, David, this year, what brings you joy? That was the simple question.
Okay.
What brings you joy? He said, I am brought joy by being around the people I love. My family means everything to me, said Luke. They're in Spain right now, so I miss them. But they bring me so much joy. Good group of friends off the field who don't play baseball bring me a lot of joy as well. And he also goes on to say, my girlfriend brings me joy, as well as my friends who I play baseball with. So I figured that's in your kind of your vein of what you're talking about, gratefulness. It's some great answers that you'll hear throughout the next few days on what brings these athletes joy.
Well, hopefully parents are watching from Spain on PGTV.
I'm sure they are. Maddox Lassard from Muskego High School in Wisconsin, GRB. Greg Reinhardt coaches that program. He plays for them. He has not made his decision yet. He said a highlight, though, was meeting Coach Jay Johnson in his office at LSU. He was authentic, and he outlined his recruiting process. He also told me a story about he was a big football fan, and his brother intercepted a pass from Aaron Rodgers in high school. Jay Johnson shared that story with Maddox. Kellyanne and Mike, his parents. Baseball family, I wonder. One son's name is Maddox. His brother's name is Koufax. You tell me if it's a baseball family.
They probably have a cousin Ryan or something as well.
Muskego High School, they won the 2025 Wisconsin Interscholastic Athletic Association State Championship. All-state catcher. Also played back in the years, football and baseball as well. And he's a reclass. Was a 27, now up to this 26 class.
Now batting black number 18, Parker Love.
By the way, I asked Maddox what gives him joy. He said, seeing people be kind to one another. I'm going to move you with these, David.
Yeah.
I thought I had you in mind when I asked that question.
You may have shifted me from favorite player to another question. That was the farthest ball so far, 99 and 402 to straightaway center field.
Parker Lowe, Jennifer Doreen, his parents. He is an only child. Bobby Witt, Fernando Tatis, and Acuna are players he loves to watch play the game. And this is a 4.4 plus student throughout high school. 101 exit velocity.
Yeah, he is crushing some balls. 102 there to the middle of the field. And it's not a pull approach. He sets up closed at the plate, and it's very much a gap-to-gap approach. But that was as good a bat speed as we've seen so far.
B. Marsh is from Mocksville, North Carolina. Scott Clemens, Kyle Bridges, they coach that South Charlotte Panthers team. He plays for that really good program. Kim and Greg, his parents, all-state competitor.
That's about as short and direct a swing as you're going to find.
'91 off the bat. He takes that one to the track. Well, that's short and quick, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not going to get any shorter than that. And, you know, you can get a little bit of length can be very positive, but to be that short, you have to be strong. Just looking at Marshall, you can tell he's worked at getting strong. He's you know, upper and lower halves, but that's going to be a high contact swing, you know, moving forward.
LSU commit Jordan Martinez wants to win a state championship this year. That's on his short list at Trinity Christian Academy.
Well, Trinity Christian, if they can find the pitching, they've got Brady Harris and Jordan Martinez in the middle of the lineup, in the middle of the field defensively. So that's a good start. And I know Harris at least is also a very accomplished, you know, pitcher. He doesn't pitch at events like this, but in high school, you know, he's a very good pitcher. I guess when you throw 100 from the outfield, that's a good building block.
Jordan says what brings him joy, baseball, family, and friends. He says those things are somewhat impenetrable. They bring me joy whether I'm having a good day or a bad day. Kind of fun to unlock that thought in the, and by the way, I put in the question for the athletes, asterisk, joy can be defined as the emotion evoked by well-being, success, or good fortune, or by the prospect of possessing what one desires. I helped them with that.
Yes. You led them on a very positive note there.
Sure. South Florida commit, Ivan Sabater. This ballpark is so suited for an event like this. Yvonne plays for the Jeff Petty coached Canes National Mets scout team. .93 miles an hour that time. He ran a 6.660 earlier today. had a chance to play up, Yvonne, and pitch at Jupiter last year, a year younger than most, and touched 93 on the mound as a pitcher. '94 the week before that at the Underclass World Championship.
Now you've got me thinking about what my answer is. Can you send me one of those questionnaires? I'll fill it out
I will.
tonight.
I'm going to send it to you.
And maybe tomorrow when we're doing another set of drills or something, we can go through my answers.
One of our favorites is right here. His name is R.J. Cope. Great family, Georgia Premier Academy. He's a left-handed pitcher. He also maintains his status as a two-way player.
And he may be the career leader in most PG events played.
Veronica and Robin are his parents. He stands 6'8". Robin Cope Jr. .95 miles an hour as he takes that one toward the alley here at Chase Field. Left-handed pitcher. I think I said that, but just want to make it clear. Left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. Just hit it 97 a moment ago. He said, I love Shohei because he does what I want to do. Parentheses, two-way. He's successful. But he also shows what it means to be a Hall of Fame caliber player and person when he's on the field. And I'm here to say he handles his business the same way.
Yeah.
He's almost outgrown our shot, by the way. You see the side swing? He's almost outgrown our shot.
He's outgrowing the batter's box, too.
.94 miles an hour. He feels like his hitting has grown quite a bit, seeing the baseball better, walking a lot more. More extra base hits, more contact. A real bright future for him.
Yes.
I mean, to say the least. That's the first time we've said his name because he did not take part out there. He'll pitch. Jonathan Griggs, the Wofford commit, the catcher. Number 3 catcher in Georgia is one of the catchers on the MLB Breakthrough Series team. Just got done playing for Breakthrough Series in the 17U WWBA in Georgia. Had a 500 on base. He played really well in Jupiter last year, playing up a year, Dave. He had 7 hits. He had a 583 on base.
That went into the bullpen, just a little foul.
He one hopped it into the seats.
Yeah.
Now batting black, number 25, Cole Koeniger.
This one could be fun. Koeniger, the number 17th ranked prospect in the country from Keller, Texas. You can see the size there, a big, strong right-handed hitter.
And he lets us know it's, interestingly enough, Koeniger like vinegar. I love when you ask an athlete to give a pronunciation and they give one that makes sense. So Cole Koeniger plays for Coach Rob Stramp at Keller High School. I'm waiting for David's assessment because that was leaned on.
Well, the one before that, he got way out in front and one-armed it and went 360. So
97, that last one, 97 miles an hour.
He certainly's on the barrel. He's last 6-7 swings have been, you could lay them over each other. Just solid line drives, left center field. 90 to 97, very consistently.
Dominic Santorelli, Louisville commit, first baseman. Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin.
'99 off the bat on that one.
Santorelli plays for R.J. Fergus at Hitters Baseball Academy. Guys like Jared Kelnick played at a program like that. If you were looking for a name from the past, another pretty good left-handed hitter. Dan McDonald is unafraid, by the way, to recruit and build from Midwestern and Northeastern baseball
Illinois
players.
and Wisconsin.
He loves it.
Oh, yeah.
He loves the grit, the gut, that they have to deal with the weather. They're Coach McDonald kind of guys.
421, 103.
Yes!
On that drive into the right center field fence. That's our biggest blast of the day significantly.
Look at Big Dom leaning on the baseball, hitting at 421.
His whole key is getting that front foot down. He sets up wheel open and spread, and you can just see that when he gets the foot down on time, the bat speed and the strength that's going to be there. I had a couple over 100 exit velocity.
Mr. Gates skewed with some pretty big numbers, ran well, ran quickly. Middle infielder, top 400 player, top 100 shortstop. 95 miles an hour that time. Texas A&M commit. .94 miles an hour exit velocity. .96 miles an hour that time.
There's definite twitch and bat speed there. It's just he has such a steep plane through the ball right now that if you don't match that plane with the plane of the pitch, it's just harder to square it up. And a lot of impact, but most of them on the ground that round.
Kevin Roberts Jr. is the #1 player in Mississippi, the #2 outfielder in the land. He's a 3-time Select Festival athlete. He's still 16 years old. Plays for Wow Factor, and again at Jackson Prep, where Connor Griffin was his baseball big brother. This is a big name in our world.
I mentioned his prowess as a track and field athlete, especially the triple jump. His dunk reels on highlights on YouTube are pretty fun to watch too.
Ran a 6.460 earlier today. Had a 571 on base percentage for Wow Factor at the recently wrapped 17U WWBA. All of 6'5". Kind of has that same frame that Connor Griffin had before going on to pro ball.
Connor Griffin's playing shortstop now?
Yeah, he's playing like a madman, too.
Yes.
His numbers are crazy.
Yeah, I've seen them, but the idea that he, how many times have we seen Connor Griffin play, and he never played shortstop for a minute of it. And I guess when you're that athletic, it's just like, oh, do you want to try to do this? Sure, I'll try it.
Javorsky Lane Jr., uncommitted, number 3 player overall. Fort Worth, Texas. 3-time Select Festival athlete as well. Number 1 catcher in the nation. Said, I want to grow bigger, faster, stronger, and grow mentally for my senior year. I want to keep good grades, too, and see what the Lord has planned for my future after high school. Those are his thoughts about what he hopes to do. Shanguti is his mom. Javia, Jaunya, and Journey, his sisters. 1 brother, 3 sisters at home. Jaworski says, being around my baseball brothers, playing the game we love so much and competing at high levels brings me a lot of joy. 97 miles an hour and out of here.
Got into that last one. He's had a little bit of timing problems the whole round. He's got a little hand hitch, and he just hasn't gotten timed up. And really until that one, he hit into the left field seats.
And went to the track the other way at 94 miles an hour.
Now batting, Columbia Blue.
352 Oppo.
Ashton Balu, Arizona commit. It was his second that he stepped on a campus in Tucson at U of A that he felt like he was home. Coach DeMello, Coach Hale are the best out there. He's pumped to learn and compete for Arizona in the years ahead. So that wraps the time for Ashton.
Number 5, Henry Apt.
And we'll watch Henry Apt hit. We were talking about Henry earlier. Plays for the Knights Nation team. We were speaking about Connor Griffin earlier. That's Connor Griffin's travel team as well. Apt at Hartfield Academy.
Apt looks like a hitter, with that strength throughout. He's got short arms, he's left-handed, and you can just look at him and say, that's probably a hitter.
Yeah, 99 miles an hour on a line drive. Quick hands through the zone, as you talked about, that pretty left-handed swing. 93 as he rips the hands through the zone.
He's got a nice rhythm, that swing. He gets his hands back on time. He loads his hands back right there, but he does it early enough so he's just getting the barrel, hands into slot earlier. Not trying to do too much, just hitting gap to gap, although that one's deep to right, warning track.
97 miles an hour. By the way, update, he ran a 6.39.62, so there's some speed there.
Until he's a young man whose 491 ranking is going to change significantly.
And 92 miles an hour, that swing on a one hopper through the infield. Got that one down off the end a bit, but took a shot at the pool at 96 miles an hour.
Now batting Columbia's blue number 7.
He's fun to watch. Henry's a good one.
Yeah, that was a good round. He's shown his athleticism so well, and
Ethan Bass-O-Matic. Ethan Bass. That's for Dan Aykroyd and SNL fans who are over 50 years old. 55 player overall, the top 20 and Cincinnati Reds scout team. But to me, it's in this calling right here, without the cage over you, the turtle, if you will, the netting, it'd be so tempting to try and get big. That one takes a ride toward the wall, just shy of it. He ran a 6.660.
miles an hour off the bat on that. We haven't seen a whole lot of 100-mile-an-hour exit velocities yet. I'm sure there are plenty more to come over the next 5 days here.
Now batting Columbia blue number 8, Blake Bryant.
Blake Bryant is a Clemson commit from Douglas, Georgia. Ranked 85th in the country.
Right-handed pitcher primarily, and you can look at that build and see the pitcher in him. Long, lean legs, plenty of growing left.
From Douglas, Georgia, Citizens Christian Academy. Joe and Sally, his parents. He's a pitcher who loves Spencer Strider. That's the guy who he has enjoyed learning the most from. He said he's someone who never gives up, even after an injury. He didn't quit. Someone who is mentally strong, and I love his body language. He said there's a little edge to him, and I like that. Excellent basketball player, part of a state runner-up basketball team. He was all-region this past year, all-state. So this is a true athlete who is a good basketball player, too.
I've always loved hearing about the two-way athletes. You mentioned Richardson before with the two-way to Georgia Tech, and Kevin Roberts and his three-sport stuff. It's always fun learning about these athletes, and you don't always find out right away that they're an all-region basketball player or, you know, a stud quarterback. Although later on, we're going to have one of the top quarterbacks in the country take the field.
We watch Bubba Coleman now in the batter's box. Those bright orange shoes. Sharing with you earlier, has made his move. Lisa, Glenn, his family back here to Arizona to play at Hamilton High School this year, and has made his commitment to Alabama. Since January, he's added 20 pounds to that frame. He said, my power has grown quite a bit. First team All-State back in Georgia in the school year. 3.85 GPA. Coleman gives way to TCU commit and first baseman Logan Corley from Lucas, Texas. That's a base hit. First one 94 off the bat. Corley plays for the Doolins Dodgers travel team. Alumni, if you're curious about an interesting one, how about Mookie Betts? After he graduated high school, did not play at this age, after he graduated high school, played in a couple events for the Doolins Dodgers.
And he came back later in Jupiter after he was a big leaguer and coached first base for the Dodgers through the whole Jupiter event. I remember walking from the parking lot with Tim Doolin and Mookie Betts all the way to the back fields on the far end. It was one of the most enjoyable conversations I've had in memory.
I love that.
Yeah. It's great watching, players go and give back, and their season's over. They want to stay on the field. They've got the long-lasting relationships. Tim Doolin and Mookie Betts obviously did.
Hey, by the way, Colin Harrison's hitting. West Virginia commit, plays for the Indiana Prospects. That last swing elicited 94 off the bat, 94 miles an hour.
In fact, I was thinking about, when I made the offhanded comment about, send me your questionnaire so I can fill it out. I start thinking about, because I don't have, my favorite players are from experiences with them, not a favorite team or this. And when I was thinking, okay, who would that be? And one of the first players I thought of was Mookie Betts. And there's such a selflessness in him being a Gold Glove outfielder and saying, oh, sure, I'll play shortstop. It's like, really? Not even second base would be fine, but you're going to just go play shortstop at 32 years old when you're one of the top outfielders in baseball, future Hall of Famer? Sure.
Son of Allison and Brad Harrison, Colin Harrison wraps his time now. Excellent soccer player in his younger days and a 3.86 student in the classroom. Harrison wraps. Luis Hernandez now, Clemson commit. Yeah, certain things stick with you. It was a couple of years ago, to put a bow on the Betts conversation, in this ballpark when Mookie and the Dodgers were visiting, that we requested access to Mookie to talk about those days, the old days. And he said yes, and we were set up all the way, the visiting dugouts on the first base side here, the home dugout and clubhouse on the third base side. We only were able to get a room, and thank you, Diamondbacks, but a private room. And Mookie had to walk a good 150 yards from his clubhouse. Didn't complain one time. I had a similar walk as you had to the parking lot, and sat down and gave us 20 minutes on a day in which he was going to play for the Dodgers that night. So, yep, there are just certain people that are different. It's Clemson commit. It's for that power team, that Orlando, Florida-based team. Great program. A newer program, if you will, maybe less than a decade old, a Clemson commit. That last one, 93 miles an hour. Coach Eric Bakich, the head coach at Clemson, his son took part in the junior national showcase. That last one, 100 miles an hour, and out of here.
370 on the distance.
Another 100 off the bat.
And another one deep into the bullpen there, off the back bullpen wall at 382.
81 miles an hour, still some distance. Into the pen. Okay, that was around, huh?
He got his timing down, figured it out, and showed us his power and bat speed.
Harrison Kiddare from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That's why Kiddr is pronounced Kiddare, because it's Baton Rouge. And I appreciate him reminding that. He's a football player and a good one, and he wants to win a state championship in both football and baseball this year at Catholic High School. Candace and Glenn, his parents.
He's going to the right school to do it. The Catholic's certainly one of the top athletic schools in the state of Louisiana.
Real quick, Dave, watch, and I'll tell you what he said. He said he's evolved a lot in the last year. He's grown from a leg kick to a more repeatable and consistent toe tap.
Good. He's being well coached. Let me focus on that. Yeah, it's that little teeny back toe tap. And we have had some players who struggled with their rounds just in the last 15, 20 minutes because of that getting your foot down on time. It's such a fundamental thing to hitting that when you see it, it's like, wait a minute. You must be really talented to have succeeded to this level with that kind of timing mechanism. But let's get rid of it and do that.
Yeah, a little toe tap, 95 to the track. Good stuff. Good air.
Number 14, William Lurie.
Wilkin Lurie is a High Point commit. He's for Charlotte Baseball Academy national team. Wants to study business when he heads off to college. Before he heads off to college, he makes it clear one of his goals is to spend as much time with his grandparents as possible. He said, they've been my #1 fans from afar. They've watched my journey through the stories, every phone call after games, every tournament. I want to make sure I give them as much time as I can before I go to college. That'll move you, right?
Yeah.
Listening to that. High school first team all-conference competitor. 98 exit velocity.
Now batting Columbia Blue, number 15, Joshua Newton.
Joshua Newton, outfielder, uncommitted. Westfield, Indiana. He's another Doolin Dodgers competitor.
I'm still getting used to the Doolin Dodgers being Texas-based now instead of Tennessee-based. Because Doolin Dodgers are one of the really, really old school travel organizations. And you mentioned, Power Marucci as being recently as being a top last 10 years program. But just thinking about the original teams, the ones that were in the first Jupiter almost 30 years ago, and Doolin's Dodgers, and we've mentioned South Carolina Panthers a few times. Those old programs have a warm place in my heart because so many of them were ahead of their times. Travel ball is just in the last 2 decades has grown exponentially, if not whatever the next word up is for exponential. And they were on the ground floor.
So Newton wraps his time.
Now batting Columbia Blue, number 16, Jack Ryan.
And Jack Ryan, the Cincy man. As we were talking about earlier, he had a chance to, a couple of years back, pitch in Great American Ballpark, win a big game, a state title game.
Primary right-handed pitcher.
Actually, is over at St. Xavier High School. I think I maybe had him in Moeller. He's at St. Xavier for Don DiGiacomo. Team Elite scout team. Jamie Crane coaches there. Mark and Sue, his parents.
He's being allowed to hit because, along with pitching at the and being a very successful pitcher, 12 innings and a couple starts at the 17U WWBA, he also hit .333 with 2 bombs and 8 RBIs. So I think that's why he's being allowed to hit here.
Co-player of the year in his conference baseball. He said, big accomplishment for me, especially as a two-way player, all city, all state, for the 3rd year in a row in Ohio. Jack Rye.
I'm looking at his pitching numbers from 17U, and they have a line that I absolutely love. He threw 12 innings and did not issue a walk in those 12 innings. So he'll be a fun one to watch on the mound, maybe even later today.
Marty Party now. Martin Sheelar.
He actually put that on his questionnaire.
Yes, he's been he's a very, very respected and famous guest on MLB Round Trip with Perfect Game.
He also hit that about 12 rows deep.
Yeah.
414, 102 off the bat.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
Scott and Kara, his parents.
Yeah, he's one of the more athletic players in this class, and he just hit another one at about the same place.
107. He hit it 107 miles an hour.
And that's easy. I mean, this is not a max effort swing. This is just a combination of twitch and strength and starts in that very narrow open, taps in, but he does it all early enough that he stays on time. He just lined that one into
104.
That was a line drive that reached the seats.
96. .103.
Yeah, this is the first real wow round, batting practice round of the day. And we've had some good ones. I'm not saying that there haven't been some really good ones, but this is the first wow round. This is different bat speed round. Well, he opened it up on that one a bit.
A million miles into the sky, 96 miles an hour, and again up toward that Chase Field roof.
Yeah, his last 2 swings, he decided to go for it, and got a little out of his element there, but he was sure doing well before that.
Look at David. He's making sure he gets his invite to the Marty Party after that one. Now you like that nickname.
Oh, yeah.
Now you like it.
Yeah. And
David's down with nicknames if you can hit.
Yeah. And you're going to be hearing more of that name, whether it's his real name or his Marty Party nomer.
John Stowers, catcher, Aces National. He's an Auburn commit. That last one, 94 off the bat. Another 94 as he takes it down the line. 6 foot 204. Stowers from Mobile.
2-time Select Festival player. And obviously a left-handed catcher is always going to get your attention.
After his 8th grade year, Auburn found a video of him hitting, asked him to come to a camp. This before the age changed to junior in high school. Said, I showed up on July 1st, and by July 3rd, they asked me to commit. I did. Auburn was my #1 school, and I've been committed since between 8th and 9th grade, the son of Melissa and David. Brother Jack, by the way, is a midshipman at the United States Naval Academy.
Good for him. He should be proud of his younger brother who left the yard there, had a very solid round.
And 97, that last one, and Landon Tomey now. is saying loves Bobby Witt play. Loves watching him play. First team All-State competitor, Tomey. Nazareth Academy, Burr Ridge, Illinois. Tennessee commit. Older sister, by the way. There are 2 Tomey offspring, Jim and Andrea Tomey. Lila, who is 22, and Landon. And he said, one of my favorite family traditions, and boy, I can understand this one, going to Cooperstown every year for the Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Oh, yeah.
With Dad. And every single year, once you're a Hall of Famer. I lost my father back in 2021, but being able to take part in those memories and meeting the greats of the game, just as a kid of the Hall of Famer is still unforgettable.
How many induction ceremonies did you go to?
I didn't get to go to a ton, only about 4.
Only 4, okay.
Well, he stayed busy. Then I got a real job where I was always having to ask for time off. The time that I was a big league announcer, it was hard to get that time off, but gosh, covet it like Landon does, I'm sure.
From what I've read, the players enjoy and value after they've been inducted, those years after that, where they're treated like baseball royalty, which of course they are, and the pressure's off,
yep,
so to speak. They don't have to speak. They don't have to go through all the ceremonies. It's just hanging with your peers.
Ty Tillery now. Tillery from the right side. Mom is Shasta. Dad is Danny. Trey Phelps. You remember PG All-American, folks? Trey Phelps.
Oh, yeah, he's been hammering the ball for University of Georgia.
That's his favorite player to watch play. He says he has positive energy. He's like a kid playing the game he loves.
You remember the hat he wore?
He did, like an oversized fun hat.
He was the life of the party for his All-American game.
A lot of length there. You can see it. 6'4", about 200 pounds.
Another young man we will see pitch later, but he's a full two-way guy. I mean, you look at his at-bats every year. He's getting 60, 70 at-bats in PG play, hitting over 300 every year. So he's got a reason to be hitting here at PG National.
Three-time first-team All-State competitor, 14U Select Festival, and an all-region football player as well with a 3.9 GPA. This will be fun. Malachi Washington, East Cobb Astros, his travel team, and LSU, his commitment. Number 11 player in the land. Parkview High School, Dave was telling you about that earlier. He said, I'd really love to make that run as Gatorade Player of the Year in Georgia, as they all would. He said, I either want to find myself drafted a year from now or not long after that, starting as a freshman at LSU. Aleka and Jamie, his parents. One family tradition that he has not changed is before every single game, he texts both mom and dad in a group text, I love you, before he goes out and plays. Well, he's heavily decorated as an athlete, football and baseball. And like everyone else, Malachi has
Now batting Columbia Blue, number
decided he's going to take on pickleball just a little bit, and he loves it. Here's Vernon Woodward. Uncommitted athlete. Vern, as he is called by those that love him most, and his friends. Adriana and Maurice, his parents. His Region's Player of the Year and an all-state competitor on the baseball field.
I don't want to hear about young kids playing pickleball anymore.
No?
No.
Okay.
That's for us old folk. You know, young, highly athletic people, no, do something else. Leave it for us.
Get a lot of pressure from my friends to play pickleball. Uncomfortable pressure. Let them know you sound like you're trying to recruit me to a cult. I'll play when I'm ready.
You haven't succumbed yet.
I did years ago when it first started, like a decade plus ago. Played a little bit, liked it. I didn't get back into it. Then it got hot, and all my friends that are doing it shame me that I don't play. Just shame me as we watch Vernon hit. Good bat-to-ball skills. Drives the ball to all parts of the field. And disciplined at the plate. That's his self-scouting report. 4 AP classes last year. Come on, Vernon. 4?
Makes it a lot easier to graduate from college early. You take all those AP classes.
Isn't that the truth?
It's one of the best investments you can make as a high school student is getting into as many of those AP classes as possible.
Yeah, that or dual enrollment helps out a ton. One or the other, you're exactly right.
Now batting Columbia Blue, number 23.
Fabiananto Santi Soto from Stetson. That's where his commitment is, Stetson University. Another power baseball guy. .92 miles an hour that time. And they have a family meal every Friday night. They get as many as can and their family together. His sis Camilla is 16 years old, but every Friday my family and I eat pizza, whether it's Papa John's or Pizzeria Uno. That's a tradition we brought from our favorite pizza restaurant when we lived in Puerto Rico, but we make sure, as important as the pizza is the time we have together every Friday.
Pizza Fridays.
And his guy is Francisco Lindor.
I'm surprised you don't hear more players saying Francisco Lindor is their favorite guy, the guy they pattern themselves after, because not only is he so good, but he's so positive.
Mm-hmm.
He's just one solid positive vibe. Plays every day, plays hard.
I predict you will hear him more throughout this event.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
I feel that prediction is probably based on some prior knowledge.
There may be some searches and search engines that are combined with this biographical survey. I think you will hear that name quite a bit more. It's moved into that kind of what used to be Mike Trout zone, I'd call it. And it's not that Mike Trout people don't enjoy him, they do, but a guy like Lindor is high in the top of the list.
When I mentioned during infield drills, the best ever drill I saw was by Carlos Correa. I said there were two that stood out. Lindor was the other one.
Not a
feel the
surprise.
need to mention. Although his was just more, his hands were so fast. He had the fastest hands, the fastest glove, at that age that you would ever want to see.
When he talks about Morrison, his commitment to USC, he uses these words. He says, USC is a community, it's a family, it's a foundation of South Central Los Angeles, Watts, and Compton, and I'm honored to be a part of it. He said, I went to a showcase in front of all the coaches, and USC saw something in me. He said, I'm going to do everything I can to prove that they're correct in their assessment.
Proving that somebody is correct is a lot more positive motivator than proving that somebody was wrong.
I love it. I agree with you. It's nice when someone or a group or a team believes in you. Jack Richardson, Georgia Tech commit, ranked 180th in the country. Being able to adjust within the batter's box since the first of the year, he said, has grown a lot for me. Confidence that I will get my pitch. If not, I'm comfortable walking. Pitch recognition's been a big part of Jack's evolution. He's a great defensive end and a great tight end. Football player.
I was just going to look up what positions he plays.
State championship, or a runner-up in the state championship with Marist. A first-team All-State guy, defensive end, tight end. 4-star recruit from Tom Lemming. High 3 stars on 3. Ranked as the number 148 football player in Georgia. AAU USA track and field star as well. Throwing the javelin.
Throwing the javelin.
Winning 12 Georgia State age group titles. 12.
That may be the first time I've ever heard about a player, baseball prospect, throwing the javelin.
Well, that's Jack.
Because there's so many states that don't even allow the javelin.
Right.
Good for him. 3 sports stand out. Got a couple of those now.
Back in the day, there once was a magazine, all you younger kids out there, called Sports Illustrated. And they had this section called Faces in the Crowd for unique things that were done athletically outside of the Derek Jeters of the world. And the man who just wrapped up a minute ago, Jack, was one of the faces in the crowd because for one big week, he was a javelin champ, a Georgia Youth Golf Tournament championship, and then hit 3 home runs to help his Little League team win. There you go. As Troy Fisher hits. Faces in the crowd.
I read that every single week, one of the first things.
There once was a thing back in the day, you young people, that we held in our hands, and we read from it, and it wasn't electronic.
You read box scores in the sporting news. When the only source of minor league statistics was Baseball America.
I recall. 92 miles an hour as Troy took that one to the track. Earlier today, Troy ran a 6.5 60 and had a nice WWBA 17U for the Royal Scout team with a .429 on base percentage recently.
I would invest in some Troy Fisher stock.
Okay.
I know he's not committed. He's ranked 500th. He's obviously earned his way here late, but he's been a very impressive athlete and so projectable still. Logan Schmidt up, the newest member of the 2026 class, recently reclassified. And he is a fun one to watch on the mound, mature beyond his years.
Low plays for BPA. Love that program. Jared Sandler runs it.
3-time Select Festival player who's Not surprisingly, for a reclass, still 16 years old.
His mom is Jessica. Lexi is his sis, 15. Liv is 14. And then his grandma and papa are part of his day-to-day life as well. So he's got a superstar mom in Jessica. Skubal. Tarek Skubal. That's his guy. And he loves the Phillies. That's his favorite team. Loves them. Watches them all the time. So there you go. It's a little bit about this Logan Schmidt, who I think David's going to keep being talked about quite a bit.
Yes.
You ready to go to Gold?
Sure, let's go to Gold. Halfway through batting practice. I love all these mentions of Jim Thome and Tariq Skubal and even Mookie Betts, who was a 5th rounder. But Skubal was, like, I believe, a 9th rounder out of the University of Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jim Thome was a 13th rounder out of Nowhereville, rural Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, there's, it's not all the guys who are in the top 10 rankings, and it's not all the superstars. It's players develop at different pace.
That's one of the exciting things about the change in the recruiting rules. August 1st, junior year, after your junior year or heading into your junior year, an athlete can be communicated with, and that allows the late bloomers to bloom. Maybe not get discouraged. Evens out the playing field just a little bit. John Moore now, Miami commit. Scout boss Greg Sabers down by the first base dugout, reminding that great team and the black team. I believe it's the Gray. Is it the Gray? For sure, the black team to get out there and go shag. Need some humans in the outfield. They're populating as we watch John hit.
Or with that very spread, no stride approach, you look at that, and the first thing you think is going to be a high contact, middle away type of player. And as a runner, he's really has shown great tools so far today with his running and his throwing.
Juan and Kristen, his parents, brothers Mason and Nathan. Moore gives way to Cale Barney now. Nolensville High School in Tennessee. Chad and Lindy, his parents, and his unique family tradition, Cale Barney, is they do play a family game of Twister before they open Christmas presents. I think you or I would end up on the IL if we had to play Twister before.
Do they still sell Twister?
Of course they do.
I wouldn't even have played Twister when I was 15.
Here's Christopher Brown. Another Tennessee man. Barney from Tennessee, Nolensville, Tennessee. Brown from Brentwood, Tennessee, a catcher, uncommitted.
It's an aggressive move into contact there. Throwing that lower half at the ball.
I look forward to you watching a game that we broadcast here in a bit, and you can hear about Christopher Brown's family traditions. He just hit that one 97 and off the wall. He detailed his mom's passions for every holiday. And there is something going on in January, March, Easter, birthdays, 4th of July, October, Christmas, where every room in the home is decorated. He said, honestly, he ends it by this. You'll hear the stories during the game. My mom's love for tradition makes everything more fun, and it's stuff like that I'll always remember. He said she decorates the whole house green for St. Patrick's Day. Christian Doty hits now, just to put a bow on Chris Brown. He said, too, that Easter's quite competitive as far as the Easter egg hunts go. Things get a little uncomfortable at that time.
Oh, I just made me think of my wife, who starts thinking about next year's Christmas decorations in early January.
Come on, your wife is a lovely woman. I agree with her.
She loves herself some Christmas.
I knew I liked your wife beyond these reasons that I already do. She's a saint, obviously, for being your wife. We'll start with that. We know that. I love that. I get a hard time in my house because I start talking about Christmas like on the 27th of December.
Yeah.
Christian Doty, Olive Branch, his home in Mississippi. EBC, his travel team. He wants to wrap up his high school time with the 4.0. He was a 14U Select Fest member. Cody Goff led all catchers with a swift pop time. He'll now swing the bat. Delray Beach, Florida, Boca Raton, that area. Switch hitter turns it around and hits from the other side. 21 and 22 Select Festival athlete. He's been to 70 perfect game events.
He's already played in 32 PG tournament games this summer, hitting 368 in those games.
Oh, good for him.
He's got a little different swing from both sides. It's much more of a high contact, high average right-handed swing, and there's more extension and more power potential from the left side.
Now batting gold number 9, Josh Horvath.
Josh Horvath. Tall, athletic. Frame can fill in even more, but a lot of length to work with as a hitter for sure. Good leverage, 91 miles an hour that time. Exit velocity.
Yeah, I don't have his numbers yet. They haven't populated from this event, but looking at his page, 97 from the outfield, 6'5" runner, and 93 from the mound. So all from last year. So that's a very talented athlete all over the field.
So he's a great swimmer, and that was a big part of his younger years. 17 through 19. State meet back in 2019 in the state of Texas. Great runner, runs distance, cross country.
He's a 6'5" runner in the 60, and he's a distance guy?
Distance guy.
Jeez.
16. He ran the 1600 and 800 and was a regional champion. And swam distance as well. He's got a swimmer's body, by the way.
Oh, yeah. He also must have lungs and a heartbeat like nothing else.
Keon time. Let's watch Keon hit together. And Many years ago at a large perfect game gathering, he was given what was called the Stay the Course Award for athletes that had gone through challenges, and he was encouraged by those. I was lucky enough to MC that fun event. A lot of Major League alumni were there, and he earned that Stay the Course Award, and he stayed the course and even been more focused on that course. This was probably 3 or 4 years ago. Mookie Betts, he plays the game calm and collected, and he's a spark plug, but he plays it the right way. That's his favorite player. This last year's GIAA State Player of the Year, the 2025 State Player of the Year, Gatorade Player of the Year, Keon Johnson. That's tough to win that award as a junior.
Yes. And in Georgia, you've got a pretty steep group of competitors you're being compared to.
Out of Moore, Oklahoma, Josiah Kemp. Montana graduated from OU. That's his school of commitment. .3 GPA in the classroom.
I want to look up Matt, get some video of Uncle Matt and see whether they have similar hitting styles.
One thing I remember about Matt, calling literally major league games in this stadium as the voice of the Diamondbacks, and seeing Matt pepper right center field. He was fearless in letting the ball travel. Josiah Kemp wraps his time.
Matt Kemp memory was, we were doing a showcase in Goodyear years ago, and he was playing with the Dodgers then, and he was coming to do rehab. He was on the DL and coming to do rehab, and he walked through where we were playing, and I remember turning to somebody and saying, that is what a big leaguer looks like. Because he was impressive to look at.
And they may be saying that in 5 or 6 years about this man, Jacob Lombard, the #2 player in the nation.
Just peppering little 100-mile-an-hour exit velocities in the right center field gap. You just mentioned about Mookie Betts and why somebody liked him, and he plays the game easy, and everything Jacob Lombard does is so easy. I think I mentioned that before, but it's low effort, and it just is such natural actions for him.
Well, think about it. He is 6'3", 185, folks, and earlier today ran a 6'1", 160. Think about the upside on that. He had a great 17U WWBA. He had 10 hits. He had 3 walks. That's a .536 on base. Homer twice. 98 off the bat a moment ago.
Now batting goal number 16, Keaton Neal.
As Keaton Neal hits now. Florida commit, USA Prime National. He learns a lot. His sister plays college golf. Sister McLean, she's a few years ahead of him, so seeing the dedication, what it takes to be a college athlete. Parents are Jim and Robin. Keaton from Spring Hill High School in Florida.
Now batting goal number 17, David Ojeda.
David Ojeda, Javi, his nickname.
Very pull-oriented approach, getting the barrel out early.
Plays for Flowery Branch High School. Dusty Black, Dream National, his travel team. Some of his schools he's hoping to stay in connection with and maybe find a place to play. Northwestern or Florida or Troy or Georgia Highlands. Or maybe that's, let me get it right, because he added the Earn to Northwest Earn. I believe it's Northwest Florida. That would be it. Okay. Doug Martin's school. That's a great JUCO. Doug Martin, the coach. I think that's what he meant, Northwest Florida. It's a great program. So, David, we wish you well in making your decision.
Now batting goal number 18, Cooper Schrum.
Cooper Schrum's a Tennessee commit. Missouri man, and he has been on our radar a long time. From Belton High School in Belton, Missouri. Tommy Govert, the head coach there. Brett Bailey coaches his Royal Scout team. Really good quarterback, all-conference quarterback this past year. First team all-conference punter as well, so decorated as a football player. 6'6".
Looks every bit of it.
Brady Stewart, Overland Park, Kansas, a South Carolina commit and a shortstop. St. Thomas Aquinas High School. Stewart was talking about he went on 5 official visits to schools, different conferences all over the country, enjoyed the relationships with all the coaches. He said, South Carolina made me feel important. The coaching staff was amazing. He said, Coach Lee was my first call on August 1st, and it was a FaceTime call, and that's where I found myself committed to South Carolina. Craig and Carrie, his parents. Coming off a year in which he was all-state his junior year.
Now batting goal number 22, Noah Wilson.
Vanderbilt commit Noah Wilson. So Big D, 3.5 hours in live television. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
You're not a coffee guy, are you?
I've been known to drink coffee before. I mean, here's my breakfast right here.
Okay.
Nice little coffee shop across the street from Chase Field. Become a habit of mine.
Noah for the Padres scout team.
Just a very simple swing here. Keeps the variables down. I always talk about variables when I talk hitting. You want to keep the variables both in a pitching delivery and in a swing, your basic swing, to a minimum, because that enables you to repeat better, of course.
I always know when I'm interviewing hitters that are polished, Dave, when I ask them to describe the mechanics of their swing. And a lot of them at times have a hard time doing it because they say, look, when I get in the box, I'm always thinking about the mechanics. I go, I understand that. But when you sit and you're watching video with a coach or an analyst, then I want you to describe it. And so you can sense sometimes the athletes that maybe feel the pressure, that maybe a little bit robotic, or the ones that flush their mind when they step in the box.
Yeah, the flushing the mind. You put your work in practice, and here's young man I've been looking for. We got to see three different drills.
I'm sorry, Cy Chrisman.
Yes. The nation's leading high school home run hitter. .99 off the bat that time.
.64 to 20.
There we have ball in the left center field seats. 397 the distance.
Joanna and Jed, his parents.
Number 24, Brody Crane.
Brody Crane is from Neosho, Missouri, and is an Arkansas commit and is a pitcher by trade. Plays for the Royal Scout team. Again, Coach Bailey at Neosho High School. Keith Kilgore is his coach. He said, I took a visit end of October, Arkansas, their coaches, facilities, level of play, their support. I had to be a part of it. I committed 2 weeks after my visit. Ashley and Kyle, his parents.
If you know it, you know it. I imagine for a young man from Missouri, that's a very attractive program that you've probably followed.
And now catcher Carson May.
Now batting gold, number 26, Carson May.
Remember when we had a perfect game national showcase at the University of Arkansas?
Hold on now. Isn't there a story behind that? That was in Fayetteville, but somebody went to the Carolinas, the Fayetteville and the Carolinas.
Oh, yeah. It's somebody you may have heard of since he's a future Hall of Famer, and Freddie Freeman.
He went to the wrong Fayetteville.
He went, not blaming Freddie. I doubt as a 17-year-old he was the one buying the tickets. But he was traveling with Dad and Kirk Gardner, who's run a national showcase for most of the last 20 years, gets a call the first day of the national, and Freeman hadn't shown up for registration. And he said, this is Mr. Freeman, we made a mistake. We are in Fayetteville, North Carolina. What do we do next? And I just can't imagine how long it takes to get from Fayetteville, North Carolina to Fayetteville, Arkansas via plane.
Yeah.
There are no direct flights. There probably aren't any two-stop flights. But they showed up, and Freddie, they made the roster adjustments, and
batting number 27.
You know, there's the rest of the story.
Carson May, by the way, I need to point out, went over triple digits, 101, and did big things with the bat in his hands during his round. I love that story. It's one of my favorite old-fashioned perfect game stories because it involves Freddie Freeman. This could be interesting. There is a physical presence in this young man. 97 off the bat, that line drive.
It's a nice swing.
101.
Yeah, he's watch his front hip. Watch his hips and how he turns his hips and gets that hip whip. That is a key to hitting, and very few hitters have the ability to do it. But you mentioned somebody emulating Ted Williams and stuff. You watch old Ted Williams swings. That hip whip is an integral part of the swing. You watch old Albert Pujols videos, and it's all in the hips. And that's something so many great hitters share, is that hip whip.
Now batting goal number 20.
Into triple digits. Hudson Reed. He's from Madison, Georgia, Morgan County High School. It's a Troy commit. Right at that number 105 spot, so hoping to crack the top 100. Number 9 third baseman in the nation.
Number order 190.
95 miles an hour. Seeing the hit data there on the bottom corner of the graphic. Ran a 6.7 60 earlier and threw 93 from the outfield, Hudson Reed.
You're telling me that indicates that the PG website has been populated with all the throw times in addition to the run times. So if you're out there looking to see how your son ran her through, your nephew, your friend, your teammate, it's all should be up there.
Ty Jones, uncommitted athlete, TPL Pro Elite, his travel team. Ty Jones, Jackson Academy from Brandon, Mississippi. GPA. Has done a lot of work and been mentored by 10-year Major League veteran Corey Dickerson. Has really learned a lot from him, been a big part of his evolution as a player. Uncle playing in the Philadelphia Phillies organization. And Ty's got a fun resume when you look at all that he has done to earn the right to be here. That 355 in the ranking, we all hope climbs. Ty will be 17, by the way, during the 2026 MLB Draft Day. There's something there, something exciting.
Yes, there is.
I think we get Savion Sims, the Oklahoman, up on the mound here in this first game.
I was about to look at those, the pitching rotations. Might be in for something special with young Mr. Sims on the mound.
GT Taylor leans on one, hits it 100. One hops the wall.
I'm betting on Royal's scout team for his travel ball team with that helmet.
In an earlier PG event, ran a 6.560, ran a 6.7 earlier this morning, threw 90 from the outfield. '39th ranked player in the nation.
Now batting grade number 1, Thomas Padilla.
And now Thomas Padilla, out of Southern California. Plays for Coach Ty de Trinidad at Santiago High School. It's the same high school with famed younger prospect Striker Pence.
Striker Pence.
Hunter Pence's nephew, who has thrown in the high 90s already this
to
summer.
98 this summer.
And he'll be a sophomore next year. Right? I think so.
Yes.
We're talking about Thomas, who, by the way, his travel team, interestingly enough, is the Hunter Pence Baseball Academy.
Padilla earned his way to this national showcase. You see the 500 ranking at the Sunshine Northern California showcase, where he was up to 92 on the mound and 96 from the outfield.
All right, so the BP is a part of his game for the high school team, but this is a pitcher we want to see.
That's
okay.
It's a pitcher who's, in 6'2", 170, a lot of projection there. See him on the mound maybe again later today.
Aiden Diome from Roseville, California. Arizona commit. Bat to ball skills, those have been his friends, those bat to ball skills. Palm in the box. These are words he uses to describe himself.
Now batting grade number 6.
Justin Dowell, Texas A&M commit. Texas 12, you see that helmet? That's his travel team. So while we worked hard, David, to get the technology connected through the graphics in-house, and maybe there was some battles, look at the ingenuity of our team right there. Adding the graphic, boom, we just added ourselves. I mean, talk to us if we don't get a connection that works properly. We'll figure it out. That's great, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Bottom right. We're talking about bottom right of your screen.
And it's the same exact graphic we're getting in center field and looking up and transposed over there. And it's great work by the production crew.
Judson wraps his time. Carried several into the high 90s.
Now batting grade number 7, Hamilton Friedberg.
Hamilton Friedberg is from Lakewood, California, plays at Orange Lutheran, and the Air Force commit we spoke about earlier. He's ranked 111th in the land. Friedberg plays for Trotsky, the Brewers scout team. Abe Ruiz, his coach there. Can't once you're committed to Air Force, he made it clear to us as he hits that 198 that there's a process. You make the commitment, then you have to complete the process until the last day of high school to obtain your appointment. There's no kind of senior slumps in the classroom. I love that.
Yes.
Coach Kaz does such a great job coaching that baseball team.
And Paul Skeens isn't the only ex-Air Force player in big leagues. Griffin Jacks, the fine reliever for the Twins, actually went 4 years to Air Force and graduated and fulfilled his commitment before going back onto the baseball field.
Archer Horn just hit that one 99. A Stanford commit. San Francisco Baseball Player of the Year, first team all WCAL. And a 3.92 GPA, unweighted in the classroom for the Stanford commit Archer.
He was tracking the pool on that ninth swing there. Didn't quite make it.
Now batting race number 9, Dylan Knight.
Central Florida commit Dylan Knight. You ever scouted that event out here, David, in the summertime, that 17U World Series it's called?
Oh, yes. Not for many years, but in fact,
that's a veteran play by you.
Greg Sabers and I were just talking on our Uber ride from the airport yesterday about a 17U that was in Mesa. In that you probably, as a resident here, remember that summer where they closed down the airport because it got so hot. And we're watching games, and it's 118 degrees, and I saw Mackenzie Gore throw 7 innings in the middle of the afternoon when it was over 115.
Yes.
And it was like the gutsiest performance I'd ever seen.
Dylan Knight, high 90s, big swings, by the way.
Some good swings there. So yes, that used to, in the early days. And Mackenzie Gore isn't that old or anything. So
no.
that is, within the last 10 years.
He's a man, though, Mackenzie Gore. Everyone wants Mackenzie on their fantasy team.
Is he in the All-Star game?
I would assume
so.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look at the All-Star.
For the longest time, he led the
league
league in strikeouts, so I would assume so.
Yeah, and
I know our boy James Wood is.
Oh yes.
Jackson Maxey, our good friend from this part of the world in Chandler, Arizona. Willie Bloomquist, ASU commit. Yeah, it's a fun event. Played here in the summertime. It's not for the faint of heart, though.
No.
It's a heat event. But you know what? It's an amazing collection of baseball players. Jackson wraps his time.
Now batting race number 12, Dylan Kennedy.
You actually went over and scouted some of the events in Europe too, didn't you, through the years?
I've only been to Europe once to scout, Bern in the Czech Republic, Brno.
Okay.
And it was just a tremendous experience. I think that was in 2019. So, of course, 2020, COVID year. And then, that program we evolved through it. And I guess, the direction of Perfect Game is going back to a lot of international stuff. You mentioned something about Japan earlier. I want to hear more about that. I don't necessarily want a ticket across the Pacific, but in fact, it might be quicker for me in South Carolina to go the other way. But
it was an amazing event. Dylan Minity hits, by the way. MLB Breakthrough Series, LSU commit. Amazing PG event in Japan. Pacific Baseball Championship. I'm excited to be a part of it. You're going to be able to watch it on Perfect Game TV. 8 different countries involved. And the championship from the Sapporo Dome, August 11th. And I'll be fortunate enough to be the voice of that game, the semifinals and the finals.
And then you're going to fly back and be ready for the All-American Classic on the 17th?
I will be. No jet lag. Nope, no jet lag for me.
You're a pro at this.
No, I'm not a pro. Not even close. But it's an honor to be asked, for sure.
So when's the last time you broadcast a baseball game from anywhere outside the United States?
Probably only Canada. Okay. I've broadcasted games both in Toronto and Montreal at the Major League level. Major League broadcasts.
Yeah. So this will be a new one for you.
It will be. The 15U Pacific Baseball Championship, and the USA team is a loaded team. It's U.S., by the way, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Philippines, Australia, China, and Indonesia all represented.
Indonesia?
Yes.
Okay. That last one's opened my eyes a bit.
Cal Moreau wraps his time.
Right, number 14, Dylan Moss.
And here's Dylan Moss. A great interview with Big Brother Dean in the visiting locker room down here last year. Loved it. And he and Dylan pushing one another. You talked about the conversations with the family. Kane and Maha, his parents, they're big Giants fans in that house. By the way, Dylan's got multiple jiu-jitsu belts as well.
Oh, okay.
Stanford commit, too. Catcher.
This house is probably a mile from the Stanford campus, maybe 2 miles.
When I asked the question of what brings you joy, Dylan said, jiu-jitsu. I love the feeling of sparring. He said, that community has welcomed me. Every session leaves me euphoric. It's a good word.
Now batting grade number 15, Anthony Murphy.
That means he likes it.
Yeah.
Here's Murph.
One of the more unusual setups you'll see with the narrow feet, the back of the box, and then strides in a good 6 to 8 inches right on that batter's box line on the inside half.
.97 miles an hour. And you're ready. Stays upright, very upright. Far from exactly the same, but work with me here. Far from exactly the same. A little bit of Eric Davis in that approach, going back a while.
Okay.
Because he was closed a little bit like that.
Well, Eric Davis, one of my all-time favorite players. Yeah, he was out of the box there. I mean, that's something Dean Moss actually shared with him at the same age, is Moss would get so up on the plate that he would be striding over the inside batter's box line, and Murphy was just doing the same thing there. They want the ball on the inside, half of their swing to get the barrel out.
Cole Prosick, Ole Miss commit. They celebrate their dad's birthday.
There's some nice bat speed here, by the way.
Yeah, how about that? 98. And into the seats. Another 98. At Andy's birthday of Prosec, Dad Andy, his birthday is New Year's Day. They celebrate the birthday at midnight every year. Mother and Father's Day, the Prosec celebrate at a ballpark. And then they travel to Wisconsin for the Christmas holidays with all their family members. Fun traditions. And Prosec's one of those players that playing at a private school has been playing varsity high school baseball since 7th grade.
Yes, you can post some numbers in your career when you started doing that.
7th grade.
Rookie Shepard up at the plate. Number 6 in the PG National Rankings.
Coach Dave Anderson at Faith Lutheran. Coach Luke Collier for the MLB Breakthrough Series for this Miami commit. His guy, Francisco Lindor.
Okay, now we're working on it.
Three-time Select Festival athlete. Colin Thacker, a catcher. Uncommitted. From Orlando, Florida, plays for Power Baseball, Coach Jesse Marlowe. Christy and Scott, his parents. Had to battle back from a torn UCL during his journey. Asked Colin, what brings you joy? He said, what brings me joy in life is seeing everyone around me enjoying their lives and having fun. The people you surround yourself is the person you will become. So if you surround yourself with positivity and happiness, that will reflect on you, says Colin Thacker. No, we just almost said goodnight, everyone, with that quote. I love it. Here's Lincoln Boyle.
I was going to say a great lesson for especially teenagers everywhere.
I agree. Well, I'll say that, yeah. I'm in that sandwich generation where we're helping to parent our parents a little bit. I'll say it about the teenagers and some of your parents' friends that they might run around with. You know, respectfully.
Yeah.
You got to respect your mother and father. I'll try not to bring too much personal laundry to the air here. We'll stop right there. We won't name names.
Hey, we're going to be on the air for 10 hours or something like that. We have to get a little personal at times.
Yes, that time in your life when you love it because your parents gave a lot to you and you get to parent both your kids and your parents a little bit. Lincoln Boyle, White Sox scout team, the Arkansas commit. Boyle, by the way, holidays, huge hide-and-seek game, including the grandparents. Big hide-and-seek game. Really competitive, he said.
It depends on whether they live in a 1,500 square foot house or a 4 acres with a little forest in the back.
Jensen Hirschkorn, 6'7" from Kingsburg, California. This is a pitcher who will also get a chance to hit a little bit, but he is filling up the screen.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing him pitch here at Chase Field. He's had a really strong early summer.
This is a fun one. He's uncommitted. Still, the world is his oyster.
In a rare, and this is rural Northern California. Kingsburg, Northern Central Valley.
Yeah, Oscar and Tricia, his parents, Houston and Holden, are 19. They're twins. both freshmen on the UC Davis baseball team. So it's a fun one to watch. Hirschkorn, Jensen Hirschkorn. He plays for Rob Bruno, your buddy Rob Bruno. NorCal. Justin Munoz. Hackensack, New Jersey. Virginia Tech commit. High school team MVP. All NIPSAC, honorable mention. Class president as well, and 101 off the bat. So class president and 101 off the bat. What do I think at some point, David, you had to be in student council?
No,
No?
to tell you the
Okay.
truth, yes, I know I'm political at times, but I was involved in. I was the since I was beginning in high school, always the sports editor of every newspaper, all the way through 4 years of college.
Got it.
Sports editor, the newspaper, sports editor, the yearbook. I was always the writer type, which, not surprisingly, I still do prodigiously.
Yes, you do. Braylon Nelson now, Florida State commit. All 6 feet 6 inches of the man from Daphne, Alabama. Hey, by the way, we're having these games that are going to be played between these teams that have been here. You'll get to see some good pitchers all throughout the afternoon.
Good
early
pitchers.
evening. Great pitchers.
Thank you.
Great broadcasters. Television's very own Danny Wexelman will join us and settle in. She of the College World Series. She of MLB Network Radio. She of New York Mets pre and post game. And she's ours. Perfect game, too. She'll settle in, and the energy will get better. It'll get younger on this show. That's me, not you.
I was going to say,
Not
I'm
you.
still doing the
I-
first game. It's
that's
not getting
me.
any younger.
Lucas Noraki, left-handed pitcher by trade, an uncommitted athlete from Aledo, Texas. Well, he just hit it in 97. Well, he probably hits a little bit, right?
Oh, yeah. He takes a very healthy hack.
.101. And it bounces toward that pool. 101.
383.
The game's scheduled for 1:30. I know we have to have time to flip the field, drag the field, prep the field, so we may not start right at 1:30, but just don't go far. Just don't go far.
There's already some action down there in the bullpen. Some pitchers getting stretched out. Haven't been begun throwing yet, but the first game will be between the first two teams. The black team and the Columbia blue team.
1:40, so don't go far. David, you have a chance to get a bite to eat. You carried us through this first session. Thanks for doing the first game with Danny. I love being back with you, man. This makes me happy.
It's fun.
This makes me happy. Black, Columbia blue. And we're going to get on out of here so everyone else can take a quick break. And as soon as our boss and our key leader, Steve Banta, says we can do so, we want to thank you for spending that morning session. We're just getting started. Steve just got arrested for sharing that we're going to fill till 1:40, and I'll find something to have him turned in for. David Ronsley, Aaron Sutton, Steve Banta, our entire production team, Jason Jaquette, Be Live folks, they do an amazing job. Artie Jansen doing our graphics remote, and our entire team that set things up late last night, setting up the cameras, making sure the production truck up here is set to go. We don't do it without anybody. That's the same for the more than 2,000 live events I've been lucky enough to do. Nothing happens without our production team, and we've got an amazing one this time. Get ready for the games coming up in about 30 minutes from now. Until then, here's some more sights, but I say we'll pause. He's David, I'm Darren. See you soon.
With the first pick, he's the number one pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be number one. You're going to have your number one pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be number one.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big four right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holiday on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holiday's 2 sons. And when you go onto the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the 3 left-handed pitchers. Kate Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette, are probably your main kind of candidates for this number one spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. Please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock number one pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holiday with the number one overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan's a very different prospect than his brother Jackson, more of a power-oriented, focused hitter. Similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now, just won a Rollins Gold Glove actually for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level, we'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the 2 picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holiday, if you don't mind. When you're number one and you're number one for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. And you don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. A lot of younger kids might find that boring, but he's always walked at a consistently high clip and power. When you're talking about the power with Holiday, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield, and there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically, that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holiday. Now let's go to number 2. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shanawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system. So pick for the Angels, because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be. I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned. But this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top 2 in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special. And obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th, just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now, with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular. And when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number 1 as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he let up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially the number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged .600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo's a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably elicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willits, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willits, Jackson is his brother who plays shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft. But there's very good contact skill, there's very good bat to ball, the hit tool and run tool really shine, and some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field, but there are a lot of fans of Eli Willits.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Games National Showcase at Chase Field, most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He had an inside the park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside the park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor. Pittsburgh Pirates, pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double plus slider here. Up to 87, 88. Gets a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Keith Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we hadn't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who can play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a little bit, but we're not talking about that right now. He's a 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15 plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process. This, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who is another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the Perfect Game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number 1 or their greatest first-round pick. Run of the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves at short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School. For you casual fans, Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them's still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely. The 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Vinny and Darren getting you excited for the MLB amateur draft, but it's Vinny that's planning out the future of your team with this mock draft. Vinny, let's go to the Reds. Last year was Chase Burns, former PG All-American. The Reds selected him with the first round. Rhett Lauder, the year before, has already touched the big leagues just a little bit. That makes it kind of fun. So, the Reds, Cincinnati, what do they do?
Well, you kind of alluded to it before we went to break, Darren, but the Reds are going to select Liam Doyle here. Kind of the last of that number 1 overall group of guys that are considered. You're talking about a guy who has potentially the best fastball in the draft. 94, 98, up to triple digits. Gets over 20 inches of induced vertical from a really unique arm slot. Also a guy who pitches with the fastball around 70% of the time. So a fastball dominant starter. Fiery competitor, has a slider that's a pretty good pitch. Splitter can be plus at times, but it's a fastball heavy profile here. And a unique one in that he doesn't do it pretty sometimes. It doesn't always look like the most perfect delivery, but he gets swings and misses, he competes, and he gets a ton of strikeouts.
Oh my gosh, is he passionate too? I mean, that's kind of steal the headline, like everybody knows the passion on the mound. I'm sure that'll dial back a little bit on a backfield somewhere playing in the minor leagues. But what a fun pick. I'm glad we grabbed him that early. Quick background, he's from New Hampshire. He was born in Boston. He's been to 3 colleges, Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina prior to that. But Vinny and the guys knew him. He was throwing 92 at Jupiter in 2021, so you guys knew about him then. You were watching his journey. Fun one. The Chicago White Sox, Hagen Smith was their selection last year out of Arkansas. Talented pitcher. And again, their most fun selection of all time back in the 80s is Frank Thomas. And that's really fun because we're now seeing Frank Thomas III at Perfect Games Junior National Showcase. All sorts of ties, but now the White Sox. Boy, the Rockies and White Sox. You've already picked for the Rockies. The White Sox really need you to get this one right, Vinny.
White Sox are going to go with Kyson Witherspoon here, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. Kind of track record galore here throughout the past calendar year. Pitched for USA, was very good for them. Awesome this year at Oklahoma. He has 5 pitches, likes to use all 5 of them pretty frequently. Fastball will be mostly 96, 98, and he'll kind of hold that velocity for the entirety of the start. Strike throwing is very good here. He's another guy, kind of like the previous college arms that we've discussed, a guy that can move very quickly throughout a system.
Yeah, he's a fun one because he's a JUCO bandit. Didn't really have a lot of places to go out of high school. Went to Doug Martin, coach Northwest Florida State. Brother Malachi went along with. Malachi's going to get drafted too at some point. He was in that OU rotation with him. But when he came out of high school, Vinny, you guys had him as a number 428 ranked shortstop in Florida. Talking about using college to develop, what a fun thing this is. I'm glad you called the name of Kyson Witherspoon as we shift to 11 and the A's. Sacramento now, Vegas down the road. Producer Jason calls them the Nomad A's. And again, they're busy, but they're still building a team, and they hope it's successful. As a matter of fact, they picked Nick Kurtz last year. Nick Kurtz already has, 9 home runs in the big leagues this year, and doing big things. So who do they select? And whoever they select, whether they develop a high schooler or a college guy, the A's are going to do big things in Vegas over the next couple of years. Go for it.
Yeah, well, the Nomad A's, as Jason likes to call them, will be taking Gavin Feen here with their selection. High schooler out of California again. Something we've talked about kind of in previous conversations. Very good year in California, specifically for the high school side. Gavin was arguably the best hitter on the summer circuit last year throughout his time at the 17U, National, WWBA, area codes. A very, very polished hitter, has a good hit tool with sneaky power. There's really good athleticism here. Kind of could fit almost all over the diamond, whether it's shortstop, third base, center field, right field. Has the arm strength to play any position, but really, really good bat, and that's what you're buying here.
So, by the way, a couple of years ago, the A's, it was Jacob Wilson out of Grand Canyon. He's got 100 hits already. He's gone past the 100-hit mark in the big leagues. So they've done some really good work. San Diego's show for Feen, that's a fun mention. I dare say keep an eye on our content. They've been kind enough to allow us to come into their home on draft day and really tell the behind-the-scenes stories. I'm glad you mentioned him. That's a fun one. I'm glad he got picked. We kind of like him here. So now we passed the buck to a team that picked Malcolm Moore out of Stanford, a catcher last year. A perfect game All-American, by the way, Malcolm Moore. The Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are going to go with Steele Hall here. Similar to Eli Willis, Steele Hall was a reclass. He reclassified after Jupiter last October. So scouts were able to get a good look at him at Jupiter. He's a high school shortstop out of Alabama, Trussville. Really, really dynamic athlete. And that's something the Rangers really, really like to target in the draft is not only athletes, but high school athletes. He's twitchy, he can run, he plays with fire. He's kind of a little bit of a powder keg type. Really, really good shortstop defensively. Could probably stick there, be an above average plus defender at the position. Has loads and loads of bat speed. A guy that's going to have to develop over the next couple of years, but you're talking about a really, really exciting bunch of tools and athleticism to build off.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card because 1 year ago last summer, he was ranked 161. So he did a lot of climbing. The Rangers, by the way, it's kind of fun. We talked about Moore. Their last 4 draft picks have been PG All-Americans. When you look down, you got Leiter, you got Rocker, and you got Wyatt Langford along with Moore. They've picked PG All-Americans. San Francisco Giants last year have already traded. They've already traded their first-round pick, Mr. Tibbs out of Florida State, Rafi Devers. Mr. Tibbs, part of that big package that goes the other way. James Tibbs is gone. So the San Francisco Giants, who do they select? They've got some fun momentum at the big league level. Who do they select?
The Giants are going to take Ike Irish out of Auburn here. One of the most complete college bats kind of on this side of the board here. Irish is a candidate to go much higher than this. He could absolutely be a top 10 pick. But when you talk about Irish, you're talking about a guy with a very, very polished bat. It's a plus hit tool with above average power. He hits balls extremely hard. The power in home run numbers finally showed up this year. There's real 25 homer potential in the bat. Plays all over the field. He played catcher for the first 2 years at Auburn. He had an injury to his back that kind of forced him off the position this spring, so he played mostly left and right field. He does have arm strength, so he can handle either of those positions well. But he may be a guy where, similar to like a Tyler Soderstrom in the past, where the bat is so good that maybe you don't want to put the stresses of catcher on him.
I like that name. We love him. He's a fun one. He played on that famous Orchard Lake St. Mary's prep. Our good friend Brian Sikowski, part of the coaching staff back then, helping out. Now it's Virginia on the coaching staff there. They went 44-0. Brock Porter, who's in the Rangers organization, was on that team. Nolan Schubart, who's hit 59 career home runs at the college level with Oklahoma State. And Alex Mooney, who's in the Guardians organization. I like that pick. That's a famous high school team, and he did great at Auburn. This is a fun one. The Tampa Rays picked Theo Gillen last year, a perfect game All-American out of Austin, Texas. And by the way, at A-ball, he's paying off. He's already got like a 460 on base, give or take, to open the season. That was last year. This is this year. What are the Rays? Everyone listens closely and stops talking when the Rays make any sort of pick.
The Rays are going to go with Merrick Houston here, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Believed to be one of the best defenders on the college side of the draft this year. A slam dunk, no doubt, shortstop. You're talking about a plus glove there, a guy that could potentially win Gold Gloves. Really took a step forward this year in terms of the offensive profile. There's really good feel to hit. It's kind of a polished hit tool. It's not as much power as you would like, but when you're talking about a guy who could potentially win Gold Gloves at shortstop, the risk there isn't really too great. He can run, he can throw. He's viewed as kind of a safe college prospect at this point, but he's one that the Rays should be really excited about to get into their depth system.
Well, you scouts are hard to please. 15 homers, 19 stolen bases. I take that as enough power, but I get it. It's going to come on. He was an Ostinger's guy back in the day. What a great program Jimmy Osting runs there. So that's a fun pick. I loved writing that one onto my board. Fun first-round picks for the Rays: Longoria, Price, and of course Josh Hamilton. Some fun names to look back through their history. The Boston Red Sox, Braden Montgomery. He's gone. He was traded for Garrett Crochet. He's on a different team now. He's a PG All-American as well out of Texas A&M. The Red Sox have been all kinds of busy and fun, all kinds of PG prospects coming to the big leagues this year. Who are they going to pick?
They're going to go with Kason Cunningham here, shortstop out of Texas. One of the better hit tools on the high school side of the draft this year, a guy that we have seen since he was 14. He's consistently ranked, has the bat speed, more juice than you would think out of a prospect his size. But the hit tool is very, very good. Might be a second baseman long-term, not really a concern right now, but he can run too, and you're talking about a guy that is going to hit his way through the minors and reach the big leagues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Cunningham, Peachy's number 5 ranked player right now. He was a perfect game owner. I think he was a Select Festival guy too. Jeremy Brown, the great scout, the man who handles the Select Festival, does so much for it. He was a Jackie Robinson Award winner, won that award at the All-American Classic last year. Fun mention there. Red Sox pick, because he's tied to travel ball so much now. I got to mention 1989, the Boston Red Sox first-round pick, Mo Vaughn, now a travel ball guy. 300-plus home runs, now a big travel ball guy teaching the game, Mo Vaughn. Love mentioning that. Before we go to break, let's let the Twins go to work. It was Kalen Culpepper last year, the really athletic middle infielder out of Kansas State. Royce Lewis is one of our favorite picks of all time that the Twins made. So with that in mind, is it an athlete? Is it a slugger? Is it a pitcher? Who do the Twins pick?
The Twins are going to go with Jace Laviolette, outfielder from Texas A&M here. Potentially the hardest guy to kind of pin down when it comes to this sort of mock draft exercise, because he was the 1-1 candidate coming into the spring. Numbers kind of faded down the stretch. To me, you're talking about a guy still that could play center field with 30-plus homers. And is that kind of dynamic athlete to stick in center field. He's a leader. He kept that Texas A&M team together into the portal and back out of the portal back when they hired Michael Early as the head coach. It's been a tumultuous year in College Station, but I think Laviolette is still a prospect to really get excited about.
6'6", 235, huge power, 68 home runs in his career. That's a fun pick for the Minnesota Twins. That's not a twitchy athletic guy, nor is it a pitcher. That's a masher. Harmon Killebrew's coming to town in the form of Jace Laviolette. I'm fired up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some great PG All-American dudes left. There's a couple of big arms left, one of whom did something spectacular. I don't know if he's climbed into this first round, though, at the Men's College World Series. Vinny and Darren, this is Perfect Games 2025 Mock Draft.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Go Cubs, go. Go Cubs, go. Hey Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna pick with Vinny next. Was that good? Did you like that, Vinny?
That was great, Darren.
Terrible? That was awful. Pick for the Cubs. I had to do it, though. I don't know. By the way, the Cubs last year, they've traded their draft pick away. Cam Smith is an Astro. They've got Kyle Tucker singing Go Cubs Go. Who do you pick on behalf of Wrigley Field, Wrigleyville, and the Cubs fans, Vinny?
Cubs are going to go with College World Series hero Gage Wood. Fresh off a complete game no-hitter, 19 strikeout performance. He is a guy similar to a Cubs recent first-round pick and recent big leaguer, Cade Horton, in that they really continued to skyrocket as the postseason went on. Wood is a guy who, similar to Liam Doyle, pitches off his fastball a lot of the time, and for good reason. It's 96-98 with a ton of ride and carry, induced vertical break. It's a lot of swings and misses. Curveball and slider are pretty good. Changeup is still kind of a work in progress. With his strikes, he fills the zone up and he gets a lot of swing and miss in that fastball.
He threw one complete game in college. It was the one you're talking about, his last start. He only threw 37 innings this year, and he struck out 69. You guys had him 54 on the draft board in late May. Talk about making money in a single day. That's incredible. By the way, my favorite Cubs pick, if I may, Kyle Schwarber, the Schwarbs out of Indiana. He's gone past 300 home runs now. So, Diamondbacks, the studios, right down the street from where Chase Field holds the national showcase. The Arizona Diamondbacks last year, it was Slade Caldwell. They went with Caldwell, high school out of Arkansas, a PG All-American. So that was last year. Years ago, they picked Max Scherzer with a first-round pick. How about that? Did you remember that? Vinny, take over from now. Pick for the D-backs.
Welcome you into the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase at Chase Field. We are so excited to be back with you after a long morning of drills. We are ready and set for 2 games this afternoon on Perfect Game TV. I'm Danny Wexel, sitting next to one of the best, David Ronsley, to ever do it. Year 25, 26 for you, David Ronsley.
It was year 25 or 26 of this event, yes.
Yes.
The first one was in 2001, and that was at the Trop in Tampa, or in St. Pete, actually. You know, R.I.P. the Trop, or I hope they rebuild it, but
yes.
There's so many memories there. But I wasn't even working with Perfect Game then, so I've been to everyone with Perfect Game, and, you know, some memories will come up, certainly, you know, during the next 5 days, but we're off to a great start with the drills, and we're going to even have a better game now.
Yeah, so what we did earlier today on PGTV was we showed you all of the drills for this showcase, right? The scouts who are in the stands, or you guys are watching at home, which is awesome, and why PGTV is so special is you got to see everyone running the 60-yard dash. We saw the infield and outfield drills. We saw catcher pop times. And now we get the games. This is a lineup for Team Black, as you can see. We will give you details about all of these guys. Logan Schmidt is the starting pitcher for Columbia Blue. They'll have a couple of different arms throw today. And Logan Schmidt, DR, someone that we've seen for a long time.
3-time Select Festival player, but the thing to really note about Logan Schmidt is he just reclassified from the 27 class about a month ago, I think it was. Certainly recently, you know, after the high school season, and he's been put in at number 25 in the rankings, and still 16 years old, but so polished for his age, 16. You know, I expect to see, you know, 92, 94, and a lot of strikes to start off here.
Gunnar Alm is the batter for Team Black out of Columbus, North Carolina. Goes to Polk County High School. Schmidt, as you see, 6'4", uncommitted, still making his decisions right now out of California. The lefty ranked 25th in the class now, as David just told you. He reclassed, so he's young. He's young for this class this will be the 2026 draft.
Yeah, I guess his life has probably changed a lot in the last month, as we see a very nice curveball there.
Alm runs it out, and there's one away. Yeah, could you imagine, right? Not only do you reclass baseball-wise, but you also reclass literally in the classroom.
Yeah, and you know, all the rules about the recruiting dynamic just completely changed for him. Obviously, you know, his schedule for the summer, now you're going to the PG National, you might be going to the All-American game. You know, it just changes everything. And it's become a thing the last few years. There's more and more, you know, reclassifications. There's a couple guys who are going to be drafted on Sunday. High school seniors who started off in the 26 class and have moved to the 25 class.
Cole Koninger is the batter for Team Black. The Tennessee commit stands in the right side of the box and takes a pitch low. It's 2-1. Schmidt, too, you know, the one thing I think I've loved getting to know him over the past few years, David, is his mom, Jessica. super athletic college softball player and a huge influence in his life. And anytime you see Logan, you see mom. Jessica is always there, and their family is really tight-knit. But it's cool that he gets to learn all this from mom as that one runs up and in.
Yeah, we've got all the, it's hearing the parent stories. And, of course, Darren gets into those so much with his backgrounds. And you know all these players better than anybody. I'm looking forward to watching the draft on Sunday and Monday, just because you know literally all the college and high school players from when they were 12 years old and know their families. So that's going to be, I'm really looking forward to that show for that reason. I'm looking up here. Yeah, I'm looking up here at Schmidt, and the information on the board. They've got pitch speed, pitch type, vertical and horizontal break, but they don't have spin. And that's immediately frustrating, because I think spin is the second most thing to consider of all the different measurements. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned on that. I don't know.
Oh, I think everyone loves spin.
Yeah.
I think you're right on the mark with that. And Logan has been pitching primarily for as long as I've known him. I would say 13, 14 years old. Obviously playing some first base too, as all pitchers will. But the velo has increased, as you see there, a swing and a miss for the strikeout of Koninger. And you can see too, like, just the location, right? Him locating those pitches as well.
Yeah, he is so mature. That was 94.4 his hardest fastball. They've classified with the pitch type a curveball, a slider, a changeup, and a fastball already. So he's got the full arsenal. And he's throwing to spots. He's thrown to both sides of the plate, which you always like seeing a young pitcher do.
Brady Harris, the batter, out of St. Augustine, Florida, committed to Kevin O'Sullivan's program at Florida, ranked 4th in the class. Smacks that one into center field. That one's going to get down, and Harris has got some wheels as he's already turning for second. He's going to look to third. A run is going to come home. Not that we're keeping too close of attention there, but the triple from Harris, he just turned that one right back to where it came from.
Yeah, that was an impressive swing. I mean, we saw Schmidt really overmatch the first two hitters, but a little fastball over the plate, and Harris has been so impressive. I mean, he runs a 6.29 or something. He threw 100 from the outfield. You know, he's already the 4th ranked player in the class, but he's been one of the 2 or 3 most impressive players here through drills and obviously through his first at bat.
We saw him at the 14U Select Fest back in 2022, and obviously has grown a ton, as all these guys have. A lot of them I haven't seen, David, since they were 14 years old. Now they're 17 and a half. As you see here, Nathaniel Davis is in the box. Goes to Bishop Moore in Orlando, Florida, committed to LSU. And skips in. Harris is going to come in, showing off the speed.
You don't assume at any level, at any time, that a ball that bounces 10 feet away from the catcher is going to score a runner from third. In fact, a lot of times it won't. But Harris had absolutely no hesitation on that. I was watching him, and he broke when that ball hit the dirt. He was assuming it would move away, and if the catcher had made a clean play, when that was a very difficult play, he would have pulled up. But that was just great base running instincts. I think we have a foul ball there.
I think so too. And you can see now on the top left part of your screen, we've got the spin rate up for you and the velocity.
And we also get to see like exit velocities and the same things we were seeing in batting practice. And Harris's line drive triple up the gap was 96 off the barrel. And otherwise, 1, 2, 3 for Schmidt, 3 strikeouts. But Harris got the job done.
We saw a triple from Brady Harris, Logan Schmidt, an inning of work. I liked it.
It was good to watch. It's the maturity that has been advertised for him the whole way. As we take a look at a nice left on left changeup there that looked like to end the inning with huge life on it. But a good first inning from Schmidt and a better one from Brady Harris.
welcome you back here to Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. Columbia Blues are going to get a chance to bat. Everyone will get a chance to bat if you're watching at home, or maybe you're here in the stands at this ballpark today for our national showcase. Danny Wexelman alongside David Bronsley. These are the guys that are going to be a part of this roster. David, anyone you're looking forward to seeing play in this game today?
Oh, I want to see Martin Shaler again after that show that he put on during batting practice. I think, he was clearly the top BP guy of those first 4 groups. And, of course, Malachi Washington, one of the top hitters in the country. Look forward to seeing him as well. But so much of the National Showcase and evaluating these players is seeing them all at one time, seeing who's improved, seeing who you may have under-evaluated earlier, and seeing who the surprises are.
Wilson Anderson will get the start for Team Black. We just saw Logan Schmidt get the start for Columbia Blue. If you're just tuning in, maybe a few minutes late to this game, I saw Anderson before the game. David, as you see there, first pitch swinging. That's a line drive down the line, heading for 2, heading for 3. Malachi Washington sliding in, saw Brady Harris and said, you know what, I think I'm going to do the same thing.
Yeah, my old buddy Brady Harris, yeah, I can do that too.
I think that kind of encapsulates who he is as a person, right? Very joyful, has a ton of spark, and there you see loads and unloads into right field.
Yeah, it's nice seeing that ability to drive the ball the opposite way. I know during batting practice, he got a little pull happy at times, which is a natural thing to do. You're playing in a big league park, but that was just quality at bat.
All right, so Washington over at third base. Wilson Anderson is on the rubber. Landon Tomey is the batter. The shortstop out of Burr Ridge, Illinois, the Tennessee commit. Fouls a pitch away. So I was telling you, I saw Anderson before the game during drills, and he said he's been working on a curveball. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. He seemed optimistic about where he's at right now. He's got that pretty blue glove.
Well, he's the number 2 ranked pitcher in the class, number 19 overall. And this is a very hitter-dominated class. So we only have three pitchers in the top 20 in the 26 rankings, and he's 19th overall, which is the second best pitcher. And there's maybe that curveball there. That's what they classified it at. And good scouting, Danny.
How about that? He told me before the game he was going to do it and drops it in.
Absolutely perfect pitch. Now, it's a little slider. He throws a slider in the low to mid 80s as his primary breaking ball, but you change the shape on that a bit, take a few miles an hour off, and see, he throws hard so easily. I mean, he's just sitting at 95 with a lot of vertical break there, or ride through the zone, and the velocity's going to come easy. I mean, just sitting 95 top of the zone, hitters can't pass on that. But mixing in the slider, the changeup, and now the curveball will be key in this development. There's a 96.
Ethan Bass, the batter, out of Northbrook, Illinois, Wake Forest commit, 6'2", 185. That pitch is up and in for a ball.
That was the slider, 84 slider that he just didn't get on top of. Have you gone back and looked from the 2022-14 you select how many players from there are at this PG National Showcase?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's really cool. So I have pages and pages of all the notes, right? Darren and I are scouting these kids and trying to tell their stories and get to know them as people. 3-2 pitch, hit on the ground at first. It bumps away, and so Bass is going to be safe at first. Washington comes home. Over there playing first base right now for Team Black. That's Dominic Santarelli.
Well, it looks like R.J. Cope.
Oh, is that R.J. Cope?
Hate to contradict you, but
yeah, please.
If there's any player of the 300-plus here that you can recognize easily enough, it's 6'8", 245 R.J. Cope.
Not on my chart here. There's a swing and a miss. Another good pitch from Anderson. But yeah, we've got a lot of notes on these guys, David. So it's fun to see them. They've grown up a ton. They're all very tall, especially John Stowers here, 6 foot, 204, standing in the box. Bass in safely to second base. If you maybe are new to our showcases, the green light is yours to do what you want when you want.
You will see a lot of steals when we get to our ghost runners. You'll see them going often. Just a quick reminder of showcase rules. There's a 5-batter max every inning. No reason to stress the pitchers out beyond that. We'll be playing 10 innings today, approximately 10. I think that's what the pitching rotations
usually
indicated. Sometimes that changes, especially during the second game of each group set.
It's a flexible schedule.
Yeah, it's flexible. I mean, it's meant as a showcase, not a game. And you mentioned, the score, and it's 2-1 Black. Is it 2-1 Black?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we may not even look at the score. It's right in huge print on the scoreboard in center field, and we may not even look at it the rest of the game.
It was a nice pitch there from Anderson for the strikeout.
There's that riding fastball up in the zone. He's lived with that pitch.
All right, so 106 off the bat from Martin Schaller.
I thought he might have had one higher than that. It wasn't, he obviously had the highest, but he had 5 or 6 over 100. And he was just dominating baseballs in a way that nobody else in that first 4 teams did during their bat. There were some good swings and plenty of hundreds, but he was on everything, and it was obvious, plus bat speed.
6'2", 200 pounds, out of Atlanta, Georgia, committed to Mississippi State. And after he did that, because he caught the attention of everybody here in this ballpark, and if you're watching at home,
He just took a hack there on a 95.
It's smooth, isn't it? He was talking to me about what he does every single day. He works on his vision. He's got a program on his computer called Visual Edge, and it allows him to practice working on seeing boxes. So that one's going to skip away. So the run does come home to tie it up. So it's really cool, David. So basically he said it's a computer program. You put these glasses on and you can track objects. And there's 2 boxes on the screen. They start overlapped. And you use your keyboard to decide if they're moving forward or backward. And he's been doing this for years now. And he does it every single day. And he said it's helped me tremendously trying to recognize pitches, recognize spin, deciding whether the curveball is mine to hit or to leave. And it's made a huge difference. And it just struck me. He's doing this every single day to train his vision.
Yeah, I think vision training, vision evaluation and stuff, and just not like the standard 2015 numbers or whatever, but depth perception is one of the most undervalued parts of baseball, and something that maybe in the next decade, as baseball evolves technologically, maybe will become more of a focus, especially if young players like that are doing it.
Curveball from Anderson, a couple strikeouts, good stuff here. We like it. We'll see a little more from him. Tied up here as we head to the second in our first game today at PG National. Welcome back, top two, game one of our Perfect Game National Showcase. Today we're here all week with you on PGTV. Logan Schmidt back out on the bump for another inning of work. We got a chance to see him ride that velocity up there. If you are just tuning in, he reclassed from 2027 to 2026, so he's uncommitted. Jordan Martinez is the batter as he swings through strike one.
And maybe the most impressive thing about Schmidt in that first inning was that he picked up 3 strikeouts, and they were on a changeup, a curveball, and a fastball. So he very much was mixing his pitches and showing quality with each one.
Martinez is out of Jacksonville, Florida, committed to LSU. 6 foot tall, 195. Play multiple positions. Takes a pitch low.
And high school teammates with Brady Harris.
That's right. A lot of these guys are obviously so familiar with each other. Travel circuit, high school, hanging out. It's a pretty close class, I will say. Not every year do you feel that way, but I feel that way with this class, David.
Yeah, I was amazed years ago, and you're familiar with this, when you have like a 13U or 14U select festival, they'll all get all their socials coordinated and have group chats and do that literally for like the next 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
And the bonding that happens is incredible. And that's going to catch. And they're all talking about, let's meet in the big leagues someday, obviously.
And then they do, which
Yeah.
is really cool. Really, really cool. So there was a strikeout there for Logan Schmidt to start things off. Parker Lowe steps in out of Jacksonville, Florida. That one's turned inside out and lines it into right field for a base hit.
Lowe had one of the more impressive batting practices. He was over 100. He found lots of barrels, so that does not surprise me. And much like Malachi Washington, going with the pitch. I mean, Schmidt, you've seen him already with right-handed hitters. He likes going, arm side, pitching outside to right-handers. He gets a lot of movement on the fastball and the changeup, and these more advanced hitters are just taking it the other way and being successful with it.
Here's Matthew Kerrigan. Oh, first pitch swinging. That one's dumped into right. A nice easy out there, though. Not wasting any time, just jumping on that pitch, huh?
No, Schmidt got away with that one. That was fastball up in the zone, and Kerrigan was looking for it and turned on it really well.
Harrison Kidder is in right field for Columbia Blue, who made the catch. So 1 away. Levi Nikolai is the batter. And that's a nice pitch from Schmidt and tied up Nikolai. The shortstop out of Birmingham, Alabama, committed to Auburn.
Probably a good time to mention, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, that each of the starting pitchers, primary pitchers, will only go 2 innings apiece. So this will be potentially Schmidt's last batter.
What have you liked from him?
The majority, what I said, at the top of the inning, that he picked up 3 strikeouts on 3 different pitches. The scoreboard's going crazy trying to figure out pitch type, because it's now listed 5 different pitches. I don't know whether he's thrown 5. There's nothing that I question more when I'm watching a big league game, or even this, is the computer logarithm identifying the pitch, and they might be right half the time. I mean, it's crazy, but that was classified as a slider. It had certainly curveball depth to it. So I don't know what the logarithms are programmed as. That was programmed as a solid barrel up the middle.
That was a nice line drive there, waiting on the pitch from Nikolai. So now you got runners on the corners. The inning will extend.
Yeah, the one thing, and Schmidt, I'm sure, is cognizant of this, and coaches, when he gets that fastball mid-plate, it really straightens out, and he's thrown a couple of those. Kerrigan jumping on his first pitch, and then Nikolai there. 92 straight in the middle of the plate, is going to get hit at this level.
It's going to bring up Lucas Kennedy out of Tallahassee, Florida, committed to Clemson, 6'1", 195. And he takes a strike from Logan. Ahead 0-2 in the count. I feel like he's shown us a couple of different looks. I've liked the way he's located. I mean, with power comes power, right? So when he's throwing it in there at those high velocities, if you can time it up, you're going to hit it back the other way with just as much power.
And you don't know how much, velocity he will gain. I mean, he's still 16 years old.
Yeah.
He's 6'4", 220. He's a young athlete. And I think the way things are in college and pro ball now, it's almost an automatic that you're going to add velocity.
Absolutely.
And believe me, that has not always been the case in baseball. We once did, when I worked with the Astros, we once did a study of every pitcher in our system and went back in scouting reports and tracked where they gained velocity. And virtually none of them gained velocity as a pro. And we're like, why are we projecting these pitchers? Because we were talking about, projecting and analyzing it as a scout. And it was far more rare to see someone gain velocity after they'd signed their first pro contract. And nowadays with pitching labs and different things, it's, almost a given. And certainly if you go to some of those major programs that you're so familiar with, your Tennessees and Arkansas and Wakes, their pitching programs are as advanced as anything in professional baseball.
They're right on par. And I've heard that there are teams that take notes from colleges, right? And it makes sense because you are the filter into the professional league. So if you're doing it this way and it's working, you're having success, which obviously so many programs are now, why wouldn't we adopt some of those notes too, which is pretty cool. That pitch is fouled away, coming in at 93 miles an hour.
I should also point out, I don't think there's been a ball four, but another showcase rule is once you've walked the hitter, it's all fastballs after that.
Yeah, that's great. Great reminder. So here's the 3-2. Another one fouled away. Nice job by Kennedy here.
I'm just thinking change-up, throw a change-up. Because he's struck out somebody on a great change-up with Davis to end last inning. A change-up would get the job done here, I think.
That's in the air, but foul.
Certainly many years ago, not many years ago, but, the plan for Major League Baseball has been to put more of the development on college baseball and have fewer minor league teams. And they've made the adjustments in the number of minor league teams. As Kennedy just hanging in there and Schmidt just going fastball. But, to the point, and now you have NIL money trickling into the game. You have, especially for pitchers, it's so advanced the development that it's one thing Major League Baseball has been very successful at is transferring development to the college level.
It's been very cool to see the evolution. I feel like college baseball still hasn't even peaked, if you will. Ripped, but foul. So we were talking about the command of Logan's pitches, by the way, which is something he's been working on. He said, one of the greatest challenges that he's had to overcome is reclassing, right? His mom had to help him make a plan and make sure he was working to catch up with classwork, but being consistent and in command with those 3 pitches is something he's worked really hard on, and it's paid off.
Great at bat there from Kennedy. He must have fouled off, 6-7 pitches, and he threw the curveball, and that set up the fastball that ended up ending the inning.
So 2 innings of Logan Schmidt here. We'll see a new arm for Columbia Blue when they come back in the 3rd, but we'll get a chance when we come back in the bottom of this frame to see a little more of Willie Anderson. Welcome back to the bottom of the second. We are tied to a piece right now, getting a chance to see the first two teams compete today at our Perfect Game National Showcase on PGTV. We'll have another game later today and, of course, all week long. If you missed earlier today, it was the drills portion of the showcase, so those numbers will be updated on pg.org if you would like to check those out and see some of the top times, catcher pop times, infield and outfield velo. Those will be updated on the website a little bit later today. So Anderson back out on the mound, and we'll get to see a little bit more of Columbia Blue and their team. Luis Hernandez is the batter, the Clemson commit. I watched his BP, David, and I was very impressed. A really loud round.
Oh, yeah, very loud. And he got in. It took him a few swings to get timed. I mean, he's a longer athlete, 6'5". But when he got dialed in, he put 2 or 3 out in left field and really was swinging aggressively and was well timed.
Here's the 1-2. That one is ripped into left. Coming in, making the catch, but a loud at bat. There's one away.
96 off the barrel there. And yeah, he was well timed on that too. It's just a little bit of elevating on that, or we would have seen another extra base hit.
Covers a lot of the plate with those long arms and that big body. Jack Richardson is the batter, primary third baseman out of Atlanta, Georgia, committed to Georgia Tech. Congratulations to Danny Hall on a remarkable career at the coaching level. James Ramsey taking over that program now. Nice pitch there to get the swing and miss from Anderson.
It was fun during drills to learn a little bit about Richardson and his two-sport ability. You know, technically signed to go to Georgia Tech, or committed to go to Georgia Tech to play both football and baseball.
It's pretty athletic. I mean, he's a big kid. Oh, there's a good pitch there from William Anderson for the strikeout.
Wasn't the curveball, it was the slider, but we'll sit there and wait for the curveball a little more. Give him some sort of signal like, listen, we need another curveball. You told me about it. Actually, he might have been trying to make that a curveball, but end up effective with a slider shape.
Didn't break as much.
There, we got our spin rates here.
There we go. Yep. Top left for your corner. That's what you're into. Velo and spin rates. Bubba Coleman, the batter. Alabama commit from Brazos in Georgia. His family told me earlier today they're moving back to Arizona. He'll be going to Hamilton High School. Six foot tall, 190 pounds. Another Select Fest alum that David was talking about earlier.
I am going to go back and look at that. I should be doing it between innings or something like that.
Get the numbers of all the guys. Yeah, I'd like that. That one's fouled away. It's 2-1.
In fact, I have fond hopes of scouting the 14U National in late July in West Palm, and then broadcasting the Select Festival in Fort Myers and what is that, Labor Day weekend?
That's right. Yeah, every year.
So that's on the tentative schedule. I've had so much fun at the 14U. I haven't done every one, but watching the 14 is really when most of these guys mature into what you can see they're going to be as baseball players.
Bubba was at 13 and 14. And then we get to see him here, right? So there's going to be a runner over at first because it was a 4-ball count.
Our ghost runner.
And it's usually the same guys who love to run. That's Wilkin Laurie, the High Point commit out of Asheville, North Carolina, running at first now.
Oh yeah, you'll get the same guy. You'll see one guy 10 times in 2 games because it's a personality trait. It's somebody who loves base running. It's not always somebody who's the fastest player either, but they're out having fun.
And he's taken off. Here's a throw from behind the plate. That one not quite in time. Let me get you the catcher for Team Black. Maddox Lassard. No,
that is Griggs. Griggs behind
Jonathan
the plate.
Griggs. Jonathan Griggs is behind the plate right now.
He actually made made that a lot closer than it should have been. Almost impossible pitching the dirt to throw, and he did a really nice job catching it cleanly and making an accurate throw.
They'll change positions every couple of innings. We'll keep you updated.
Yeah, the lineup that you have in front of you is not proven to be. They're making early game switches already.
It's not my friend, but that's okay. That's all right.
We'll adjust.
It's a game of adjustments, right? We'll be okay. It's cool too talking to these guys during drills. David, some of them have played at this ballpark. A lot of them have never, which makes a lot of sense. And they think it's so awesome to be in here.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys have been privileged by playing in big league parks before and playing in premier college parks, which can be almost like big league parks nowadays. But never underestimate how important that is, because I know for me, who's been going to major league parks for 4 decades, I still get thrilled when I walk into a Chase Field or something like that, just to see even the Trops and the the Metrodomes when it still existed. You're going into a big league ballpark.
It's always special. You're totally right. The ball just out of play, out of the reach of Griggs, and so Bubba stays alive over there. And everybody here is so kind. The grounds crew does an amazing job getting us ready for such long days.
I was thinking about the grounds crew. I mean, they didn't play they played a game in here last night, late yesterday afternoon, a Diamondbacks game, and that grounds crew was here late as another line drive, another run in for the Columbia Blue team.
How about that at bat by Bubba Coleman? Nice job working the count, getting a pitch that he could handle and drive, and he does just that past shortstop.
Yeah, for seeing 2 of the top pitchers in this class, we're seeing a lot of quality at-bats and hard barrels.
That's a strike inside. Logan Corley, the batter. He'll be playing first base the next 2 innings. It's outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Swinging a miss. 0-2 the count. So Anderson shared that Nolan Ryan is a guy he loves to watch, loves the way to see how he competed and pitched. And Max Scherzer, he said too, he loves to watch the way that he competes and pitches. And he said, I hope to pitch just like them.
There's another curveball. Yeah, his pitch has been, and we even saw it in this at-bat, is that elevated fastball.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas 95, 96 first inning, he's more 92, 93 now. But his most effective pitches are the fastball that get really nice riding action up in the zone.
He said that he's been working on those off-speed pitches, David. He said, they've really taken a jump. My slider, curveball, changeup, I feel super confident and able to attack and dominate the hitters. And obviously, having a fastball that has life like that is great, but having the secondaries to play off of it, even better.
Yeah, let's throw a changeup here, Mr. Anderson. That's what he threw. And it wasn't it wasn't a strike, but it had good arm speed and good location.
3 balls and 2 strikes, swing and a miss. There's a strikeout and 2 innings of work for Willie Anderson that we got to see. David, a lot of good stuff to like. You loved that fastball.
Yeah, and you saw it on the last pitch there. He reached back for a 94 to end it, but that's his best location. The graphics show that's his best pitch with the verticality on it, and that should be his go-to pitch. But as you said, work on all of your pitches.
Work on all the pitches, and we're going to head to the third at Perfect Game National Showcase.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swing it. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
All right, we welcome you back to Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, for our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2026. We got you covered on PGTV. David Ronsley, the expert. I am just here to drive the ship, despite the fact that I don't really ever drive. Colin Harrison, the left-handed pitcher, taking them out now for Columbia Blue, the West Virginia commit out of Elk Ridge, Maryland. 6'1", David.
Yeah, Colin Harrison, I think he might have gotten his invite late. Maybe he had an outstanding outing at the 17U about 2 weeks ago. It's topped out at 90, but very good off-speed pitches, slider, changeup, advanced ability to pitch.
Jeffrey Todd Darden is the batter as he swings through strike one. Coming into Oklahoma State, he's out of Cypress, Texas, and stands 6'1", in the box.
Yeah, big fading action on that fastball, 15 inches. Started off on the outside half of the plate and just dove off the plate and forced a foul ball.
A pitch inside for another ball. He shared he's got a fastball. It's up to 90 with arm side run. He called himself a physical mover down the mound. Shows confidence for all three pitches in any count and can mix them up. David keeps the hitter guessing.
That's a formula that always seems to work for left-handers. You'd like to say it works for right-handers too, but it seems to work better for left-handers.
That ball skips in there. Javorsky Lane behind the plate, catching 2 innings. Pitch fouled away. It's 3-2.
Interesting thing is the scoreboard is calling his fastball a changeup because it has the movement characteristics of a changeup.
The scoreboard is confused. David,
yes,
set the record straight.
Yes, maybe in the big leagues they throw 88-mile-an-hour changeups. That doesn't happen in high school very often. But it's the same sort of movement, which is I think what the program is. And there we have a nice little slider for strike three.
Coming in at 76, 2,200 on the spin rate dial. Top left of your corner, if that intrigues you.
And one thing I've already seen about Harrison, that whole first at bat, he did not throw a pitch over the plate.
Wow.
I mean, everything was corner, low, and he's putting the ball where he wants it. And of course, part of the formula of successful pitchers is, get hitters to swing at balls.
Pretty crafty right now. He's facing Lucas McDowell out of Kingston, Ontario, Canada. Committed to North Florida. Dominic Santorelli. Oh, I can't read, David. I just don't know my numbers. That's what's happening here. My apologies. Dominic Santorelli is the batter. We'll get to McDowell in a minute. Santorelli committed to the Louisville Dan McDonald's program out of Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. 6'2", 230 in the box.
He had a very nice batting practice. I think he might have had the second highest exit velocity of him. He put one deep in the right center field seats at 420 and 102 off the barrel. But you look at him, 6'2", 230, and you know power's his tool anyway.
Nice pitch there from Harrison for the swing and miss. It's 2-2. Looks like a little power on power here, but I mean, Harrison has shown a lot more, I would say, finesse, so to speak, than maybe that power so far. That curveball misses in. It's a full count. Santorelli, a fan of David Ortiz, Jaron Duran. Said anytime he's up or on base, you know something's going to happen. He's so electric, plays the game with passion.
That was actually ball 4, it looks like. At least the ghost runner is telling us that it was ball 4. It's Matthew Kerrigan, I believe, at first base.
There's a swing and a miss for the strikeout. All fastballs come in after the ghost runner comes over to first base. Let's see this again.
So that fastball that gets, 12 to 15 inches of horizontal life on it. That's just big running action. And for a left on left, that just gets under the barrel.
Yeah, Kerrigan's over at first running. Good eyes, David. Ben Kuglich is the batter. He's out of Muskego, committed to Florida State. Taps that one on the ground over to second base. Nice play is made, and that's going to do it. 1 inning of work in the books for Harrison. We'll, of course, get another chance to see him in this inning. Or excuse me, when he comes back for the next inning, David.
Yes, we will. We'll see more craftiness from the young lefty.
Chase Field, our home for the week in Phoenix, Arizona. Welcome back. Bottom of the third, Columbia Blue is up 3-2 over the black team. We welcome you back in here. New pitcher on the mound as well, which is awesome. David, we get a chance to see a ton of guys. This is Milo White, the lefty, 6'2", 175, committed to NC State.
Yeah, I'm doing my Milo White research right now because he's a young man who ranked 500, has just thrown at the 17U this year, and tracking down the details from that because he's obviously made great improvement. Had only been a mid-80s guy, a two-way athlete before this summer. But we're certainly getting to see the lefties early.
I like it.
Looks like he struck out 5 in 3 innings at the 17U, is up to 89 with his fastball. So young, athletic, very projectable, 6'2", 175-pounder.
Vernon Woodard is the batter. Woodard uncommitted right now to Grayson, Georgia. Fouls that pitch away. David, for people who maybe are watching, they've got family members or they've got a son who one day hopes to participate in an event like this. I always find it interesting, you know, what you look for, what you think matters, what are people maybe not paying enough attention to when they come to a showcase?
Well, coming to a showcase, I think a lot of players, young players, get out of their envelope, so to speak. They're trying so hard to impress that they don't, play baseball the way they've been taught, stick to the fundamentals, and try to do too much. We see that especially in drills, but we can see it on the mound. If you're going to go out on the mound and say, hey, I've got 2 innings to show myself, I'm going to throw as hard as I can, A, you're probably not going to throw as hard as you can, and B, you're probably not going to throw strikes. And, you want to see what the player's capable of at any showcase, whether it's a small regional showcase in North Carolina somewhere or at a PG National. You want to see a true reflection of a player's talent, and you can't max out and try to do things that you don't usually do.
Woodard with a line drive into right field. That was a nice piece of hitting by him. Pretty loud, too.
Yeah, those fastball only counts are something that, in a scouting perspective, we actually pay a lot of attention to. Because if you're a hitter and you know what pitch you're going to get, you're going to get a fastball. And unless you just have an overpowering fastball, a hitter should be on time and taking good hacks, just like happened right there.
Landon Tomey, by the way, came in to ghost run. He's over at third base.
And we will have another ghost runner, and the base is loaded after hit by pitch.
Bryce Morrison is the batter.
In fact, we're going to I've never seen this before. The runner is just going to second base instead all the way over to first base.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like, wait a minute, the guy in first is like, wait a minute, I don't get to go to second?
No, he's got to stay back, I guess. Morrison committed to Southern Cal. It's out of Moreno Valley, California, excuse me.
Yeah, I looked over at Wilkin Lurie at second base, the ghost runner, and his uniform's already dirty in the third inning. It's like, wait a minute. Oh, he was the ghost runner in the first inning. We'll see him often, I have a feeling.
It's a fly ball into right field. It's going to bring in a run. And again, like, the base runners choose on their own if they want to run and when they want to run. So it just gives them a couple extra notes in the scorebook, David, when they do things like that.
Yeah, and one of the things that may be underappreciated at this level is, like, catchers. Catchers, they don't get to call their own game very often, but at events like this, yeah, the catcher's calling the pitches. He's working with the pitcher and emphasizing that it's a pitcher he may not have ever seen before, certainly caught before. And catching is a really difficult position at a showcase because you're catching guys that you haven't caught before.
Ashton Ballou is the batter. one hits him.
Went with the slider there and got him right in the knee, maybe in the calf, but wherever, it doesn't feel very good.
No, not at all. And you don't even get to take the base. You got to stay and swing the bat. Yeah, that is not fun at all.
You can go sit out a batter. That's a common occurrence in showcases. You get hit in the wrong place. Take a batter off. I just noticed the spin rate for that slider, 3,400? 30. I'm going to wait for another one because that doesn't seem right. But if that's a true spin rate, that's exceptional.
We got the spin rate located top left of your screen along with the velocity as well.
And we'll see only fastballs again after that hit by pitch, though.
Blew out of Katy, Texas, and rips that one through the left side of the infield. Love a base hit. Here comes the runner at home. He's going to be tagged out. Oh, safe, says the umpire. Wow. Somehow evading the tag.
Woodard slide, and he's smiling going back to the dugout. That's one of those things you might not see on the highlights of the game, maybe the blooper reel at the end of it. But he got around the tag. And that's all that really matters. We'll get another look at it right here. Throw his bobble. He ends up in the catcher's box. And
Maddox Lassard had the ball in the right hand. He's got the glove on the left hand. Didn't have them together. Unfortunately, doesn't count for the out. And by the way, the jump that Woodard had, he read that perfectly.
Yeah,
got a great jump from second base.
And that's a catcher. And, you know, catchers don't always run bases and, you know, a lot, you know, especially in high school ball. So good instincts there.
Henry Apt, the batter, out of Brandon, Mississippi, a Jacksonville State commit, 6 foot, 195. Drives that pitch into center field, going all the way back out of the reach of the center fielder. And he's going to turn for third, coming in safe. Wow, how about that rip? Oh, they're going to call him out. Didn't get in time. Who's playing center field right now?
Now batting number 23, taking Anton Soto.
We got Brady Harrison center field right now.
Yeah, he almost got to. Apt has been one of the most impressive players, especially somebody who came in with a 491 ranking. He ran, he threw, took a great BP, and just hit that to the deepest part of the ballpark. And yeah, he might have been safe there, but.
Yeah, Brady Harris playing center field right now. I thought he got under the tag, but he's called out, so there are two away now. And Milo White on the mound. Now batting for Columbia. Fabian Soto.
I want to see another breaking ball from White. He's got a little shy with it because he hasn't located it well. I think he believed both his hit by pitches were on that breaking ball, but I want to see if that spin rate was accurate.
Anton Santos Soto fouling one right back to where we're.
Oh, I better watch that. I'm
right here. David, did you bring your glove?
No, I don't even pay attention to that. I'm used to being behind a screen all my baseball life.
I got you covered. Anton Santos Soto is a Stetson commit out of Mineola, Florida. His goal this year, have a GPA above 3.5 and graduate high school. So we'll get another chance to see him bat. We'll get another inning of Milo White as well. David, early impressions.
Like I said, I want to see the breaking ball again because that might be the reason he's here. You know, 85, 86, 87. And that was a nice changeup. That's the first time he's thrown the changeup. Yeah, he's going to benefit next time by mixing his pitches more, certainly.
First, was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Earlier today was the skills portion, the drills. Here are some of the top performers from day one. Jacob Lombard ran a 6.160. He was a 6.3 last year. Talked to him. So that was a point of emphasis, trying to shave off any milliseconds that he could. Brady Harris threw 100 from the outfield. Hopefully we can throw that back up, and I will read you the rest of those real quick as we come back to the top of the fourth inning. Colin Harrison is back out on the mound for Columbia Blue. There's a swing and a miss. Luke Labby, the batter, the Florida commit from St. John's, Florida. 5'11", 185.
Another young man who had very good drill session, very sound fundamental player. Catching actions were solid, nice high contact line drive swing.
Yeah, we'll show you the top performers in a moment. That pitch is low from Harrison. Harrison shared that the part of his game that's grown the most since the start of this year is his ability to throw 3 pitches with confidence at any moment. He said, I went from 2 good pitches and 1 okay to 3 good pitches that are thrown in any moment because of the confidence. I'm comfortable with them now. And also improving my endurance, keeping my velo up during the game and going deeper into outings.
Did he say what the third pitch was?
I'm looking.
When he went from 2 to 3.
That's a good question. I don't see it on here, but maybe we'll see it when he throws it.
Oh, he's mixed them all up.
That one's ripped down the line. That's a fair ball. So Labby's going to turn for second. Stand up there with a leadoff hit.
Oh, we've seen 4 or 5 extra base hits already. We have 10 runs on the board in 3 innings.
It's a busy game,
yeah, it's
David.
like, wow, this is not a typical national showcase game. And of course, I mentioned at the top, this is a hitter's class. There's no doubt about it. Something that should make the pro scouts extremely happy, that there are so many quality athletes and quality hitters in this class, but they're showing themselves out.
Here's Maddox Lassard. Swing and a miss through that pitch from Harrison. We've seen Lassard over the past few years, uncommitted as of right now. 6'1", 187 from Muskego, Wisconsin. A unique stance in the box, David.
Yeah, I think with his strength, he's not playing. I mean, look at him, man. Strength is his top tool. And that stance makes it so difficult, in my opinion, to get to that strength. It's so timing intensive. You know, the high back elbow, the wrap barrel, the coming out of your crouch.
He was in the 13U and 14U Select Festivals, another guy we were talking about. 7th ranked catcher in his class, 1st in Wisconsin. That's popped up on the infield.
And
they're going to let Harrison make the catch.
Yeah.
Love that.
Well, it didn't go very high, but that was the perfect for a hitter to attack a hitter like Lassard with all the, length and variables in his swing. Coming inside is the obvious thing to do, and whether by intent or just that was a good pitch, that was the perfect pitch to get him out.
All right, so here's the other top performers we were talking about. Archer Horn with the infield throw at 96. Logan Corley, 88 over at first base. And then the catcher pop time today goes to Cody Goff, a 184.
And Goff was impressive, and he took a really solid BP in that he barreled up everything. And he obviously, 5'7", 185, has some compact strength, and all his actions were so compact and short and strong, earlier in the day that interesting to see how it plays in the game. But then we've seen him so much that we know how it's going to play in the game.
Brady Marshall is the batter. Tennessee commit out of Mocksville, North Carolina.
Got that one in pretty much the same spot it looked like as Baloo got it last inning, right there on the upper calf or knee. There's no way that feels good.
No, not at all. Marshall listed as 5'11", 180.
Yep, right below the knee.
Good call, David.
That will leave a bruise. Giving the thumbs up to Lloyd Thompson, the coach down at first base.
Probably told him to rub some dirt in it. Get back up there.
And by the way, you're going to get a fastball.
That one missing. So the count's reset. There are 2 runners on the bases now. 1 away in the top of the 4th. Popped up on the infield. And the catch is made there. Luis Hernandez making that one for the second out.
Now batting number 23, RJ Cope.
All right, so here's RJ Cope. He was playing first base earlier. What do you want to see from him today, David? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to. He's such a good athlete. I'm looking forward to him throwing quality strikes on the mound. I'm not paying so much attention to velocity when he takes the mound. I'm with quality of strikes because he's such a good athlete, and he's thrown enough strikes.
Okay.
I think in his copious number of PG appearances, but I think there's another step he can take with his command.
Awesome.
And that's what I'll be looking for there.
Look forward to that. The Vanderbilt commit out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. His goals this year: be more flexible, hit 97 to 100, create a better routine. Yeah, let me go back to that. Get to 97 to 100.
Okay, wait a few years for that, son.
Yeah. He said, I want to be a better hitter, make adjustments quicker, know the game better, and be a better athlete. There's a profile for RJ, 14U Select Fest alum. My pitch just missing inside for a ball.
And I know RJ wants badly to be a two-way player and a hitter, but hitting at 6'8" is long arm 6'8" is so hard to do.
Well, you can guess his favorite athlete, right?
Yes, I remember it was mentioned during drills.
Of course it's Shohei Ohtani. He said, I want to do what he does. He's very successful at it. He's got a 3.9 GPA, all A's in this calendar year. That one's outside. He leaves it out. So technically ball 4. We'll see another runner come to the bases. Looks like that's going to load him up for RJ, but he'll get a chance to see all fastballs from Harrison.
And this should be the velocity range, mid-80s. A big, tall hitter like Cope can really get timed up and get into, especially knowing it's a fastball coming. Get those arms extended.
Drives it up the middle. That's going to drop down in front of the center fielder. Runner at the plate. Tagged there by Javorsky Lane. And so that's going to be the third out of the frame. So we got to see Harrison for one more frame and a little at bat there from Cope. What'd you see from Harrison, though, in his two?
It's the crafty lefty. It's the mix his pitches. He gets hurt when he gets to the fastball only counts because, you know, his fastball isn't at stage yet. But good quality secondary stuff and an idea how to pitch.
We welcome you back into Chase Field. It's our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2026. Milo White back out on the mound, and he fires in strike one. So it looks like, David, I mean, you had mentioned maybe a late add to this event. He pitched a lot more in 2021 and 2022. Just 3 games at PG events in 2024, and just 2 so far this year. But he's gotten a chance now to get a second inning of work here.
Yeah, and he got an out there with his best breaking ball, you know, of his outing, and it was only about 2,000 RPM. So I think we had a little technological glitch on that 3,400 slider from earlier that caught a hitter in the knee. But I'm going to keep watching for that because that would be a unique ability if he had it.
That was Harrison Kader, the batter, out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, uncommitted. This is Wilkin Laurie, the High Point commit out of Asheville, North Carolina. We already saw him on the bases as the ghost runner. That's why his uniform is dirty before he's had an at-bat today.
Got a tear in that jersey.
He wants to make sure people remember him. That's a good way to do it.
Well, I said I thought White would be more effective mixing his pitches more. And he's gotten an out with a slider. He's thrown 2 changeups to open up this at-bat to Laurie.
It often feels, David, the second inning of work, these guys are able to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, they want to go out in the first inning and show how hard they can throw, show their stuff, and then they get back to the dugout and say, okay, let me go get some outs.
Breathe a sigh of relief. One is done. Yeah, you still have another to go. That one's tapped foul. It's 2-2.
Of course, that's something we're seeing so much more in professional baseball, and I think it's always been that way in in college baseball using the fastball almost as a secondary pitch at times. And, it used to be called pitching backwards and it was a negative. And now it's like almost the norm where if you throw 50 to 55% fastballs, it better be a good fastball that you're throwing. I've read there's minor league organizations. We see another changeup there. He's thrown a couple nice changeups this inning. But there are minor league organizations where their entire pitching staffs average less than 50% fastballs now. And, 10 years ago that was unheard of. And 20 or 30 years ago that would have been frowned heavily upon. But that's just the way baseball has grown.
It's ever evolving, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, it definitely is. That was a nice pitch from Milo White, by the way. 2 strikeouts for him now. Joshua Newton, the batter, out of Westfield, Indiana. And he takes a ball outside.
Yeah, one thing to appreciate about White is he does an outstanding job of hiding the ball, which theoretically should make his changeup even more effective because he's maintaining his arm speed, but hitters aren't going to see that pitch until really late.
Newton uncommitted, by the way. Goes to Hamilton Heights High School, 5'10", 188. Leaves that pitch up. It's 3-0. All right, so he works the walk. We'll see a runner over at first.
Logan Hernandez with a full sprint out to first base. Luis Hernandez, excuse me.
I like that. That's right.
He wanted to get loose.
Get ready to go. And he takes off first pitch. Got a great jump.
I'm not going to fault any pitcher in an event of this magnitude who doesn't pay much attention to the runner at first base.
No, absolutely not. There's a lot going on right now.
Yeah. And I don't have a scorecard to check, but I believe hitters are 4 for 4 on fastball only counts so far. And that's one of the reasons we have 11 runs on the board already, is when hitters get that fastball only count. Well, that was a changeup. They're going to talk to him about that. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Fastballs only. Hitters of this quality, when you say, hey, you're going to get a fastball, that just makes you an infinitely better hitter.
Another ball up. So here's a good at bat by Joshua Newton. He rips that, drops it into center field. Runner's going to come home to score. Hernandez with the speed. So great at bat there from Joshua Newton.
Nice play by Max Lassard going and getting that, because nobody was backing up the plate on that. And if that had got by Lassard, it would have ricocheted around the whole backstop, and Newton would be at third base probably. Well, then, hitters are 5 for 5, I guess, on my count on fastball only counts.
Sounds about right, huh? As they should be.
Yeah, 5 for 5, though, is a little above average, I would think.
Malachi Washington, the batter, excuse me. It's a foul ball in the air.
Coming off a triple into the right field corner, his first at bat.
Yeah, the last time I got to see him, David, was at the 14U Select Fest. And we talked about how much growth he's had, right? Not just with the physicality, but also the mental side of the game and working on that. All parts of it. Asked him, if we look at you in the box and we're talking about mechanics, right? And he's like, my hands are one of the most important things in the box, right? Having those quick hands. He said it's something that I've always had, but continue to work on.
Well, you mentioned his strength and improving his strength. I mentioned this during the drills, he went from being a starter as a freshman at Parkview, which is exceptional and rare to begin with, but his first 2 years as a starter at Parkview, he had 0 home runs. This year as a junior, he had 16 home runs. He went from literally 0 to 16 in a course of 1 year of growth and physical improvement. And
yeah, a lot of that comes from the weight room, he said. He was the PG Underclass Player of the Year.
I wish I had the stopwatch on that to get the hang time, because that's up there. That's an easy 6.5 second hang time on that.
Just got under it. And so another inning for Milo White. Loved the first 2 batters. Thought he did a really nice job getting through them.
It's getting away from the fastball, using the changeup, using the slider, and getting more confident in the location of the fastballs for the young man.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Welcome back to PGTV. As we move along here, it's just our first game today. We've got another one coming up this afternoon. We had our drills earlier today. Top performers over on pg.org if you want to check those out. All the numbers are being updated. You can see we had our 60-yard dash, catcher pop times, infield and outfield throws, first base. And now we get a chance to see these guys get into the game in the class of 2026. Cade Allen, the right-handed pitcher, is going to take the mound. The Tennessee commit, David, 6'1", 205.
Yeah, and Cade Allen had a brilliant WWBA 17 and under. They haven't posted the velos from that yet. But he was just brilliant. That struck out 20 in 10 innings, pitching for Doolin's Dodgers. And also hit 375 as a hitter. But 20 strikeouts, 10 innings, only 2 walks. Looking forward to seeing this.
He's from Humboldt, Tennessee. The 3rd-ranked right-handed pitcher in the state.
And that's what a lot of those strikeouts are on, I bet. Because when you see that kind of strikeout number, it's almost always accompanied by a nasty breaking ball, whether a slider or a curve. And that's a nasty curveball.
Yeah, Jonathan Griggs offered at that, and he's the first out in the top of the 5th inning. Griggs, the Wofford commit out of Atlanta, Georgia.
And that's not a huge spin rate, 24.74, but the fact that's a true curveball that he's throwing 81 miles an hour with just sharpness and bite to it. I can see, that's his strikeout pitch, and it's a good one.
He's pitched in 3 perfect game events this year, a 2.80 ERA, 10 innings under his belt. David, batting average against 143.
92 on that fastball. So he just wants to get into the curveball count there.
RJ Groomster pops it up. And 2 quick outs for Cade Allen.
I don't believe we've had a 1-2-3. Not saying we're there yet by any means.
Did you jinx it?
But maybe I did.
Maybe
we'll see how that curveball works on a left-handed hitter.
Gunnar Alm, the batter, an NC State commit out of Columbus, North Carolina. He takes a pitch outside.
Changeup, sub 1,000 spin rate on that, which you don't see too often. Maybe it was some sort of split change or one that really kills the spin, but that's...
Oof. Fouled it off himself. He's going to take a second. I'll tell you this. If Cade Allen makes it to campus to play for Tony Vitello and Frank Anderson is going to have a ton of fun working with this kid. A sub 1,000 spin rate. Like, that's pretty nifty, huh?
Yeah. There's, it'd be interesting there's so many different change-up grips going on right now. What's that new one they're talking about? The kick change or something?
The kick change. Yeah, Clay Holmes and the kick change.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the new fancy one.
No, be very sure. There are no new pitches in baseball.
Oh, that's right.
They're not after 150 years inventing new pitches.
Just new names.
There are new ways to coach them, new names. That changeup is sweet. 1,004. So that wasn't a blip, but that was a very, very nice, huge life on it. Let's see a curveball here. Tried to get too nasty with that. No, when you're 17, 18 years old and your fastball is your third best pitch, that's a really good sign that if you stay healthy and committed to the game, you're going to have a nice career.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a reason that Tennessee has him. He's committed to one of the best programs with one of the best pitching coaches in the country. Inside on and he swings through it. So a nice first inning of work, an impressive one from Cade Allen.
Some nasty pitches right there. That was the most impressive pitching inning we've had so far. Let's take another look at that last one. No, you're not going to hit that.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Welcome back in bottom 5 of PG National, the class of 2026. We're just a week away from the draft, the 2025 draft, but this is the class of 2026. Rhett Britt is on the mound, the right-handed pitcher out of Hampstead, North Carolina, uncommitted. Stands 6'4", 193 pounds, David.
And I had the wrong pitcher up. I thought it would be somebody else, but you have corrected me.
We'll get to it. That's okay.
We'll get to it.
We'll get to it.
I'm glad they're just not changing the fielders on you. They're changing the pitching rotation.
We're keeping up here. Britt plays for the South Charlotte Panthers, 2026 Marucci. Just shy of his 18th birthday. Looking forward to seeing him on the mound.
That have been up to 93. Obviously has that prototypical pitcher's body, long and lean and projectable. Although he has a tall task ahead of him if he's going to be more impressive than Cade Allen was last inning.
Landon, tell me the batter, the Tennessee commit. Goes to Nazareth Academy. Yeah, it is going to be hard to top what Cade Allen just did, but I'm sure he'll try. Oh, good pitch there. Swing and a miss.
91 with tons of life on it. 2,500 plus spin rate, which is out of the dead zone where you're going to get lots of life on their fastball. It's sort of that lower slot. It's I'd call it a mid 3/4 slot that used to be frowned on and is now hugely popular, just as part of the evolution of baseball.
Tommy at the plate in 27 appearances so far this year at PG events, a 926 OPS. And he did swing at that, broke his wrists, and so there's a strikeout, an early one for Britt.
Saw a little slider there, and again, you look at that spin rate, and I'm going to say, okay, I want to see it again. Because again, those near 3,300 would just be exceptional, and that didn't have a lot of depth to it. Obviously, was well located, but its vertical and horizontal break wasn't anything special. And we'll see if he can duplicate that spin on it in the future. Well, there's a second slider, 2,300. So I think we had another technological glitch there. But we'll keep an eye on it.
Ethan Bass, the batter now, coming back for a second time around.
Yeah, there's another breaking ball, another 2,200. So
that pitch is outside for a ball. It's 3-0. Bass committed to Wake Forest as he works our unofficial walk. We're going to see a ghost runner head over to first base, described as a high-energy athlete.
this is Tomy's second or third time out on the bases as well.
Bass plays for the Cincinnati Reds scout team. Another pitch outside. Britt yanks it.
He's yanked his last three, and with his arm slot and with the huge run he gets on his fastball, his goal should be for a right-handed hitter to live inside on the fists, but he's overthrowing right now. He's too fast with his front side. Got that one into the zone, though.
Bass hits a fly ball into center field. It's going to be the second out of the frame.
Our first out on a fastball only count. But the life he gets on his fastball is going to be, right now, his biggest asset, because that's just going to get off barrels, get in on fists like we saw right there.
John Stowers back at the plate as he checks over on the runner at first base. Takes a minute, maybe. We've seen a lot of tall pitchers to start this first game, David.
And we've got more and more and more. It's going to be a continued theme throughout this national showcase. A number of 6'7", 6'8" pitchers.
The class of 2026 is tall? Is that what we're saying?
The pitchers are.
The pitchers are tall. A lot of length. That's a pretty pitch on the outside part of the plate for a strike. It's 0-2.
See, in the olden days, they would have called that a nickel curve.
Which
it isn't. It isn't quite a slider. The scoreboard's classifying it as a curveball. That's more of a curveball with the bigger shape. But nickel curve. I mean, you don't even need a description of what a nickel curve was. Well, good pitch there for Britt. He ends his first inning of work with a strikeout.
A little smile from him. So, again, the arms have been really impressive. Cade Allen, who we just saw, and now Rhett Britt.
And Britt, looking forward to seeing him pitch a second inning and be aggressive inside the right-handed hitters with that fastball.
Cade Allen back out on the mound for Columbia Blue. 2 strikeouts in his first inning of work with us. I am excited to see him have another inning. What do you want to see from him, David?
I want to see, as I think I mentioned, when you're 17 years old and your fastball is your third best pitch, you're going to have a very bright future. And while I'd like to see him, use the fastball, spot it up, I want to see more of those, 900 spin rate changeups and nasty 81 mile an hour curveballs, because those were just special pitches.
Yeah, there's so much to like right now about what he's doing. I feel like it's just the tip of the iceberg for him.
And you look at that frame, and that's a power pitcher's frame. And yeah, he's up to 92, I believe, in that first inning. And there's going to be more there when he gets into, a pitching program and stuff. And he's an exciting young arm.
Cole Koninger is back at the plate. He takes a ball high. Tennessee commit against Tennessee commit here.
I'm sure they are both aware of that right now.
Koninger out of Keller, Texas. Oof.
That was more the get me over one, and it was still a really good pitch.
Yeah. Great pitch to even the count.
Yeah, 1-0 count, and you're throwing a curveball right on right. It's like, okay.
Hits it hard into center field. That was a nice job in center, taking a nice route over there to make the first out.
Yeah, and those two players, Koninger and Allen, and I obviously don't know as much about college baseball as you do, but they seem to me to be perfect Tennessee players. The kind that really go to Tennessee on both sides of the ball and maximize their development.
Absolutely. That was Harrison Kidder, by the way, who made the catch. Yeah, Brady Harris is the batter. I think what's awesome right now, David, in the sport of baseball is that these guys are getting to campus and they're so much more developed.
Yeah.
And their mental game is so much stronger. And so it kind of allows them to settle in more quickly, I think anyway, as Harris hits it on the ground to third base and barely misses beating it out for the second out of the frame. But it is pretty cool to see. And then when they get to campus, the tools that you're talking about, the pitching labs, the technology, the nutrition that these campuses have. I got a tour of Arkansas's facilities during the season this year, and it is overwhelming how impressive it is. All of the tubs that they have, and the therapy tables, and all of the people, and the nutritionists, and the snack tables, and everything that these guys have at their fingertips that kind of make them, it feels like they're already professionals.
Yeah, and the stuff that used to be, the football team had that.
Yes.
At an SEC school or something like that, but the baseball team had that? No, that was, 20 years ago, that was a pipe dream. It really wasn't even at that point. A note for Mr. Harris.
What do you got?
Yes, he needs not to watch, when he hits a ground ball, don't watch where it goes, because he just got thrown out by a quarter step or what all, and ran a 4.44. And he's much faster than that. It's because he spent the first 20 feet watching the ball. It's like, no, put your head down and run.
I like it. This is Cade Allen's second inning of work, by the way. Nathaniel Davis, the batter, the LSU commit out of Orlando, Florida. He takes a pitch outside. Nate Davis, he goes by.
Yeah, just such an advanced hitter, and you can see him getting stronger. He's, you look at your Malachi Washingtons, and you know how much time they put the weight room. He hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, not yet for Nate Davis, but I have no doubt he will. How about Cade Allen?
How about 861 on that changeup to get the last out? How about those breaking balls? How about his future?
That was pretty exciting stuff there. 2 innings in the books for him as we move along to the bottom of the 6th at PG National Showcase.
I need all the wins, ain't no else, gotta get it, no call it quits, gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits, my head is as hard as a brick but I'm harder than all of this, you better move, you might get
in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much shit I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with a friends new.
Welcome back into Chase Field, bottom of the sixth, 9-3 Columbia Blue over Black. If you're keeping score at home, if not, we understand. There is so much talent here this week. It's one of my favorite times of the year. We all get back together for the summer circuit. These guys have already been on the circuit. Another pit stop here at Chase Field. Rhett Britt in for another inning of work for Team Black. Impressive, right? The long body. We've seen a lot of those already, David, here, and just what he's able to do. You know that there's so much room for him to fill out, right? That's number one, what I like, but also just some of the stuff that he showcased in the first inning.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I want to see the right, when right-handed hitters, like right now with Martin Schiller, who was, the star of the showcase so far, I would have to say. See that him use that movement, that heavy, big run on his fastball, and use it inside to right-handed hitters and get in on some fists. But with this hitter, if you get it out over the plate instead of on the fists,
oh, it's gone. Good luck. Yeah, his BP turned heads. A couple hours ago here, every guy who wants to and can and does takes BP, and his was amongst the loudest that we saw of the day. Of course, we've got a few more days of that, but he works every day on his vision. That's a part of it, the bat to ball, the pitch recognition, and making good choices at the plate.
Britt got away with the hanging curveball there. Was ahead 1-2 in the count.
Martin's a Mississippi State commit, by the way, as he can't hold his swing, and so he strikes out. So we haven't really had a chance to see what he did in BP yet, but I have no doubt eventually we will. And again, Rhett Britt, who's looked really good.
Yeah, he got Shaler to take the bad breaking ball and swing at the one foot outside the zone. So he pitched, and he's getting, hitters aren't seeing that breaking ball because they're not swinging at the strikes and swinging at the balls.
Yeah, it's a really good pitch. Again, Britt uncommitted as of right now. 6'4", 193. He's about to turn 18.
All right, you got an 0-2 count. You got that fastball. Get it right in on his fists. Well, couldn't do it. That's where the catcher set up, was inside and up, and Britt's just not comfortable yet throwing it there, especially mechanically. A lot of his fastball misses are all, down glove side.
Luis Hernandez is the batter. Saw him at shortstop earlier. I like the way he plays. When I told him that I liked his BP, David, because I saw him when he was coming out the field, he came up to me and he was like, "I'm Luis." And he's like, "What's your name?" I was like, "I'm Danny. Nice to meet you." I thought it was really nice.
Teenager with manners.
Out of Sanford, Florida, goes to Lake Mary. 6'5", 204. He pops it up just over second base, and that's going to be an out. 2 away.
Britt's gone very breaking ball heavy this inning. Probably maybe 70-80% of his pitches have been breaking balls, and he's thrown some good ones, but it's what his comfort zone is right now.
Number 29, Jack Richardson.
Jack Richardson, the batter, comes up for another at bat with 2 outs in the bottom of the sixth. The Georgia Tech commit, 6'4", 212. In every position listed, David, except for catcher, under his bio.
And you expand it, and it's tight end and defensive end in football.
That's right. Very impressive. He takes a pitch away. It's 2-1. Smacks it right back up the middle off Britt's glove. Nice recovery over at second base to make the play. So 2 innings in the book for Britt. David, what do you like?
I like the fastball movement. He got it up to 93, and he obviously has huge confidence in that curveball slider, whatever you want to call it. It's a pitch that's going to really develop well for him. Solid outing.
Welcome you back into the top of the 7th. Andrew Getty will now have a chance to pitch for Columbia Blue. He's out of North Oaks and goes to Mounds View High School, committed to Miami to go play for JD Arteaga. Laz Gutierrez, the pitching coach there. A pretty special run they had this year in the ACC, so that program getting back to its prominence.
I might not have heard it, but did you say Minnesota?
He's from North Oaks. He goes to
Minnesota. Okay.
Mounds View High School. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to see whether North Oaks is a Minneapolis suburb or out in the North Woods somewhere.
We'll have a little geography lesson.
Oh yes.
Is that what we need?
Oh yes.
Yeah, North Oaks, Minnesota.
Let's see.
What do you got?
I love finding those, little towns. Come on.
Jordan Martinez is the batter as David's trying to find this neighborhood right now. We will keep you updated on that. Another tall pitcher too, by the way, David. Nice pitch on the outside part of the plate for swing and miss.
I'll blame the internet here in the press box for this, and the fact I have about 18 windows open. Just north of Minneapolis. I wouldn't call it a suburb, but it's within, maybe it is a suburb. I'll call it a suburb of Minneapolis. Obviously to the north side.
Martinez muscles that one up, David, in on his hands, and he was able to put that ball in play. Not easy to do right now.
Now batting number 18, Parker Lowe.
I like the bat speed there for Martinez.
Oh, yeah.
Just drops it into center field.
Trinity Christian is 2 of the top 30 players in the country, and Martinez and Brady Harris.
Parker Lowe will get another at bat. Another LSU commit. National champs once again. Just swing and a miss. Martinez took second.
We see almost the same release slot as we saw with Britt last inning, that mid 3/4.
Getty said his fastball's 90 to 91, David. He's got a really good feel for a sweeping slider, developing a changeup right now. That was a mile high up into the roof and foul territory.
Well, he's already topped that 91 a number of times, 92, 93. So he's pumped up, but he's throwing it for strikes. He's up 1-2, so let's see. Let's see that sweeping slider.
Lowe's a fan of Bobby Witt Jr., Fernando Tatis, and Ronald Acuna Jr. Said, I love to watch them play. I love how they play the game. Said, watching them play, it's easy to see the joy they get from the game and how much they love it. Pitches outside for a ball. It's 2-2.
Yeah, that pitch definitely has potential. He throws it hard, full arm speed, pretty good spin rate. And that would be the sweeper.
Called strike 3.
It's like 93 right on the upper inside corner. A lot of big leaguers aren't going to handle that pitch very well. Look at the location on this at 93, tailing from that arm slot. That's just tough.
That's a nice pitch there for the strikeout, one away. The pitch is fouled away. Matthew Kerrigan, the batter. Auburn commit.
And I like that first pitch because it's the strikeout pitch we were just talking about was right on the inside half to a right-handed hitter, and his first pitch to the left-handed hitter, he was back on the inside. So he's pitching, to both sides of the plate, and it looks like with some intent.
Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
There's some weak hacks on that fastball right now.
All right, so some of Kerrigan's goals this year, he said, win another Georgia 6A title, continue earning all state honors as he gets out of the way of that pitch, get drafted, increase power numbers and stolen bases, and always be a team guy. Yelich is his favorite player. Derek Curiel is his college comp player. How about Derek Curiel, his freshman year, gets to campus, which he makes college baseball look really easy. It is not easy, right? He was the leadoff man for that team a lot of times this year, starting in the lineup, like unbelievable job, playing shortstop.
He was a better college player than he was high school player, even though we had him ranked number 1 in the class for a long time, as we're going to see another run score.
They had him moved over to second base because they had Monster Milam at short, but Derek Curiel is the future shortstop for LSU. I got to see his family, David, in the stands in Omaha at the Men's College World Series, and it was pretty cool. Full circle moment there. That was a nice piece of hitting, though, from Kerrigan, who drops it in.
It was really the first good swing on Getty. And didn't mention this. In his 7 innings so far of PG play in tournaments this summer, he's thrown almost 73% strikes. And we're sort of seeing that with the fastball. The times he's gotten wilder with a changeup or that sweeper, but he's really pounding the zone, putting his fastball where he wants. Of course, I probably just jinxed him on that, but I got to get into the jinxing mode again. I'm usually very good at it.
Well, I think everybody likes a pitcher who's ready to pound the zone, first pitch strikes, and be efficient with what they've got. He's also pretty good at locating, though. He's had a couple now that have painted in and out to these hitters.
Yeah, he obviously has an awareness, confidence in throwing for fastball for strikes, and also the awareness just not to say work middle, middle. He's throwing to spots. I mentioned in and out, different, being able to get the ball inside to both left and right-handed hitters. And that's a skill. That's definitely a skill that's evaluated and developed.
Nice block behind the plate. That ball in the dirt. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. Here's the throw down. Not quite in time. Kerrigan's in at second.
Again, that was a fastball and pretty much just where he wanted to throw it. Expand the zone. You've got 2 strikes on the hitter already. Make him swing at a pitch that he's not going to hit hard even if he hits it.
By the way, if you look at the bottom of your screen, we've got our ticker with top times. Right now it's got the first base throws, so we've got all the drills covered at the bottom of your screen. Lucas Kennedy, the batter, with 2 away in the top of the 7th.
Or is this Harper Gates? That's what our graphic showed. And we have that completely out of touch 3,000 spin rate again.
Swing and a miss for the strikeout. Yeah. And that's going to be an inning of work in the books for Mr. Getty. So we'll get a chance to see him again as we come back. But there was a lot to like there.
Another good inning. The pitching has really come on in the last few innings. It's been fun to watch, and we will see more of it as we continue from Chase Field.
That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's so crazy. Zero pain, zero.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Choose my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair, cook faster, and party longer with Loco cookers.
Game 1 today on our airwaves. We've got another one coming up later this afternoon on PGTV as we welcome you back into our national showcase alongside David Ronsley. I'm Danny Wexelman. Ivan Sabater is going to get a chance to toe the rubber for the black team out of Hollywood, Florida, committed to South Florida. He's 6'2", 195. And I know that said Harper Gates, but that's Ivan. So we'll get you all set for that. So Ivan is 6'1", 182 out of Hollywood, Florida, a South Florida commit.
And we've seen a lot of Ivan and went through the outfield drills and took batting practice. See him on the mound now. 92 with the first pitch, comes up and in on that at 92 again.
Bubba Coleman is the batter. Second time around in the order for these guys. That one hits him. At least I thought it did.
No, I think that was just...
Did it bounce in?
It was the 58-foot curveball.
Okay, my mistake, my mistake. Pitch is outside, it's 2-2. Ivan plays for Canes National, New York Mets scout team. Also just about to be 18 years old. He's faced 23 batters in perfect game events this year. It's a line drive for Coleman into right field.
Good piece of hitting by Bubba Coleman. Got down 0-2 and then took 3 balls and got the count in his favor and took advantage of a 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
Just out of the reach of Parker Lowe, did his best to go up and snag it, couldn't get it. Logan Corley, the batter. Coleman takes off for second. He slides in safely. Corley's out of Lucas, Texas. As there you see the jump from Bubba.
Good job by Levi Nikolai at shortstop there with that short hop and almost getting the tag on.
Corley's a TCU commit. Goes to Lovejoy High School, 6'2", 190. He's a Shohei Ohtani fan. Loves to see a two-way player. Is it hard on the ground? It's going to get through the infield. That's going to score Bubba Coleman. That's an RBI there for Logan Corley.
Hard hit ball. Only it's a 92 off the bat. It looked harder than that, and that's why I was able to get through this infield so quickly. Underrated part of hitting the ball hard is it just gets through the infield more quickly. And
Vernon Woodard, the batter. Saw Woodard with the wheels earlier. He's out of Grayson, Georgia, uncommitted.
We saw the great judgment. The judgment and the aggressiveness was a 9.5. The execution of the slide at home plate, maybe not as high, but that's, I mean, you gotta love the aggressiveness.
Absolutely, especially in an event like this. Corley takes second base on the pitch. That's a nice pitch there. A breaking ball in for a strike. It's 1-2.
Yeah, Sabater's about 1.5 to 1.6 to home plate.
Okay.
And you're not going to throw out anybody who, when the pitcher's 1.6 to home plate. So he has a big leg raise, the big tuck here at the start.
On Sales inside.
But as I said earlier, pitcher's not going to be concerned in this environment with runners, but it's definitely something that will have to be addressed as he moves up level on the mound.
Absolutely. Lots of time to improve for that.
That's a skill, not a tool. The tool's being able to throw 93 when you're 17 years old.
Yeah, it has some bite to it as well. It gets the strikeout of Woodard.
Great location on this fastball, tailing away. Might have been a ball just off the corner, but perfect location. Sabater is very comfortable throwing his fastball. He has almost a different body language when he's throwing the fastball. He's very confident with it. It's low effort. He's throwing it to both sides of the plate. He actually got in trouble with Bubba Coleman because he got 0-2 on fastballs and then threw two mediocre breaking balls up there. It's like, no, son, your fastball is your best pitch. 94 there in the zone.
Tell him, David. Tell him. Bryce Morrison is the batter.
Now, he may be set up for a breaking ball right now, but he's going fastball. Get 0-2, and it's just, okay, you haven't hit it yet. I'm going to throw it until you show me you can.
That one is up. That's a ball, 1-2.
Now we'll see the breaking ball.
Oh, yeah, what a pitch there from Ivan Sabater. Drop third strike there. There's 2 away.
Well, Griggs did get him at first. That was that. If we see a replay of that pitch, that was nasty, impossible to hit, but also very difficult to catch. And Griggs did a nice job, keeping the ball in front of him, making an accurate throw when you're throwing at the runner's back. That's such a hard throw to make. A lot of swing and miss on that fastball. And that had 22 inches of vertical and 10 inches of horizontal, which is about as much fastball life as you're going to get on a fastball.
Yeah, it's fun to see those numbers up there. We've got them on our big screen. We've got the velo and the spin rate top left of your screen if you're watching at home. Ashton Ballou comes back to the plate. The Arizona commit. Ball's fouled away. Going all the way to the Men's College World Series this year.
How did you enjoy your 10-day trip to my former hometown?
It was great. It was wonderful. My favorite time of the year.
I have to ask you about whether you found some old haunts or something like that, or you just stuck with the Omaha steakhouses.
No, one of our favorites for our crew is Blue Sushi, which might surprise some in Omaha, Nebraska. But
I've been to Blue Sushi many times.
You know Blue.
Oh, yes.
Blue's one of our favorites we go to.
That's the go-to place. My daughter lived in Japan for 3.5 years and has always loved Blue Sushi.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, highly recommend if you make it out there. I was talking to Ty Tillery earlier today, and we were talking about it, and, I was like, have you ever been out there? He's like, no, but hopefully in college I'll get to go. I said, I would love it. It's pretty special. 2-2 pitch. He drives that into left center field. Shallow coming in to make that catch. So that's going to be the third out. But the first inning of work for Ivan Sabater, David.
Yeah, I was very impressed. That fastball's up to 94 and it plays up. I mean, to create that number of swing and misses with your fastball is very impressive for a young arm. And that's not a bad breaking ball either.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swing it. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
We got the Major League Baseball draft coming up this Sunday. That's the class of 2025. Ethan Holiday headlining that one in the high school realms. This is the class of 2026, so they still have their senior years. We got a ton of guys who have reclassed into this one, which is pretty cool. Their draft will be next summer. Andrew Getty back out on the mound, the Miami commit for Columbia Blue.
Our strike thrower, and that was probably his best breaking ball, actually, to start off there, so that was good to see.
Jeffrey Todd Darden is the batter, Oklahoma State commit out of Cypress, Texas, and he takes a strike. It's 0-2.
This will be a fun draft. I still haven't got used to the draft being in July. And I don't think I ever will because I did so many drafts from right up close in early June.
Darden drives that into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and he's going to look to second, and he's going to slide in. How about that off the jump, and decided to go for 2.
That was aggressive base running. Somebody who has confidence in his speed. And a good piece of hitting. That was not the best breaking ball Getty's thrown, but 0-2 count, and Darden took a good hack at it.
I like the aggressiveness. Again, you said this earlier, a lot of extra base hits so far today. Guys looking for 2 early out of the box. Dominic Santorelli is the batter. That one is a long drive into left, and that's a very nice catch in left field.
Yeah, they didn't know who was batting because both the center fielder and the left fielder were playing shallow. And Santorelli has as much power as anybody here. And got, tons of carry going the opposite field on that. Who do we have in left field? Because that was a nice catch.
I'm looking too. Oh, that's Martin Schillar.
Okay.
Martin Schillar, who we've been talking about his bat all game, but taking a nice route there to make that catch. Even if they were playing in. Nice job. There's one away in the top of the 8th. We're playing 10 in our first game, probably. By the way, hang with us. We're flexible today. It's Monday, right? Monday? Is that the day?
This is day 1, yes.
Day
it's
1, Monday. Ben Kuglich is the batter. He takes a strike. It's 2-1.
I think you and I have obviously the first game on Monday. I think, don't we have the last game on Friday as well?
Do we?
Oh, yes.
We've got the bookends together.
Yes.
David Ronsley next to me. I'm Danny Wexelman. 26 years here at the Perfect Game National Showcase for UDR.
Yep, 26 years.
Who was your first year? Who headlined your first year?
There were so many players in that class. It was at the Tropicana. And the list for the first national showcase, we see strike 3 there. It was so impressive. I think my favorite player in that class here was Prince Fielder because you watch him hit. He still to this day might be the one put on the best batting practice shows ever. I mean, the strength. And once he got into his athleticism, that power was really able to shine and a fun player to watch play when he got into that athleticism.
Oh, I bet.
But yeah, that'd be fun to go back and look at maybe that's another project for tonight.
I think we'll have to make a list of some of the top guys that you've seen. I'm sure that you and Darren will make a video together about that soon.
Oh, I have a list of, and I made it like 2 years ago, so it's outdated, of the top 100 players in war that I scouted as a teenager.
I need to take a look at that list.
And it's nice. It starts out, the top 2 are, Albert Pujols and Mike Trout. So it starts off with some pretty good quality. And
yeah, I'd say so.
And now you see the Mookie Bettses and Freddie Freeman's getting up in that 65-70 WAR area. That's pretty much automatic Hall of Fame, and yet they're at the peak of their powers still.
Game's in good place right now.
Yeah, Game's in a great place. You've got the young players who are so exciting, but the old guard is still there.
Thank goodness. 3,000 strikeouts for Clayton Kershaw. How about that? Speaking of old guard,
I never saw Kershaw pitch in high school. I saw him play first base.
Wow.
He played first. He hit the middle of the lineup for the Dallas Tigers.
Oh, that's pretty great,
never
David.
saw him pitch.
And now 3,000 strikeouts later in his career, a future Hall of Famer. My goodness. That was Luke Labby, by the way, who grounded out. And so that is going to be it for Andrew Getty in 2 innings of work.
That's our strike machine, all fastball strikes, and that slider really improved the second inning. Threw some 84, 85 ones with 2,600 spins. So a nice outing from the young man from Minnesota.
Welcome back into Chase Field. We're just talking about Clayton Kershaw being a first baseman in high school is how you saw him, not the, I know you just didn't get to see him as the pitcher. Yeah. Of course he was a pitcher, but you saw him as a first baseman.
Yeah. He was a guy who, a two-way, very athletic. Obviously we've seen that, in his whole record as a future Hall of Famer. But he was a guy who really came on his senior year on the mound too. We've talked about a number of those guys. They've come up on the favorite players list all over the place. But yeah, he was a guy who really developed on the mound as a senior and ended up being the 6th pick in the draft or something back when they picked high school players, or high school pitchers, I should say.
Pretty impressive. Just the third guy to do it with the same team. This is Ty Tillery, by the way, getting an at-bat. The Georgia commit out of Madison, Georgia. 6'4", 195. I'm guessing we're going to get a chance to see him pitch.
He is definitely on. He's a primary pitcher, definitely on the list. In fact, I thought he was scheduled to pitch today, but my rotation is outdated.
That's okay.
So
we're flexible.
I'm going to lean on my eyes, and when somebody's out there, he's pitching.
That's right. He'll get an at bat here. Do you know who this is my new favorite trivia question, the other two pitchers are?
I was going to ask you that because you were ready for that one.
Yeah.
I started thinking, oh my gosh,
because I had to look it up this week.
I have no idea.
Or last week we looked it up. I was lucky. I got to work the day after it happened. We were on MLB Network Radio, and so I had to be ready with the stat. So the first one was Walter Johnson for the Senators.
Okay.
The second, Bob Gibson.
Bob Gibson.
For the Cardinals. Pretty cool, huh? Only 3 guys. That's a nice play there over on the left side of the infield for the second out. That's Nikolai.
Henry Apt with his... It's been one of the more impressive young players. Gets a chance to show his speed there.
Oh, thanks, David.
Bob Gibson, Omaha native.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Great basketball player. He played for the Harlem Globetrotters for a year or two when he was in his
so talented
development.
So talented. Fabian Antonsanti Soto is the batter, and he takes strike 2. Sabater working quickly here.
Yeah, that's part of Sabater's package. He's confident throwing his fastball. He works quickly. He throws strikes. Just another weak swing on a curve fastball. Got right in on his fists.
I like the second inning of work a lot from him.
What was it, like 4 or 5 pitches?
Yeah. Very nice job. So 2 innings in the book for him. His work is done here on the mound.
Yeah, and it was a quick 2 innings of work. Very impressive quality fastball there. That's what's going to resonate with everybody who watched that.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Welcome you back into the 9th inning. This is our first game today. We have another one coming up a little bit later this afternoon on PGTV. As we welcome you back in, Jack Ryan will get a chance to take the mound out of Cincinnati, Ohio, uncommitted. He goes to St. Xavier High School, stands 6'2", 190.
And another young man, it's been the theme we've had with strikes. with Getty, with Sabater. I'm looking at Ryan's numbers this year. He's 12 innings in PG play, no walks, 64% strikes.
We like that.
We like that. Last year, 62 walks in 16 innings, 63% strikes. It's a great base to build on, young pitchers out there. Throw strikes.
Maddox Lassard is the batter. He takes that pitch inside. It's 2-0. And on his hands, and he fouls it away. 2 balls and 1 strike is the count.
We've had a number of pitchers today who, when they do that initial glove hand separation, they use almost like a back tap on a swing.
I've seen
where
that
they
as
bring that
well.
out and they put the ball back in.
It's really rare to see that at the big league level because to me,
you're showing the
you're
pitch.
showing the ball. Yeah.
And you're showing the grip, you're showing the ball, and it's one of those things that even Ryan may not even be aware of. It's just one of those things.
Like it gives you some extra giddy up.
Yeah. It's a timing thing too. Doing that keeps your arm from getting out too early.
Right. Yeah, everyone's got their little thing that they have, right? Stay closed, whatever it may be. He gets a strikeout though.
Yeah, nice curveball there. Yeah, looks like a strike. Looks like a strike is not a strike until you swing at it.
Those are my least favorite. If I'm the batter, I'll tell you that much. 1 away in the top of the 9th. We're expecting to play 10 in our first game, by the way, if you're hanging out at home watching us here on PGTV.
And we will play the bottom of the 10th regardless of the score.
Brady Marshall, the batter, the Tennessee commit out of Mocksville, North Carolina. Down the middle for a strike. It's 3-1. Ryan was a 13U and a 14U Select Fest participant. David, you were talking about that. Add him to the list. Plays for Team Elite 17U Scout. That one just a second base for the second out of the frame.
So we will be doing the second game tomorrow, so I'll have all this information together for you.
Okay.
For second
You have
game.
some homework tonight.
Yeah.
Look forward to that.
I'm sure I'm going to write reports from some other event too, but
I can't wait.
Any other projects you'd like me to look into?
I'll make a list and I'll send you a text.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to put too much on your plate here, but we get to see another at-bat from RJ Cope. Of course, we'll get to see him pitch. He's a Vanderbilt commit out of Lawrenceville, Georgia, 6'8", 245. Fouls that pitch away. It's 1-1.
I'm pretty sure that when the first time I saw RJ play was when he was 13 years old, and he was listed at 6'2", 160. Then I'm betting. I'm not, my memory may be fading with age, but I'm pretty sure that's how big he was. Because on a 13-year-old, that obviously stands out.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Softly hits it on the ground to second. Man, he's got some speed though. For being 6'8", he can get down the line. There's no doubt about it.
A nice quiet inning there from Jack Ryan. No barrels and mostly strikes. That's the way he operates.
We welcome you back. Cole Koninger is going to get a chance to pitch this afternoon. The righty stands 6'3", 210 on the mound. A Tennessee commit out of Keller, Texas. We've already seen him at the plate, David, but now he gets a chance to pitch.
Yeah, it's surprising. I thought we were going to have all primary pitchers today. Evidently, the last 2 innings from the black team are going to be secondary pitchers, but I don't think Cole Koninger is going to go out there and embarrass himself. He's been up to 93. Very, very athletic. He looks like a pitcher. Yes, he's a primary shortstop, but he looks like a pitcher with that.
Well, we've seen that before, haven't we? He's obviously taller than Marcus Stroman, but I feel like so many times we hear that the guy was a shortstop and then became a pitcher.
Yeah, Stroman didn't, he pitched when he was in high school, but his first year at Duke, he didn't take the mound once. He was just the starting shortstop at Duke as a freshman, and it sort of just evolved from there. And
when you're an athlete, David. Yeah. Koninger plays for Texas 6, 2026 scout. Harrison Kidder will get an at-bat. He takes a ball low.
94.5 on that first fastball. Okay.
Harrison Kidder, uncommitted out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Else he fouls a pitch off. Heads up, everybody. Kidder plays for Knights Nation. Still weighing his options for school. His goals are to graduate high school with honors diploma, win Student Athlete of the Year, and grow in his faith. A pitch paints outside. It's 2-2.
Yeah, the Koninger's fastball is going to play up because if you watch that short arm action, and he hides the ball. Okay, 2,800 spin rate, 82 mile an hour curveball. That was nasty.
I liked that pitch. Wow.
So we've got a guy who's, almost scratching 95 with that breaking ball. How is Tennessee about two-way players? Do they have any two-way players?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Because some coaches, that's not their thing. But you're going to throw 94 with a 2,800 spin rate curveball at 82. Those are two present pitches at any level of baseball.
I'm not sure what Tony thinks. We'll have to ask him. Yeah. I can't think off the top of my head anyone recently who stands out. We really, there are a lot of two-way guys. I would say like Tag Davis for Louisville, right? The freshman first baseman who's got a huge bat, can also pitch. We didn't see him pitch this year, but like Jack Caglione from Florida feels like the last legit two-way guy that I've seen in college.
Yeah,
in the past 2 years, I would say.
Yeah, I know Noah Franco, the former PG All-American and stuff.
TCU.
Yeah, he threw like 15 innings this year, I think, for TCU. He was primary, outfielder. But it's I think people talked about two-way players so much when Ohtani came up, and it's like, hey, we can develop them like that. And then they figured out why there hasn't been any others. It's hard to do.
It's really hard to do. And I mean, Jack now is a committed hitter, right? He's not pitching in the big leagues for the Royals, but he did it in college. He did it in college at an SEC school. That was another great pitch, by the way, from Koninger, that breaking ball in there. So 2 away.
Yeah, that fastball is just going to get on you so fast with that arm action and hiding the ball. That's 94 pitching at 96, 97.
Joshua Newton is the batter. I'm racking my brain now, David. I feel like I might be missing somebody, and I'm hurting feelings or making people mad right now that I can't remember some top two-way guys. I'm trying to think. That one's fouled away. It's 1-2.
I mean, Tennessee did have a long time ago one of the greatest two-way players, who was also a high-level quarterback, in Todd Helton.
Big fan of Todd Helton. That one's fouled away again. 1-2 the count.
I think he went like 16-1 one year as a pitcher. He and John Olerud stand out to me as the two.
The originals,
the ultimate two-way college.
Absolutely.
And when you can do both hit and pitch at an All-American level, it's like, and McKay for Louisville did it.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just been...
I mean, when you talk about programs, I mean, you mentioned McKay, right? Take Davis, as I mentioned, that freshman first baseman who's a two-way guy. Didn't really get much action doing that this year, but the bat was really impactful, enough for him to be a freshman in that lineup. Swing and a miss for another strikeout there. So how about that? Koninger coming in for an inning of work. Maybe we see another. We don't know, but that was fun.
That was really fun. That was. We've had a series of impressive pitchers here. It shows on the scoreboard, and it will show in our memories of this event as well. That was nasty.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
All right, we're digging in a little bit, by the way. Congratulations to Evan Dempsey, who was the 2025 John Olerud two-way player of the year this year out of Florida Gulf Coast. Of course, Jack Caglione. The year before that, Caden Grice. How about Paul Skeens? We were talking about that. Paul Skeens back in 2022 for Air Force. How quickly we forget he was a two-way guy.
He was a primary catcher in high school.
How cool was that? Primary catcher. Then he got to Air Force. He was catching and pitching. And then when he transferred to LSU, he became a PO.
His top fastball in high school was 91 at a PG event.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Jonathan Griggs is the batter. Jack Ryan back out on the mound for another inning of work. We expect to play 10 in this first game, so we are inching closer to the finish line. We've got another one coming up this afternoon, of course, on PGTV. If you want to see the top times from earlier today, from the skills, whether it was a 60-yard dash, infield or outfield throws, catcher pop times, watch out there. You can go to pg.org. Those are updated on the website. And, of course, they're down below, too. Our ticker, you can see we've got those top 10 listed. If you want more than that, just go to the website. There's another strikeout for Jack Ryan.
A little nickel curveball there. I'm going to start using
Bring it back.
I'm going to use
Bring it back. Describe that to me, though. What are the characteristics of a nickel curve?
A nickel implies small.
Okay.
It's 5 cents. It's a little short curveball. It's more a curveball velocity than a true slider would be. There's more separation. And it's, just a little get me over pitch is what it was, a first pitch, get me over nickel curveball.
Now, could it also be called a slurve?
Yeah.
Would it have those characteristics?
You'd like the slurve to be a little bigger, and a slurve is a sweeper.
Okay.
That's what I think somehow it went from being a slurve, which has always been an extremely popular college pitch.
Yes. Yes.
To I think it's gone from a slurve to a sweeper.
Okay.
You'd have to talk to a pitching coach about whether they're taught the same, whether the grips are the same. That's not my area, but effectively it's the same pitch.
I like it. Bring back the nickel curve.
And the fact that pitchers are generally throwing from a lower slot than they used to make that is much more advantageous to throw a sweeper because you're naturally coming across the ball.
That makes sense. The lower arm slot, when would you say that you noticed the change in that?
I think as you saw pitchers with that slot, from Chris Sale to others who have been successful with it, the worry's always been that if you throw from the lower slot, you're exposing the ball earlier. Opposite side hitters are going to see it so much sooner. But when you have really good stuff and you can throw it for strikes and you can make the ball, like Sale's always done with his slider, break so much, it becomes deception instead of, exposing the ball.
Jack Ryan right now is having his way, looking pretty good. Another strikeout here in the 10th.
He is not overpowering anybody, but he certainly is very effectively and quickly getting outs, and that's just a simple 87-mile fastball in exactly the spot he was wanted to throw it.
Here's Gunnar Alm. He takes strike one. Pops it up just behind third base. And the catch is made. So we got a chance to see Jack Ryan for 2 innings, a 13U and 14U Select Fest alum heading into his senior year. That was cool.
Do you remember what he was like back then?
Oh, he was awesome. He's always got a smile on his face, always happy to talk and share. Anything you want to ask, he's got answers for. He's a wonderful kid.
He just looked like Kyle Hendricks on the mound.
Looked pretty good. Looked pretty good. We'll be back when we come back here on PGTV.
Show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. If you have to.
All right, we welcome you back into the bottom of the 10th. We expect this to be our last inning, or half inning anyway, in game 1. We've got another one coming up on PGTV shortly after this. So we get another chance to see Mr. Koninger, who we were a little surprised to see. Cole, primary shortstop, committed to Tennessee, looked pretty good in his first inning of work.
Looked outstanding, and we talked between innings, and I think you even tried to text Coach Vitiello to say, do you look at him as a two-way player? That's how we got into the two-way player conversation.
That's right.
Because he's throwing 94, 95. It's looking like 98 to hitters. And then he, has that big break in, 82 mile an hour, 2,800 spin rate curveball. And that's top prospect pitcher stuff. And yeah, he's ranked 17th in the country in the class, but that's as a shortstop hitter athlete.
Malachi Washington back at the plate. Another guy we've known for a long time. I love getting to be around him. This guy wakes up and he chooses to be joyful, chooses to make the most of his day. He's really special.
Malachi is a LSU commit.
That's right. I think Jay Johnson might have a full team out here right now of commits.
And we briefly mentioned it. Nowadays, with just the way the game is changing and college baseball is changing and monies are changing and priorities are changing, you just can't assume, oh, Malachi's one of the best players in the country, he's an advanced hitter, he's gonna go and sign. You can't assume that anymore.
No, definitely not. I mean, I think Derek Hurriel right now is the perfect example of that. Like, the development you get at the college level, to me, is starting to be on par with minor league systems as he watches that pitch for strikeout. Koninger really showing off right now. Maybe we saved the best for last. I don't know.
Yeah, we may have done that because he just struck out. Malachi just gave up on that pitch, and that, it was out of the zone. It was out of the zone, and then it would drop right down into the middle of it.
Tony said they might have to wish him well in pro ball. Not sure if he'll get to campus, but we've got a lot of time until then. But yeah, I mean, and I think what's cool is you're seeing pitching coaches like Frank Anderson as Landon Tomey drives that ball into left. Nice little play there by the left fielder. You're seeing pitching coaches evolve too, right? They know how to use all the tools in the toolbox, all the technology that they have, but also they've got feel, right? Especially a vet like Frank. They've got feel. They Liam Doyle is about to be a first-round pick in the draft on Sunday, and the way that they talk about their pitching coach, but that's all college kids. Like, I think that they are very well connected to their coaching staffs, and they go to school because they want to continue to develop on those campuses, which is awesome. It's great for college baseball to get those guys there. It almost feels like we shouldn't be allowed to get to see them in college. We often imagine, what would it have been like if Bobby Witt Jr. got to campus, or, guys of Corbin Carroll, guys of that stature. So it's very special when they do. Hard hit on the ground to short, just tapped off the glove. The throw is wide. So Ethan Bass gets back to first safely.
Easily the best swing against Koninger in these 2 innings. And who do we have out there at shortstop? Danny?
Can you read the number, David, and I'll tell you?
We've already established it, but we're both blind as bats.
Oh, there we go. Our crew's helping us out here. That's Jordan Martinez over at short. Yes.
Jordan
the strong throw.
Yeah, he had more time than he realized. He bobbled it. It was a tough play to get to, but he had a little more time than he realized. He still almost made a nice play.
Fly ball into right field is caught, and that might be it. I think that it is. Let's see. Let's hear what our guys are saying. I think
nobody's running off the field.
Koninger's
the only one that's left the field. He's got 8 players, which indicates to me that we're going to have another pitcher come on.
Oh, I see.
And we're going to play 10.5.
10.5.
And they're just going to keep the black. Instead, it might even be a Columbia Blue pitcher.
I like it. It's like a surprise.
It's a gold pitcher.
Ooh, a gold pitcher.
Yeah.
Like in a... David, did you used to reach into a Cracker Jack box and find the prize? Is that what?
I'm sure I did.
Is that what Cracker Jack boxes were for?
Yeah, back in the 60s.
Yeah. I like that. Who we got here? Let's check this out. This is a fun little surprise for us.
We have Brody Crane.
Brody Crane coming in.
Who is I would expect coming in. Now we have the black infielders leaving the field. I have no idea what's going on.
That's all right.
Is he just going to throw a bullpen?
We're going to see. Maybe somebody down there will yell up to us.
Yeah, we have nobody on deck. In fact, Blue is meeting now. The Columbia Blue team is meeting for their little post-game meeting. So I think we're just seeing
It looks like he could be right.
Yeah. And he's throwing a bullpen, getting all the measurements, the velos, the spins, and everything.
Crane's out of Neosho, Missouri. I hope I pronounced that right because that's my home state, but I'm not sure if I just did. Committed to Arkansas, stands 6'2", 215.
And he went through the drills and took batting practice and all, but a primary right-handed pitcher. He's been 93, 94 on his first 3 pitches. I don't remember seeing this very often, but
So they're looking to get his pitches, his velo, anything else?
Just like you throw in a bullpen, you can still see the mechanics and do the scouting on him.
Of course.
In that sense, you'd like to see him face hitters and let him sequence pitches and all, but there's obviously a reason why that's not going to happen.
So we are going to have a second game today, 5 p.m. local time. That's 8 Eastern, 5 local. We'll have our next 2 teams come in. And then, of course, all week long, we've got a ton left. So we just got through day 1. Tomorrow, we've got 2 games in the morning, 9 and 12:30. And then in the afternoon, we'll have a whole new group of guys coming in for skills.
Sort of like taking today's schedule and just reversing it.
That's right. That's right.
And Crane's showing all his pitches. He's throwing a slider. He just threw a changeup there. Pretty much sitting at 93 on the fastball.
Looks like he's got one more for us. Okay. What'd you see?
Power arm, power body. But that's what Arkansas sort of recruits.
Yeah, it is. Matt Hobbs does an exceptional job there. So our day is wrapped up for game 1. We got another game coming up in half an hour. 5 o'clock local here on PGTV. David Ronsley, you were excellent today. What was your favorite part?
It was a pleasure. My favorite part was when the game shifted from offense to pitching. And the first half of the game was 10-4, and the second half of the game was maybe 1-0. And the pitchers really stood out. Every one of them could cite for one reason, whether quality of fastball or spin on the breaking ball, but they all threw strikes and were effective. It was fun to watch.
I had a blast with you. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back here a little bit later. Again, in half an hour, we'll have our second game on PGTV.
The first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be number 1. You're going to have your number 1 pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be number 1.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big 4 right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holiday on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holiday's 2 sons. And when you go on to the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the 3 left-handed pitchers. Kate Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette are probably your main kind of candidates for this number 1 spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock number 1 pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holiday with the number 1 overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan's a very different prospect than his brother Jackson, more of a power-oriented, focused hitter. Similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now. Just won a Rollins School glove actually for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level. We'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the 2 picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holiday, if you don't mind. When you're number 1 and you're number 1 for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. And you don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. You know, a lot of younger kids might find that boring, but he's always walked at a consistently high clip and power. When you're talking about the power with Holiday, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield, and there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holiday. Now let's go to number 2. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shanawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system, so pick for the Angels because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned, but this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top 2 in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special. And obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th, just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular. And when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number 1 as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he let up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially the number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged .600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo is a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably elicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect Game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First-round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willis, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willis, Jackson is his brother who plays shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft. But there's very good contact skill. There's very good bat to ball. The hit tool and run tool really shine. And some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field. But there are a lot of fans of Eli Willis.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Games National Showcase at Chase Field. Most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He hit an inside-the-park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside the park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor, Pittsburgh Pirates. Pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double-plus slider here, up to 87, 88. It's a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Keith Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we haven't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who could play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a little bit, but we're not talking about that right now. As a 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15 plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process. This, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and he by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who is another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the Perfect Game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number one or their greatest first-round pick to run of the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward, with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves at short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School. For you casual fans, Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely the 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Vinny and Darren getting you excited for the MLB amateur draft, but it's Vinny that's planning out the future of your team with this mock draft. And Vinny, let's go to the Reds. Last year was Chase Burns, former PG All-American. The Reds selected him with the first round. Rhett Lauder the year before has already touched the big leagues just a little bit. That makes it kind of fun. So, the Reds, Cincinnati, what do they do?
Well, you kind of alluded to it before we went to break, Darren, but the Reds are going to select Liam Doyle here. Kind of the last of that number 1 overall group of guys that are considered. You're talking about a guy who has potentially the best fastball in the draft. 94, 98, up to triple digits. Gets over 20 inches of induced vertical from a really unique arm slot. Also a guy who pitches with the fastball around 70% of the time. So a fastball dominant starter Fiery competitor, has a slider. That's a pretty good pitch. Splitter can be plus at times, but it's a fastball heavy profile here. And a unique one in that he doesn't do it pretty sometimes. It doesn't always look like the most perfect delivery, but he gets swings and misses, he competes, and he gets a ton of strikeouts.
Oh my gosh, is he passionate too? I mean, that's kind of steal the headline. Like, everybody knows the passion on the mound. I'm sure that'll dial back a little bit on a backfield somewhere playing in the minor leagues. But what a fun pick. I'm glad we grabbed him that early. Quick background, he's from New Hampshire. He was born in Boston. He's been to 3 colleges, Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina prior to that. But Vinny and the guys knew him. He was throwing 92 at Jupiter in 2021, so you guys knew about him then. You were watching his journey. Fun one. The Chicago White Sox, Hagen Smith was their selection last year out of Arkansas. Talented pitcher. And again, their most fun selection of all time back in the 80s is Frank Thomas. And that's really fun because we're now seeing Frank Thomas III at Perfect Games Junior National Showcase. All sorts of ties, but now the White Sox. Boy, the Rockies and White Sox. You've already picked for the Rockies. The White Sox really need you to get this one right, Vinny.
White Sox are going to go with Kyson Witherspoon here, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. Kind of track record galore here throughout the past calendar year. Pitched for USA, was very good for them. Awesome this year at Oklahoma. He has 5 pitches, likes to use all 5 of them pretty frequently. Fastball will be mostly 96, 98, and he'll kind of hold that velocity for the entirety of the start. Strike throwing is very good here. He's another guy, kind of like the previous college arms that we've discussed, a guy that can move very quickly throughout a system.
Yeah, he's a fun one because he's a JUCO bandit. Didn't really have a lot of places to go out of high school. Went to Doug Martin, coach Northwest Florida State. Brother Malachi went along with. Malachi's going to get drafted too at some point. He was in that OU rotation with him. But when he came out of high school, Vinny, you guys had him as a number 428 ranked shortstop in Florida. Talking about using college to develop, what a fun thing this is. I'm glad you called the name of Kyson Witherspoon as we shift to 11 in the A's. Sacramento now, Vegas down the road. Producer Jason calls them the Nomad A's. And again, they're busy, but they're still building a team, and they hope it's successful. As a matter of fact, they picked Nick Kurtz last year. Nick Kurtz already has, 9 home runs in the big leagues this year? And doing big things. So who do they select? And whoever they select, whether they develop a high schooler or a college guy, the A's are going to do big things in Vegas over the next couple of years. Go for it.
Yeah, well, the Nomad A's, as Jason likes to call them, will be taking Gavin Feen here with their selection. High schooler out of California again. Something we've talked about kind of in previous conversations. Very good year in California, specifically for the high school side. Gavin was arguably the best hitter on the summer circuit last year. Throughout his time at the 17U National, WWBA, area codes. A very, very polished hitter, has a good hit tool with sneaky power. There's really good athleticism here. Kind of could fit almost all over the diamond, whether it's shortstop, third base, center field, right field. Has the arm strength to play any position, but really, really good bat, and that's what you're buying here.
So, by the way, a couple of years ago, the A's, it was Jacob Wilson out of Grand Canyon. He's got 100 hits already. He's gone past the 100 hit mark in the big leagues. So they've done some really good work. San Diego's show for Feen, that's a fun mention. I dare say keep an eye on our content. They've been kind enough to allow us to come into their home on draft day and really tell the behind-the-scenes stories. I'm glad you mentioned him. That's a fun one. I'm glad he got picked. We kind of like him here. So now we passed the buck to a team that picked Malcolm Moore out of Stanford, a catcher last year. A perfect game All-American, by the way, Malcolm Moore. The Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are going to go with Steele Hall here. Similar to Eli Willis, Steele Hall was a reclass. He reclassified after Jupiter last October. So scouts were able to get a good look at him at Jupiter. He's a high school shortstop out of Alabama, UH-Trussville. Really, really dynamic athlete. And that's something the Rangers really, really like to target in the draft is not only athletes, but high school athletes. He's twitchy, he can run, he plays with fire. He's kind of a little bit of a powder keg type. Really, really good shortstop defensively. Could probably stick there, be an above average plus defender at the position. Has loads and loads of bat speed. A guy that's going to have to develop over the next couple of years, but you're talking about a really, really exciting bunch of tools and athleticism to build off.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card because 1 year ago last summer, he was ranked 161. So he did a lot of climbing. The Rangers, by the way, it's kind of fun. We talked about Moore. Their last 4 draft picks have been PG All-Americans. When you look down, you got Leiter, you got Rocker, and you got Wyatt Langford along with Moore. They've picked PG All-Americans. San Francisco Giants last year have already traded. They've already traded their first-round pick Mr. Tibbs out of Florida State, Rafi Devers. Mr. Tibbs, part of that big package that goes the other way. James Tibbs is gone. So the San Francisco Giants, who do they select? They've got some fun momentum at the big league level. Who do they select?
The Giants are going to take Ike Irish out of Auburn here. One of the most complete college bats kind of on this side of the board here. Irish is a candidate to go much higher than this. He could absolutely be a top 10 pick. But when you talk about Irish, you're talking about a guy with a very, very polished bat. It's a plus hit tool with above average power. He hits balls extremely hard. The power in home run numbers finally showed up this year. There's real 25 homer potential in the bat. Plays all over the field. He played catcher for the first 2 years at Auburn. He had an injury to his back that kind of forced him off the position this spring, so he played mostly left and right field. He does have arm strength, so he can handle either of those positions well. But he may be a guy where, similar to like a Tyler Soderstrom in the past, where the bat is so good that maybe you don't want to put the stresses of catcher on him.
I like that name. We love him. He's a fun one. He played on that famous Orchard Lake St. Mary's prep. Our good friend Brian Sikowski, part of the coaching staff back then, helping out. Now with Virginia on the coaching staff there. They went 44-0. Brock Porter, who's in the Rangers organization, was on that team. Nolan Schubart, who's hit 59 career home runs at the college level with Oklahoma State. And Alex Mooney, who's in the Guardians organization. I like that pick. That's a famous high school team, and he did great at Auburn. This is a fun one. The Tampa Rays picked Theo Gillen last year, a perfect game All-American out of Austin, Texas. And by the way, at A-ball, he's paying off. He's already got like a 460 on base, give or take, to open the season. That was last year. This is this year. What are the Rays? Everyone listens closely and stops talking when the Rays make any sort of pick.
The Rays are going to go with Merrick Houston here, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Believed to be one of the best defenders on the college side of the draft this year. A slam dunk, no doubt, shortstop. You're talking about a plus glove there. A guy that could potentially win Gold Gloves. Really took a step forward this year in terms of the offensive profile. There's really good feel to hit. It's kind of a polished hit tool. It's not as much power as you would like, but when you're talking about a guy who could potentially win Gold Gloves at shortstop, the risk there isn't really too great. He can run, he can throw. He's viewed as kind of a safe college prospect at this point, but he's one that the Rays should be really excited about to get into their depth system.
Well, you scouts are hard to please. 15 homers, 19 stolen bases. I take that as enough power, but I get it. It's going to come on. He was an Ostingers guy back in the day. What a great program Jimmy Osting runs there. So that's a fun pick. I loved writing that one onto my board. Fun first-round picks for the Rays: Longoria, Price, and of course Josh Hamilton. Some fun names to look back through their history. The Boston Red Sox, Braden Montgomery. He's gone. He was traded for Garrett Crochet. He's on a different team now. He's a PG All-American as well out of Texas A&M. The Red Sox have been all kinds of busy and fun, all kinds of PG prospects coming to the big leagues this year. Who are they going to pick?
They're going to go with Kason Cunningham here, shortstop out of Texas. One of the better hit tools on the high school side of the draft this year, a guy that we've seen since he was 14. He's consistently ranked, has the bat speed, more juice than you would think out of a prospect his size. But the hit tool is very, very good. Might be a second baseman long term, not really a concern right now, but he can run too, and you're talking about a guy that is going to hit his way through the minors and reach the big leagues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Cunningham, PG's number 5 ranked player right now. He was a perfect game All-American. He was a Select Festival guy too. Jeremy Brown, the great scout and the man who handles the Select Festival, does so much for it. He was a Jackie Robinson Award winner, won that award at the All-American Classic last year. Fun mention there. Red Sox pick, because he's tied to travel ball so much now. I got to mention 1989, the Boston Red Sox first-round pick, Mo Vaughn, now travel ball guy. 300-plus home runs, now a big travel ball guy teaching the game, Mo Vaughn. Love mentioning that. Before we go to break, let's let the Twins go to work. It was Kalen Culpepper last year, the really athletic middle infielder out of Kansas State. Royce Lewis is one of our favorite picks of all time that the Twins made. So with that in mind, is it an athlete? Is it a slugger? Is it a pitcher? Who do the Twins pick?
The Twins are going to go with Jace Laviolette, outfielder from Texas A&M here. Potentially the hardest guy to kind of pin down when it comes to this sort of mock draft exercise, because he was the 1-1 candidate coming into the spring. Numbers kind of faded down the stretch. To me, you're talking about a guy still that could play center field with 30-plus homers. And is that kind of dynamic athlete to stick in center field. He's a leader. He kept that Texas A&M team together into the portal and back out of the portal back when they hired Michael Early as the head coach. It's been a tumultuous year in College Station, but I think Laviolette is still a prospect to really get excited about.
6'6", 235. Huge power, 68 home runs in his career. That's a fun pick for the Minnesota Twins. That's not a twitchy athletic guy, nor is it a pitcher. That's a masher. Harmon Killebrew is coming to town in the form of Jace Laviolette. I'm fired up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some great PG All-American dudes left. There's a couple of big arms left, one of whom did something spectacular. I don't know if he's climbed into this first round, though, at the Men's College World Series. Vinny and Darren, this is Perfect Games 2025 Mock Draft.
Our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase, our second game today on PGTV. I'm Danny Wexelman, sitting next to Steve Jordy, who's a part of Perfect Game's scouting team, national scouting coordinator. You cover California, and you are joining us for the first time in the booth. Steve, welcome.
Thanks for having me in. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, so we are day one almost in the books, and we had a skills portion earlier today. Game one in the books, game two coming up. We're going to show you rosters in a second for these two teams, but just a little thought on what you've seen so far.
Yeah, a lot of excitement, obviously. Some nerves to go along with that. It's an interesting type of format and an event that these guys hopefully flourish in. I'm looking forward to see some good baseball today.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit more. And of course, we're with you all week long on PG TV. You can go to pg.org if you want to see some of the top times from earlier today. Gold team, here is the roster. We got a couple pages for you. These guys will get a couple of at-bats today, and of course, a couple tomorrow. We've got pitchers who will be on the mound. Most of them will go 2 innings. That's how it works in our showcase format. There is no ball 4, take your base situation. If a batter gets to ball 4, he'll stay in the box, and the pitcher will have to throw all fastballs. We'll put a ghost runner on the bases, and I think the most important thing to note is these guys have the green light, Steve. If they want to run, if they want to take a bag, if they want to bunt, which really they shouldn't be doing here, but every once in a while we see that. Whatever they want to do, it's their option, it's their showcase. And so it's kind of up to them as we have the scouts in the stands, of course, all our PG scouts as well. And we're going to get you set as we see here starting on the mound for the gray team. All right, so Janker Romero right now out of Statesboro, Georgia, the right-handed pitcher, is going to start for Team Gray. Steve, I don't know if you've had a chance to get to know him or see him, but you had kind of mentioned there's some nerves sometimes in the first inning for these guys, or their first chance to throw. You see a little bit of that.
Yeah, on this stage especially. Really don't know what to expect as a pitcher. I'm sure he's out there just gripping and ripping, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing him.
What do you look for when these guys take the mound in an event like this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, conviction, believing in yourself, believing in what you're doing out there is going to be a big part of this. And obviously, you want to command the baseball here and establish the fastball early and get ahead of guys. That's what we look for.
I like it. So Romero plays for the East Cobb Astros 17U, just turned 18 recently. 6'3", 190 pounds, goes to Georgia Premier Academy, and again, uncommitted right now. We got a couple of those guys who are still trying to make their decisions for school. I do feel like the past couple of years we've seen guys wait longer and longer to make those decisions. I know we'll get a chance to see Jacob Lombard here. He's on the gold team, also an uncommitted guy, just not ready to make the choice.
Yeah, what a great platform for these uncommitted guys to show what they have, especially with all the college coaches in the stands and all the professional guys here too. So just a great opportunity to show stuff.
Romero's pitched in 18 games so far for perfect game this calendar year. He's faced 228 batters, 70 strikeouts for him. Brady Stewart is going to lead things off for the Gold team. You can see a little sun in their eyes. It's 5 p.m. local time here in Phoenix at Chase Field. It's our 2025 National Showcase. So first pitch coming in 94, and you can see top left, we've got the spin rate as well, over 2,300 on the spin rate for Romero.
Yeah, you got to think he's just amped up out there.
Any numbers in particular that you look for when it comes to that?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I'm a guy who's definitely a command over velocity type of guy, and at the end of the day, it's really about commanding the baseball and throwing strikes. If you can throw, 98 to 100, it doesn't really matter if you're not hitting the catcher's mitt. So, command is what I'm looking for.
Absolutely. So again, 2 innings for Romero. There's a big breaking ball in for strike 3. So the first out for Romero, and again, over 2,600 for that spin rate coming in, which is pretty good.
Yeah, he's spinning it well.
Brady Stewart, by the way, committed to South Carolina. He's out of Overland Park, Kansas. We'll get a chance to see him a little bit later. Christian Doty will step up to the plate to face Romero. Doty from Olive Branch, Mississippi. Committed to the University of Mississippi. His goals this year: graduate from high school with a 4.0. Pitch is outside for a ball. It's 2-0. So something that Doty's been working on this year, Steve, plate awareness, watching balls that are good pitches, making sure he's got a good at-bat every time he steps into the box. As he fouls that pitch away, it's 2-1. At this age right now, what are some of the expectations you hope to see from a kid who's 17, approaching 18 years old, ahead of their draft year?
Yeah, just their approach. How they handle the pitcher out there. They have a plan. I like guys that are contact oriented. I think as they mature and grow older, the power comes with it. But to focus on a high level bat to ball kind of a guy is a great start.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. There's another nice pitch from Romero for strike 3, back-to-back strikeouts for Jenker. There's 2 away in the top of the first. I mean, he's got some funky movement on those pitches.
Yeah, he's coming right over the top with that. And, yeah, nice pitch.
All right, so 2 away. And here's Jacob Lombard. Lombard, the son, of course, George Lombard, who's the bench coach for the Detroit Tigers. His older brother, George Jr., drafted by the New York Yankees, just got promoted to Double-A, I believe, which is pretty exciting.
I'm really excited to see him play here. I haven't only on film I've got to see him, and good opportunity for me to get a good look at him here. Obviously, the tools are present, and definitely passes the eyeball test for sure.
Ooh, big breaking ball, man. That is pretty fun there from Jenker Romero, coming out strong in game 1. We're going to get a chance to see him again. He'll come back in the second inning with some of that funky stuff. So a 1-2-3 strikes out the side. Anything you like there?
Yeah, all the curveballs, like I said, as we opened up, has a lot of conviction in that breaking ball, and he really believes in it. So it's obviously a pitch that is his out pitch.
We'll get a chance to see a little bit more of him, but we'll be back in the bottom of the first on PGTV. a rockin' and rollin' game 2 today on PGTV. Here's the lineups for Team Gray. We just saw Janka Romero, who just struck out the side, by the way, in the top of the first. That was fun. Good lineup here for Team Gray. They're going to be facing a big arm on the mound. I know we're all excited to get another look at Savion Sims. Sav Sims committed to Oklahoma. He's out of Edmond, Oklahoma, and I have a feeling Team Gray might have a little bit of trouble with him, but what are you most looking forward to seeing him?
Yeah, I think they got their hands full here. 6'8", 205, projectable frame. You could just see what this thing is going to look like in a few years. And so this is something that, scouts salivate over.
So he told us that he went on his official visit to OU and went to practice. He got to talk to Kyson Witherspoon, who is a potential first-round pick out of Oklahoma. Cam Johnson, who transferred from LSU to Oklahoma. He said they talked about how the team is one unit, not individualized. And they told him how good of a coach Skip Johnson was. I can attest to that as well. And helped them mechanically. Skip Johnson, one of the best in the college game with that. I think about a guy like Cade Horton, who a few years ago in Omaha had a chance to increase his draft stock. He and Skip Johnson worked on a couple of things, and he's an absolute stud now, drafted by the Chicago Cubs. So Oklahoma, a great program for Sims, but I'm just excited to get a chance to see him here on this stage.
Yeah, so important to be in line and have the same values as your pitching coach. Obviously, when you get to college, it just makes things a lot easier when you get there.
He's going to be facing a good one in Anthony Murphy, who is leading off for the Gray team. LSU commit, 6', 190, speed, ton of speed here.
This is a guy that I've seen plenty of times, obviously, in California. Great guy to watch, athletic, does a lot of things on the baseball field. They make you go, wow. And really excited for his year here coming up.
So am I.
Leading into the draft.
Yeah, it's a great point. Plays for Corona High School. We did so much with them at the start of the high school season. They've got 3 guys who could go in the first couple rounds too. Seth Hernandez, Billy Carlson, and Brady Ebel. So it's pretty special, and he's learned, I know, a lot from those guys.
Pretty special program over there, what Andy Wise is doing. And Anthony Murphy was a catalyst to what they were doing all year long. So
Sims pumping 100 right now. Top left of your screen, we've got the velocity and the spin rate for you. Triple digits. That one's fouled away at 98. I mean, this is special stuff from somebody who is entering their senior year of high school, right? He just turned 18. Kid from Oklahoma.
So projectable.
It's awesome. That's a check swing going to short. There you see the speed, but Murph is out this time, so there's one away. Keaton Neal is over at shortstop making that play. Had to charge it, did a nice job because Murphy's got that speed. Look at him.
You don't get to see 100 too often with these high school kids, but a little more frequent in the past few years than in the past, but special arm here.
Ricky Shepard is the batter, and he takes a ball high. I think the weight room has become their best friend. I feel like every time I talk to these guys, they talk about getting in the weight room, getting bigger, stronger, which has led to the velocity going up at this level. I think sometimes, you could look at this from the outside and think, how is this kid throwing 100 right now? He's 18 years old, throwing triple digits. It doesn't feel rare anymore. It doesn't feel quite as special, which is ironic. It is special. It is very special. Rookie taps it foul. Committed to Miami. He's out of Las Vegas, Nevada. We've known Rookie for a long time. Been to a couple of select fests with us, and I've had a blast getting to know him and his family and watch him grow. Consummate professional. Like, this kid's been a pro's pro, it feels like, for a long time.
Right.
It's a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch from Sim. And there's strike 3. So back-to-back outs. One for a strikeout.
You just got to gear up so early for this. got to be ready to hit the fastball.
Now batting number 16, Cole Prosek.
Whew. So a ground out and a strikeout. Cole Prosek will come up to bat. 100.1 on the radar gun for that last pitch. Down the middle at 99.
Just a loose live arm, Danny. It's just pretty amazing to watch.
He makes it look really easy. It's definitely not. It's ripped, but right to first. So the line drive makes it a 1-2-3 first inning for Savion Sims. We'll get a chance to see him again when he comes back in the second, which I cannot wait for right now. It's all about the pitchers early here at PG National. Sims dialing it up to triple digits in his first inning of work here at the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
All right, we welcome you back here to Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. This whole week, we get a chance to take the field for the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. I'm Danny Wexelman, sitting next to Steve Doherty, who's a part of Perfect Game's scouting coordinators covering California, part of those national scouting coordinators. What does that mean? What does your job mean? Steve, tell us.
No, we just identify guys in our state, obviously. So we scour the state up and down, and we have a great crew here in California. Scott Rankin, Steve Furiendo, and of course, with our leaders, Jared and Vinny, who do a great job. And it's just a great crew to work with, honestly. These guys are real pros. They know what they're doing. They know what they're looking at. And it makes it easy. So, covering the whole state, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
And West Coast states at that, too. So Washington, Arizona as well, and we get out to Florida a couple times a year.
It's pretty large territory for you guys, but obviously a ton of talent out there, as we know. I think what's cool, too, is that it's becoming, you can find talent anywhere.
Sure can.
Not just, we know that California, Texas, Florida are always going to be hotbeds, but I'm thinking about Chicago right now and how booming that area is, Las Vegas as well.
Yeah.
We were just talking about rookie Shepard. So we get another inning of Jenker Romero, who struck out the side in the top of the first. Not so much the velocity, but more of the stuff.
Yeah.
Keon Johnson, the batter. He swings and misses. It's 0-2.
He's got some swing and miss stuff today.
Keon, a Vanderbilt commit out of Macon, Georgia, 6'2", 196. Waits on it and hits it to third base. Throw across the diamond. Isn't on line, so that's going to get away. Keon is going to take second base. Braylon Nelson is playing third base right now. So Johnson's going to be on second, just the first base runner for Romero. He'll get in line with his catcher behind the plate, Colin Thacker. And the batter's going to be Keaton Neal. Pitches outside for ball one. Neil committed to Florida. Goes to Spring Hill High School. Johnson taking off for third easily. Sliding in. Again, the guys on the bases and at the plate, everyone here at this showcase has free reign to play how they want, which is pretty nice because you get a chance to see who's aggressive, how they take their jumps. Those are things you guys look for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this what this kind of gives the players is to have a little bit of feel for the game. And, without coaches giving them particular signs to steal, to bunt, to hit and run, they get to make those decisions on their own in a format like this. So show a little bit of feel, see if they have that instincts for the game, and they're reading the game as it goes on. So.
And we'll see that throughout this game, which makes it really fun, in my opinion, right? Obviously, it's not a traditional type game. We keep score, but I'm not going to reference the score. Ooh, big pitch from Romero. That one pops out of the glove, and so Keon Johnson is going to come score. But I do like that part of the game very much. It was a swing and a miss, by the way, so the fourth strikeout for Romero, first out in the second.
Yeah, and it enables these guys to play a little bit more freer without any restrictions. Obviously, when they get to the next level and they show up on campus, whether at their high school or the college the following year, everything's kind of done for them. So this is a great opportunity to get a jump, go. You want to do a bump for base hit, do it.
Noah Wilson is the batter.
Another Vanderbilt commit. Looks like Tim Corbin's getting some players here.
Yeah, these guys are all over the lineups, right? You got all the conferences represented, which is awesome. There's so much talent coast to coast right now as that one sails inside. Wilson gets out of the way of that one.
Maintaining his velocity here. He's coming over that over top slot. Kind of gets that ride on the fastball. There it is.
That's something you guys are looking for as well, right? Consistent, repeatable mechanics.
Absolutely.
That's the key there.
So important.
So we're going to have a base runner. That was technically ball 4, but the scouts want to see these guys hit the ball. So Wilson will stay in the box, runner over at first, and it's straight fastballs now from Romero. That one comes in for a strike. There's a runner taken off for second, sliding in safely. That's John Mora, by the way, who's ghost running. Here it is again. What do you see?
Good jump. Straight into the bag. Had conviction with it. Probably taking advantage of the high leg kick as well.
Yes, I was just going to ask you.
Don't have a watch on them, but somewhere in between the 1.4 to 1.6. Pretty good opportunity if you have a little bit of speed to get there.
We talk about it a lot too, that you really can't blame the pitcher in a scenario like this. As Romero gets another swing and miss for another strikeout there. He's got 5 so far in his outing, that they're not holding the runners. I think the main concern, the main focus here is the hitters.
Yeah.
All right, so two-way in the top of the second. Cy Chrisman, will bat.
I just really like his demeanor on the mound.
What stands out?
Just his ability to locate the fastball, and seems like the moment's not too big for him. Under control. Repeats his delivery.
That ball misses inside. Chrisman from Springville, Utah, committed to Oklahoma State. Goes to Maple Mountain High School. .64", 220.
Definitely passes the eyeball test here.
That one misses low. It's 2-0.
Seems like these guys are getting bigger, stronger, faster as the years go by. Maybe it's just evolution. Maybe it's evolution. I don't know. But
they look older too. Like they have facial hair. I'm like, what's going on here? How did you get a beard? You're 17. That ball misses up and gets away. So Mora will take third.
Starting to lose command just a tick here in the second inning of work.
Came out strong for Romero. He's got 5 strikeouts through 1 2/3 so far.
What I think is really important for pitchers here is really kind of go to their breath and kind of refocus. And you can see there, he grabbed the rosin bag. He probably went to his breath and refocus and commit to one pitch at a time.
3-0 count to Chrisman. It's a little fly ball into shallow center field. That one's going to get down. So Chrisman ends up winning the battle, gets to that 3-0 count. Romero had to throw a strike there.
Now batting number 27, Yodelkis Oviedo.
Just his strength alone right there got rewarded.
Yadelkis Cavado will come up to bat. This guy's got a lot of strength.
Talking about strength, this guy had a pretty loud batting practice round. Stands out. Sometimes, you know, on some guys it just stands, they just stand out and it just sounds a little different off the bat. And that was kind of what I noticed watching this guy take BP. It's kind of like that Josh Hamilton. If you ever stood around a cage watching that guy hit, it's just amazing. It just sounds different. This guy has that.
Yeah, Cavado, for the past few years, I feel like has been building towards that. He's always stood out. He's had that big build. But now it's kind of filled out with muscles, right? He's always been a little bit bigger than the class. Committed to Florida State. Goes to Mater Academy.
Great jump there.
Especially for the height, right? We were just talking about how big he is in the box. That's Cy Chrisman who took the bag.
I think he took advantage there, Romero, who's just focusing on the batter.
That one's up and in. Cavado plays for the San Diego Padres scout team. That was a ball 4, so they're going to put a runner over at first. 2-on now for Romero. Cavado was in the 2021 13U Select Fest. So we got to see him when he was just 13 years old, which was pretty cool. In on his hands, but ripped foul.
I think that's a great thing about, perfect game is that we identify him early. Whether it's through tournaments or showcases or our Select Fest, and they matriculate their way all the way through and end up at the national showcase. So it's a testament to what we do, how we identify guys.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts, I think, of getting to work here is, some of these guys who are coming through, we saw when they were 12, and have just got to know them as people, right? Get to know their families, their siblings. And I think that that's really important. I think, when you hear a guy who's talking about in Sims who it feels like a family at Oklahoma, to me, like these generations of players compared to maybe 5 or 6 years ago, that's like a top priority.
Yeah.
That's so valuable to them.
It's an important part of the process. Obviously, going to school, but, for the pro guys especially, they want to know the makeup, they want to know the character, and it's a huge part of the process.
All right, so Jenker Romero strikes out 6 in his 2 innings. There's a little traffic on the bases, but impressive. Maybe lost a little of the command at the end here, but dang, he looked good.
Yeah, really good outing. Fastball plays, you can see the ride on it. You guys just couldn't catch up today.
Yeah, nice job by him. When we come back, Savion Sims. Steve Doherty with me. I'm Danny Wexelman on PGTV. Savion Sims is back out on the mound. 2 strikeouts for him in his first inning of work. We just saw Jenker Romero, by the way, if you're just tuning in. He looked really good as well. A lot of good stuff in there, repeatable mechanics, but excited to see one more inning from Sims. We were talking about his decision to go to Oklahoma, play for Skip Johnson, and what he valued there. He said something he's had to overcome is moving away from home. He said, when I first moved away from home, it was really hard to stay focused and dedicated to every day. He said, since I've overcome this, I've seen my baseball and academic performance skyrocket, allowing me to just focus on what's at hand, not worrying about not having all his family with him as Archer Horn steps into the box. Whew! 98.6. Horn floats that into left for the first out. Just a lot of gas that he's making look really easy right now.
Yeah, it is really easy.
Now batting number 12, Dylan Minnicky.
Dylan Minnicky will get a chance to bat, playing first base today. 99 from Sims. That one tapped foul. It's 0-2.
He's an athletic mover out there as well, which helps. Looking into the future a little bit, that he has the ability to make adjustments, and that's what the athleticism kind of brings and gives you the ability to make those adjustments. And he'll have to make adjustments as he gets older.
Minnicky committed to LSU. By the way, he's set down. He'll head back to the bench. Strike 3 strikeouts for Sims so far, 2 away.
Now batting number 14, Dylan Moss.
Man, oh man, this is fun. All right, so one more batter potentially here for Sims.
This is a good matchup right here. I've been looking forward to this one. California kid going to school at IMG.
Dylan Moss steps in, the younger brother of Dean Moss. We saw Dean here last year.
Yeah.
Dylan, a Stanford commit, as you mentioned, at IMG right now. Down the middle, he drives it into shallow center. Coming on, the ball just pops out of his glove. a close play, but that was an easy swing from Moss, right? Like,
Yeah.
you got that power coming in, as you mentioned. It looked like an easy swing from Moss.
I think he was just trying to catch the barrel there. You got to get started early on this guy. Center fielder made a good break on the ball, but just came up short there. Oh, got a glove on it.
Yeah, almost made a really nice catch. Looks like John Mora, who's out in center field right now. That's going to bring up Lincoln Boyle. Swing and a miss through strike one.
Another guy who impressed during his BP round today. Power just oozing out of him. Over the fence power potential. You just know it's in there. If he gets his pitch, see some fireworks here.
Boyle, an Arkansas commit. And he takes strike two.
And at times it just looks like he's handing off the ball to the catcher. So easy.
You can kind of see it in his arm too, right? It's resting behind him.
Yeah.
His really long levers in those hands, which I'm sure is a huge advantage to him.
Yeah, it is. But, you know, at the same time, too, when they're this age, sometimes it's hard to get connected as well. Nice jump, steal by Dylan there. It is. It's, you know, to get connected with those long limbs is tough. But the athleticism can make up for it, and he can get into that slot, man. He knows what he's doing out there. That's for sure.
We hear that a lot with these young guys, is the growing pains number one, and also just trying to connect all your limbs together. At the knees for a ball. That misses low at 98. Pitch is low, the count goes full.
I think that was his changeup there. Board red fastball.
Fouled away.
What I really like about Sims here, he's commanding the zone. He's around the zone. He's not nibbling or anything like that. So he's, you know, in attack mode. And why not? When you got the stuff, go after him.
Down and away, missing. So we'll see a runner head over to first. They'll let Boyle bat. Sims, by the way, said that he's a Mookie Betts fan. He said Mookie inspires me, how he plays the game like it's a kid's game. He said he just goes out there and enjoys it for what it is. Hunter Green is another guy that he looks up to. Pitch is fouled away into the stands. Second deck.
There's some similarities there to Hunter Green. I got to see him in high school as well. Notre Dame High School in Sherman Oaks, California. He was pretty special talent as well. Obviously, he's doing his thing up at the big league level. There's definitely some similarities here.
Yeah, one of the best right now in our game. In on the hands and fouled away. He said that Hunter and him talk about what to do, not to do, and the mentality you have to have when pitching, and how not to be complacent. I'd say that's a pretty good person to get to talk to about it.
Yeah, no doubt. If you have that conviction and believe in what you're doing, it's going to give you a chance.
Another one fouled away. Great at bat here with Boyle at the plate. Sims has given him his best, 99. He's already hit triple digits in his first inning. We saw 100.1. Top left of your screen if you're paying attention to that. That one's 100.2 and a fly ball into left. So Sims goes out with triple digits that he's done for the last 2 innings now. Savion Sims, what did you like?
Like I just mentioned, the conviction in his pitches, the ability to get ahead, command the zone, and so much projectability. It's pretty cool to watch.
Again, the Oklahoma commit coming in, pumping triple digits here at Perfect Games National Showcase. Welcome back. Chase Field, our home for the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Hunter Watson will get a chance to take the mound here in his first inning of work. Another Oklahoma commit. Skip Johnson's got to like what he sees so far. Watson, 6'1", 205 from Tuttle, Oklahoma.
Durable frame pitcher. Excited to see this guy throw today, first time.
Josiah Kemp is going to lead off for the gold team. His uncle, you may be familiar, Matt Kemp. Committed to LSU. He takes a pitch outside from Watson.
There's definitely something to say about bloodlines, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I got a chance just to say hi to him earlier today. I saw Junior Spivey hanging out in the stands. Junior, part of what we do here at Perfect Game, but looking over JoJo Kemp here, which was pretty cool. I always love to see Junior Spivey.
Former Arizona Diamondback.
What a great, great human being. Giving back to the game. Big fan. Two balls and 2 strikes. That pitch is high for ball 3. Kemp's a fan of Ronald Acuna Jr. Said he's my favorite player. Love to watch him as he hits ball 4. So we'll see a runner come over to first base.
It's a great player to emulate right there.
Well, he said he likes his swag, his aggressiveness on defense and offense. He said, I try to take after him.
Got to have that confidence, that's for sure. If you don't have confidence in this game, this game will eat you alive. That's for sure.
We're going to see straight fastballs now from Watson. Yeah, and it feels like it's something that they grow into and they try to figure out, right? It doesn't always have to come right away, but you can learn to have more confidence, right? And figure that out.
Yeah.
As Kemp strikes out.
Bryce Rayner's name comes to my mind. Really confident player. And some guys are just born with it, but I think a lot of the repetitions and having some success with those repetitions really gives you that confidence going forward.
That's a great name. That's a really great example. I totally agree with that. Here's Hudson Reed. Runner takes off for second. Oh, and he's going to be called out. So that was a ghost runner, David Ojeda, who was running. And behind the plate in the third right now, we got Cody Goff, who led catcher pop times. No, excuse me, not Cody Goff. Let me get my...
Justin Munoz.
Thank you. Justin Munoz behind the plate. Nice job by him. There's a swing and a miss. That's 1-1.
Really quick transfer there. In and out of the glove. Not too much movement. Didn't even have to be a perfect throw.
Getting a little help from our home plate umpire getting that helmet back on. 1-1 pitch is outside for a ball.
You know, I think a guy like Watson here, I think the power comes from his lower half, obviously. Pretty durable guy. That's where probably some of the velocity is coming from. Having to take trouble trying to command right here.
At the knees for a strike, it's 2-2. And again, a lot of times what we see if you're just watching for the first time is these pitchers most of the time get 2 innings of work. Sometimes the first one, there's just nerves, right? You're just shaking off the nerves. There's scouts in the stands. There's scouts watching at home. We've got pro scouts, college scouts. There's a nice pitch, though, to end the first frame of work for him. They're going to keep him out there to face another batter. But that was a nice pitch, painting on the outside for the strikeout.
This is not easy out here, especially in this type of format, this type of talent up and down each lineup. Sometimes it looks easy, but it certainly isn't out there. Nerves are definitely in play here.
Here's Carson May. He gets a chance to bat and takes strike one.
Seems like all these guys are 6'2", 220.
I know, right? May committed to Kentucky. Pitch is outside from Watson for a ball. He's a fan of Aaron Judge. And that's a nice pitch there to get the swing and miss. So one more strikeout for Watson, 1 inning of work for him, 3 strikeouts. What did you like so far?
Just his ability to command. He actually got back in control of the fastball there and worked in a couple of the secondaries and really like it. There you go. His fastball plays up in the zone. Really nice breaking ball. Finished him off with that slider. Really nice.
Nice sequence there. We'll see a little more of him, but we'll come back and play the bottom of the third.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Phoenix, Arizona, our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Steve Doherty alongside me. I'm Danny Wexelman. We got you covered on PGTV. Game 2 today, and we're going to do it all again the next few days. Tomorrow we've got 2 games in the morning, and then we'll have drills and skills in the afternoon. We got a new pitcher on the mound for the Gold Team. We were just talking about him and his profile here. This is Spencer Krasner, nicknamed McShovin. So look forward to seeing that from the lefty, 6'3", 185, the South Carolina commit. What do you think about that, McShovin? Do you like it?
Love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess he's probably lived up to it if he gets the nickname, right? So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah. Look forward to seeing him. He's got the pink armband on the left side. This is Cody Goff, by the way, behind the plate for the Gold Team. Now catching. He led catchers in pop time today. I believe it was a 184.
Yeah.
Very impressive. We've known Cody for a while as well. Aiden Diome is the batter, the Arizona commit. First pitch he sees, chops it to the left side. Shortstop deep in the hole. Really no play. Diome was down the line pretty quickly, but great effort there over at short. That's Mr. Lombard, Jacob Lombard.
Yep. Derek Jeter-esque right there. We call that the Jeets. Jumped up, the jump man throw. Really athletic. Shows you a little bit of what that guy's about.
Yeah, his brother right now was promoted to Double-A in the Yankees organization, so he's working on his own Derek Jeter moves, I'm sure, over in Somerset. Judson Dowell will bat. And he takes strike one. Ball just gets away from Goff, and so Diome is going to take second.
You know, I think some of the challenges with pitchers working with new catchers is just that they're not very familiar with the guys. Don't know sometimes how the fastball plays or the curveball breaks. Sometimes you get some clanks out of the catcher, but no, these kids are adaptable, and they usually can fix it fairly quickly.
Oh, I give them so much credit. I don't think people realize as you've been talking about the stage that this is for these kids, a lot of them have played together, right? A lot of them are either on travel teams together, high school teams together, and a lot of them just know each other from the circuits over the past few years. But there are times when you're catching a guy that you've never caught before. Like, that is extremely hard in front of these scouts. So I give them a ton of credit. The catchers in particular.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you guy throwing 100 out there and you've never caught him before, it could present some challenges, that's for sure.
Here's the 0-2. It's fouled away. Krasner said his biggest goal for this year to walk across the stage and make my family proud. I just want to continue to help the community however I can, make sure everyone around me has the support they deserve, which they've all given to me. Pretty
really
impressive.
Good. Very impressive.
Pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-2. Wrote a pretty great scouting report for himself. I'll share that after the pitch to you, Steve. Swing and a miss for the out and his first strikeout of the frame. So here is a self-scouting report for Mr. Krasner. His ability to attack the strike zone and get outs as he dots the plate there. Said, I feel the way I can throw all 4 pitches for strikes helps my game in the biggest way possible. I can throw my fastball in every quadrant and be able to tunnel the off speed off of it, which we'll talk about in a second. When I pitch, I try and tune out all the noise and just pitch with the biggest heart. These strengths are the building blocks to my success, and being able to do these things on a consistent basis really elevates my game to the best of my abilities.
Yeah, fantastic scouting report. What comes to mind is pitchability. And that's the ability to throw any pitch at any count at any time of the game. And that's kind of what he was talking about there. Obviously, he's able to work north, south, east, west. And, having that pitchability, be able to throw any pitch at any count is so important.
Runner on second, 1 away. Hamilton Friedberg is the batter. And that runner on second taken off, sliding in. He's going to be safe. That's Diome.
Diome gets a great jump there. One of my favorite bats in the 26th class out of Northern Cal, going to Arizona. Sweet left-handed swing. And another California guy at the plate here, Friedberg.
Yeah, committed to the Air Force Academy. He's out of Lakewood, California, goes to Orange Lutheran. RJ Farrell's program now. Goes with the pitch and fouls it away.
Yeah, RJ does a great job over there, taking over for Borba. And him going to Air Force, fly, fight, win.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, off the charts impressive. That's first and foremost. Incredible decision that he's making, the responsibility that requires. As he hits it on the ground, a shortstop. Lombard running with the play. And that's going to be in time for the out.
Professional at bat there. That's all he needed to do. 3 hopper. Gets the run in.
Number 9, Dylan Knight.
2-1 Gold Team. 2 away. Dylan Knight will bat. By the way, Hamilton Friedberg is got to be like a top name right now. I love a good all-name team. Hamilton Friedberg is on it for now. Another one to Lombard, who makes the play. And so that's an inning of work there for Krasner. He got through that one, got 1 strikeout. We'll get a chance to see him again come to the plate. But some nice defense from the Gold Team, too, in that one.
Yep, always good. Makes it a lot easier when you got the defense picking up the ball behind you, that's for sure.
4 through 3. Coming back for the 4th here at Chase Field.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
welcome you back. Earlier today, we had our skills and drills portion of the National Showcase. Here's the 60-yard dash top times. Jacob Lombard with a 6'1", 60. Nate Davis with a 6'3". Noah Wilson, 6'3". Jeffrey Todd Darden, 6'3". Brady Harris, 6'3". Those were the top 5 guys. So Lombard, by the way, last year ran a 6'3". Shaved some time off of it this year. Kid has so much speed.
These guys are flying. 6'11". I mean, usually guys, get it going underway, but 6'11", they're flying right out of the jump. Pretty impressive.
All right, so we come back and get another chance to see Watson take the mound for the gray team. So 1 inning of work, he had 2 strikeouts.
I remember 3 years ago, I think it was Michael Gupton. Maybe around a 5'9".
Oh, yeah.
5'9", or something.
Amazing. That moment here was electric.
Yeah.
Everyone was looking up at the board. Like, it was so cool to see that.
It certainly caused a stir. You don't see that every day.
No. That was Cale Barney, by the way, the 3rd strikeout for Watson, 1 away in the 4th. So I'll let you talk about this, and then I'll tell you a story.
Wow. That's a good changeup. Fall off the table. Good arm, good fastball arm speed. Just faded away.
Cody Goff steps in. We just saw him behind the plate. He'll get his first at bat of the afternoon. So when I talked to Jacob Lombard earlier today, he said his dad, George, who we've talked about, the bench coach for the Tigers, showed him a video a few days ago about how to start the 60, right? The starting is the most important part, which was pretty cool. And he said he definitely thinks that helped make a difference, shaving off a couple milliseconds there for a 60-yard dash time. But just a couple days ago, Dad's looking at a video with him and suggesting, hey, maybe this would be helpful to start this way.
Yeah, you got to get off the block, man, and getting that fast start, that first step, whether it's on the base pass, on defense, it's just going to give you that extra little bit of range or that millisecond to beat that throw from the catcher.
Cody Goff strikes out. We'll get a chance to see him a little bit later and talk more about him. So 2 away now in the top of the 4th, 4 strikeouts for Hunter Watson. Here's John Mora. We saw him come in as a ghost runner first. He elected to do that, which I always love. I give them extra bonus points. Those are imaginary bonus points, by the way. They don't go anywhere. Nobody knows about them except for me, but extra bonus points when you go in to run for your team.
So Mora doesn't necessarily jump off the page, 5'10", 170. Not like a lot of these guys are 6'2", 220. I like to classify these guys as baseball players. Guys that can do a little bit of everything. They're just so fun to watch.
Yeah, and I think that guys like this have a bigger role in Major League Baseball, like maybe more than ever, right? Jose Altuve, to me, I think, is always the guy that you point at right now and say, look at him, look what he can do.
Right.
Mora fouls that pitch away. He is committed to Miami. He goes to Somerset Academy. I mean, it's going to play whether he gets drafted or he goes to college, right? You got a little bit of speed. You can put the ball in play. I know Jacob Wilson is taller than him, and that ball is beautifully painted on the inside part of the plate. But Jacob Wilson, again, just poke and play, right? Sometimes that's all you got to do.
Yeah.
All right, so 2 innings of work for Watson. He had 5 strikeouts?
Yeah, Watson just mowing him down.
Yeah. Looking good. So we got a chance to see him as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Really special stuff there. Hunter Watson, especially in his 2nd inning of work, coming out really strong, dotting it up inside for the strikeout. Welcome on back to Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, home of our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Steve Doherty alongside me. I'm Danny Wexelman, and we're happy to have you here. We'll be here all week long, wherever you're coming to us from, at home, on the road, 2 screens, 3 screens. Hopefully you're having a great Monday afternoon. We sure are. Game 2 today. And tomorrow we will start with 2 games in the morning here on PGTV and then have a new group of guys coming in for skills and drills.
Yep, we hit the repeat button tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again.
Spencer Krasner back out on the mound for the gold team. Oh, nice pitch there for strike 1.
I really like his establishing strike 1 here. Works fast. Just like the scouting report he gave himself, he's able to locate there, in and out, up and down, works fast, convicted in his pitches.
He's facing another pitcher, Lucas Naraki, who strikes out. Naraki uncommitted. I'm guessing we'll get a chance to see him on the mound at some point throughout this event.
Great quick work of him right there.
Krasner's second strikeout, 1 away in the bottom of the 4th. Here's Braylon Nelson. And he takes a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Popped up on the right side, foul territory, and play to be made by Cy Chrisman. There's 2 away.
Now batting number 26.
Chrisman all smiles out there. Quick work.
Yeah, Chrisman showed a little speed on the bases too. Justin Munoz, who was behind the plate, threw out a runner earlier. He takes ball 1. Virginia Tech commit out of Hackensack, New Jersey. Goes to Millbrook High School. 1-1 strike the count. Munoz 6 foot tall, 210. That one hits him. He looks to be okay.
Under this format, someone gets hit, they stay in the box there if they're able, and fastballs only is coming to them. You should be able to gear up for this.
Yeah, what do you guys look for? You know, we all know that a fastball is coming.
Yep.
Munoz knows a fastball is coming.
Yeah.
So are you looking for something in particular?
Location, spot. Obviously in that old sweet spot, that nitro zone that, it changes from player to player.
But how about from the batter side?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Definitely, that's what he's looking for, one spot. Obviously, if you know a fastball's coming, the old saying in the scouting world is if you know a fastball's coming, you can't catch up. You might as well go play soccer. But if fastball's coming, get ready. Pretty simple.
Yeah. Be on time.
Be on time. I always had a philosophy is that I expect a fastball down the middle every single pitch. And if you could work off that, then you could have a chance to adjust to some of the secondary stuff. So expect a fastball down the middle every single pitch.
Swing and a miss. And that's a strikeout. That's going to be 2 innings of work there for Spencer Krasner, who gets out of a little bit of a jam. So he wins the battle this time. 2 innings of work for Krasner. What did you like?
Yeah, Krasner, obviously, he stayed down to the zone and worked north, south, east, west, worked quickly, worked efficiently, fastball played, secondary stuff played. Great outing.
It's time to raise up, show that even we ain't weak. We don't turn the other cheek. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. If you
Top 5 here at our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase as we welcome you back. It is 2-1 Gold Team over the Gray Team. We've seen some really good pitchers so far. Savion Sims came in, started things off. Janker Romero really impressed to start earlier. We just saw Spencer Krasner finish his outing as well as Hunter Watson. And we're going to move along here with a new pitcher on the mound.
Yeah, through the first 3 to 6 arms we've seen is just their ability to command, throw strikes, work quickly, efficiently. Really like what I'm seeing here today.
Jack Schmeckel takes the mound, the right-handed pitcher, committed to Texas. Goes to the Woodlands High School.
Now pitching number 20, Jack Schmeckel. Leading off for the Gold Team, number 17, David Ojeda.
David Ojeda is going to lead things off for the Gray Team. Ojeda uncommitted. He's out of Buford, Georgia, goes to Flowery Branch High School.
What a great opportunity for these uncommitted guys to show their stuff, what they have, and all the college coaches in attendance. It's just, there's nothing like it, really.
It's on both sides, too, right? You've got a guy who's committed to a premier, now SEC program in Texas, and you've got someone who's uncommitted, trying to just figure out and weigh the options, I'm sure, when it comes to Ojeda. It is pretty cool, and I think the opportunities, you know, we've seen guys who climb draft boards here. We've seen guys who turn heads, make you do a double take. I mean, there's so many surprises, which I think is also one of my favorite things about this event.
Yeah.
3 balls, 1 strike, the count. Inside, and a swing and a miss to bring the count full. Schmeckel adding some velocity this summer on his PG profile. Steve, it says up to 94, nasty swing and miss slider, 72 strikeouts and 40 PG innings from 2023 to 2024.
Yeah.
He's also an athletic infielder, can play shortstop, third base, and he gets the strikeout. There's one away.
Yeah, that's what we look at too. I mean, if he's a primary pitcher or an infielder, has the ability to do other things on a baseball field and show that he's, you know, capable of those, you know, movements. And so it's really impressive to see this.
A lot of action there with his arm and his body. One away in the top of the 5th. Christopher Brown steps in.
I was going to mention a real important part of the process too with the uncommitted guys or even, you know, high-level draft guys is, you know, getting that competition, facing guys that are better than you, we always want to see, how they're going to respond to, if you're a pitcher facing good hitters, or if you're a hitter facing, top level pitching. It's a real important part of the process, especially in evaluation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steve. Brown's out of Brentwood, Tennessee, uncommitted right now. Goes to Brentwood High School. I went outside. It's 1-2. I think it's pretty cool. Also, like, you're in here sharing that information, right? There's so many people who are watching this. They either have kids who might come here or are here right now or will be here next year, hopefully. And I think what PG does really well is not make this unknown, big, scary event, right? It's obviously a big stage, but
huge.
You guys do a really good job kind of giving people a crash course on what to expect here and what's important here.
Yeah, you got to put your best foot forward. And, at the end of the day, you can only control what you can control. So why not, put your best foot forward? Do the little things right, the intangibles, whether, we're watching. I'm looking in the dugout. I'm looking how he interacts with his teammates. I'm watching how he runs out to his position. I'm watching everything. Sometimes it's not even baseball related.
Totally.
And so
I hear that a lot from scouts.
Yeah.
A lot of scouts will ask me, hey, how was that kid? How was that conversation?
Yeah.
How did he answer the questions? Swing and a miss, and there's a strikeout.
Yeah, the ability to hold a conversation is important, and it shows their maturation process. It's not easy to do this, or speak in front of someone, or meet someone new, but this is part of growing up, and it's part of this game. Is that obviously they come into this thing and they don't know a lot of these guys, and so how are you gonna adapt? How are you gonna adapt to what everyone's doing out there? Nice
Ty
play.
Jones, hits it hard on the ground to the third base line. The throw is offline, so Jones is going to be safe. But that was a nice glove over at third base. Cal Moreau is the third baseman right now for the Gray team. So it was a nice job staying down. The ball was hit really hard. Throw just offline a little bit. A lot of speed from Ty Jones, who's at first now. Cooper Schrum will bat, 6'6". We got to see Cooper when he was younger in the Select Fests, and I saw him today. I haven't seen him since he was 14 years old. Steve and I looked up, and I'm like, what? When did this happen?
Literally looked up.
Yeah,
6'6".
I'm 5'4". He's 6'6". The first time we met him, he was 12 at the Select Fest, and then we met him when he was 13 the next year. So I guess I haven't seen him since he was 13 years old. Stevie's out of Belton, Missouri, another Tennessee commit, and he's 6'6".
Don't you love seeing these guys grow up right in front of your eyes?
Yeah, it is. I think I have one of the best jobs in the world.
Yeah, it is pretty fun watching these guys, and we get the opportunity as scouts to, everyone thinks we're always focusing on, the draft guys that are, eligible, but it's honestly, it's really about the guys that are coming up behind them. So, and by the way, I'm gonna shout out to Jeremy Brown, who does an amazing job of identifying, the 12, 13, 14-year-olds, and he kind of tees it up for us. And it's just an amazing job he does with the identification process, and all our guys, obviously. But I just want to give a little shout out to...
Give some love to H.
Give some love to H out there. Hope all's well, H.
We'll see you soon, H. Can't wait. I'm sure he'll give me some trouble for something I've said here today. I can't wait to find out what it is.
You? Me?
Yeah, you'll be in trouble. You'll be in trouble for something. But yes, I think it's a huge team effort to identify these guys, and to see Cooper here, it's awesome. Yeah. I really cannot even explain to you as Jones takes second. That was a good jump by him.
Yeah, sometimes it's even more rewarding seeing what they end up looking like, rather than what's going to happen to them. Most of these guys obviously are going to play big time college baseball, and a lot of them play professional baseball, but it's just this cool process these guys go through all the way from their 12, 13.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Schrum. Inside, it's 2-2.
You take a look at a guy like Schrum, so projectable, you could just only imagine what he's going to look like in, 3 to 5 years. Put 25 pounds on that frame. Left-handed stroke.
Super nice kid, great family, so respectful. All right, so that was ball 4. Technically, we're going to see a runner go to first, so 2 will be on for Schmeckel.
And just to hit on that point you just made, being so respectful and a nice kid, and that's part of the process, and that's why a lot of these, the area scouts and guys come in and do in-home meetings with these guys. They get a feel for the family, the kid, what he's all about. Obviously, you got to dig deep, on the kid's background and what he's all about, so they could have a good feel of what they're getting.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, and a lot of things. That's why we're talking about it here, to give people that inside scoop. So 1 inning of work for Jack Schmeckel, 2 strikeouts in that one. He gets Schrum to fly out there. What did you see from him?
Yeah, obviously work quick, strike thrower. What else you want to see from a guy? A little bit efforty on the delivery, but being a strike thrower, working down in the zone. Great job.
Nice athletic performance so far. We'll see another inning from him. We come back in the bottom of the 5th. This is our second game this afternoon at Chase Field. We had one earlier today, and before that we had skills and drills from this group of guys. This is a class of 2026, so they are next year's draft class. They'll either go and play professional baseball or they'll head to college. A lot of them will head to college, which is great for the college game. As we move along in this one, new pitcher for the Gold team, Josh Horvath is taking the mound. Horvath out of Round Rock, Texas, uncommitted. We've got a bunch of those guys right here. The right-handed pitcher, 6'3", 190. Looks like he threw 93 in December. His last PG event clocked 93 on the radar gun.
Yep, these guys have already started their summer circuit, so looking for good things from Horvath.
Leading off for the Gray team, number 11, Jackson Maxey.
Looks like at the end of June, he played at the 17U Select Baseball Championship at Sam Houston State in Huntsville. He threw an inning of work, struck out 2 in that one. Been busy this summer.
Yeah, it's always interesting, and he's uncommitted, so he's going to give it his all here. But managing the workload is always going to be an issue with pitchers in the summertime. Making sure he's going to be healthy all the way through the summer, give himself a good chance.
Jackson Maxey is the batter for the Gray team. Swing and a miss. It's 2-1. Maxie from Chandler, Arizona, committed to Arizona State. 6'2", 180. He's got 2 X's in his names. How often do you see that?
Not very often.
No.
A little home cooking for him, too, so he probably
Yeah.
should be pretty comfortable standing in that box. His own state.
Always an advantage. Whoa. Popped up. Back here. Heads up. Heads up, guys. You got to be paying attention over there, Crow. I didn't bring my glove. That was a mistake.
I got you.
Darren probably brought his. You got me? You got your glove?
Nope.
No. Just your hands.
Just
your hands are ready. Yeah.
the old bear claws right here.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Bottom of your screen, by the way, top 10 in the 60-yard dash. We've got the top times there. You can go to pg.org to see the rest of those 60-yard dash times. The ball's fouled away.
You know, he's not blowing the doors off here,
Yeah.
Horvath, but guys are having trouble catching up to him. So his fastball's playing up. Maybe it's something in the delivery. A little bit of a deception here. And you don't have to throw 95 all the time.
Well, I think we've talked about that a little bit more, the art of pitching, right? Which is one, what college does is help you develop that, not just throwing, but pitching. And two, at the big league level right now, there is some velo chasing. I think we've lost a little bit of the command and the pitch aspect. I'd like to get some of that back.
I could definitely talk about that for hours for sure. And, you know, what comes to mind is a guy like Kyle Hendricks. You know, barely hits 90.
This is the second Kyle Hendricks mentioned today.
Is that
David
right?
Ronsley mentioned him earlier.
All right.
Yeah.
I got another one, Jared Weaver in his
Okay.
you know,
yeah.
in his final years there.
Absolutely.
Just learn how to adapt, learn how to pitch with the stuff that you have. And
don't be afraid to throw your best stuff, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I think I love to watch the Tampa Bay Rays. Kyle Snyder and that coaching staff, like their mantra is throw your best pitch down the middle. Trust your stuff.
Yeah, best on best. It's always, you know, throw your best stuff, always. You know, what's your best pitch? What's your best out pitch? Always comes back to that conviction thing.
1-2. Smoked. Fair. Down the left field line. Maxie's heading for 2. That's a nice piece of hitting.
Does a nice job pulling his hands inside there, getting the barrel on it.
Now batting number 13, Cal Moreau.
Cal Moreau will bat. Got runners on second and third now. A little action on the bases. Josh Horvath is the pitcher on the mound, the righty uncommitted. Moreau takes strike one. He's out of Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. Committed to the University of Central Florida.
Love to see these Midwest guys competing here.
Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Yeah, we were talking about that. You know, I personally feel like the talent beds are growing. You know, we saw Arizona in the Men's College World Series, and there was a gaggle of kids from Chicago. Brendan Summerhill, who is a potential first-round pick this year, and a group of guys who are all from the Chicago area, right? There's ties there, of course, but you're talking about kids from Chicago going to Arizona. We're talking about a kid from Wisconsin going to Florida. Like, those areas are growing more and more. It is not just you've got to be in those bigger, hotter states to get seen, to go play college baseball. Like, I think about Kevin McGonigal right now. He just got called up to AA with Max Clark. You got 2 Midwest kids, right, who are doing just fine for themselves.
Yeah, talent is everywhere, and you can find it everywhere. You know, I'm a testament to that. You know, I'm Canadian. I grew up in Canada,
right.
And so, you know,
tell them
you might have to do a little bit more. But let me say this: is that, you know, these days the training and the facilities and the coaching gives these guys a better chance, regardless of where they are in the country. But, you know, to jump outside of this, the United States, it's such a global game. You can find talent everywhere, and that's the beauty of our game.
Yeah, think about Max Clark, who played with his Indiana Bulls travel team, right?
Yeah.
Didn't go play somewhere else for a bigger team.
Mm-hmm.
So Kevin Roberts Jr. getting a chance to step in. So this is cool, right? I remember having a conversation with him. I think he might have been 13 years old, maybe younger than that. He was at a PG event. Quiet kid, tall, right? Ton of room to grow.
Yeah.
And I saw him here today, and it feels like it's a completely different person. Like, he has put in so much work, not just with the physical part of the game, but as we've talked about, it's not easy to do interviews. It's not easy to answer questions that you don't know are coming, and he has done a really good job. I know how dedicated his family is, his dad, who we've known for a long time too. But it is very cool to see him here.
Yeah, he's so projectable, obviously, 6'5", 217. And Danny, if you're going to build someone from dust, this is what they look like.
Yeah.
6'5", 217, athletic, toolsy. So these are the type of guys that just make you, sit out on the edge of your seat. Just, hope he does something pretty cool.
He takes a pitch. It's a full count. He's out of Meridian, Mississippi, committed to Florida. Goes to Jackson Prep.
Yeah, that's a big league body right there. You see the numbers.
He leaves that pitch, so we'll see a runner head over to first base. We saw him at the 12U Select Festival back in 2020, then 13U twice because of his age.
Really reminds me just body type of Quentin Young, who is at Oaks Christian in California.
That's right.
We're going to be hearing his name called this Sunday, no doubt. And just at first glance.
Yeah, on his profile, they call him a unicorn athlete. You don't see that often, right? We talk about Shohei Ohtani a lot and use that word. You do not hear that often with an amateur. That's how special he is.
Yeah, they're few and far between. You see him not every year, but you know when you see him.
Basketball, track and field, baseball, 3-sport star. And again, like when I met Kevin, he was quiet, and of course he's quiet because they're young, right? Most of them are. Maybe on the shyer side of things. I think just trying to understand, he didn't even know how good he was, right? Everyone else could see that. He didn't know that yet. And it's just really special to see who he's grown in to be.
Yeah, it's just by natural progression. The maturity level of some of these guys is pretty impressive. Sometimes you just think he's only 16, 17 years old. And there's so much growth to be had.
He grounds to short, throw across the diamond in time. Brady Stewart playing shortstop right now for the Gold team. So he grounds out, but man, oh man, I'm just so proud of him and so happy for him that this is where baseball has taken him. I know it's taken a lot of hard work from a lot of people around him to get him to this spot. So we'll get a chance hopefully to see one more at bat. I know he is just here today at our showcase, but we're going to roll the inning over. So again, we saw an inning from Horvath. Hopefully we will see one more from him as we move along here at our 2025 PG National Showcase.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swing it. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
All right, we welcome you back. Here are our top outfield throws from today. Again, we're going to have these throughout the week. Brady Harris hitting triple digits. Ben Kuglich, she hit 99. Hamilton Friedberg, 98. Judson Dowell at 97. And John Mora. And Anthony Murphy, Malachi Washington, those three guys are top fives for today. 100 miles an hour from Brady.
Yeah, I was actually privy to Brady's 100 mile per hour. He's actually one of the first ones to go today. So right out the gate, he was letting it eat, and that's pretty impressive, man. You can hear 100 miles per hour.
He's a fun kid, man. He's so fun. He was coming up and talking to Jared Goodwin and talking his ear off before he went and took BP. And I have a feeling like, after his long, successful baseball career, maybe he could be a lawyer or something along those lines, because I feel like he could just talk your ear off and convince you of whatever's going on. He could sell you the pencil that you've got in your own hand. So he's a special kid. 100 for him. Go to pg.org if you want to see the rest of those top times today. Cody Goff with the top catcher pop time, a 1:84, which was pretty cool. Jacob Lombard with a 6:160. He was the top time today. And we got a new group of guys coming in tomorrow, too. Jack Smeckel back out on the mound, the Texas commit. 2 strikeouts in his first inning of work. This is the second. Brady Stewart, the batter. Stewart just made a nice play over at short.
I like the delivery here with Smeckel. Really under control.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? He also is a great athlete. Can play shortstop, out here pitching right now. And we kind of see this a lot, especially with shortstops. That's inside. There's been a couple of those. It feels like he's falling off to the side a little bit. Like, I feel like when we see that, it's just not sticking to your mechanics, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you're a scout here, Daddy, too, as well. I mean, you see him falling off a little bit, too. And, maybe it's just, not a lot of bullpens he has the chance to do, and it's a secondary position. But you can see the athleticism, and it plays.
Long fly ball out to left field.
I just love seeing guys in kind of that, high 80s, low 90s, getting outs. And that's what, for me, ultimately, that's what baseball's about, isn't it? You got to get outs. And so, guys chasing velocity is pretty popular and famous right now. But, the name of the game here is getting outs.
It was Dylan Knight who made the play, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. And, I think I am certainly not on the level that you are, but I also know that we've talked about the stage that these guys are on, and he wants to give his best effort. Sometimes you go over that threshold, right? You almost try too hard and you lose a little bit of what makes you so good because you want to do such a good job.
Right.
It's hard not to. Anybody would do that. It's a natural, normal thing.
Yeah.
Dylan Moss behind the plate, by the way, for the Gray team, younger brother of Dean Moss. Christian Doty with another at bat. I remember, gosh, what event was it that we saw? Maybe it was last year at some point when we were talking to Dean, getting to play with Dylan. Maybe it was 2 years ago, and how special it was for those two to get to play together.
Yeah. That is pretty neat. I have an older brother as well, and that was one of my big things. He was a left-handed pitcher. I was a left-handed hitter, so we had some good some good battles there.
Oh, I bet.
I'm 1 for 2 off him in my career. Shout out to my brother Dave. How
You'll
you doing,
never
bud?
let him forget it, huh?
Never.
That's awesome. Yeah, they're very close. Awesome family. Interested to see what goes on with Dean and the draft this coming Sunday. 2-2 pitch goes over Doty's head. He gets out of the way. The count goes full. Dylan, by the way, a fan of Buster Posey, Yadi Molina. He said, I want to be the best at catching and hitting. Blocked by him behind the plate.
Two pretty good players to idolize there.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Man, we got some good catches in our game. JT Real Muto is one of the best. Talk about athleticism. That's the gold standard.
I don't want to picture the game without him, honestly.
Right. Yeah.
That's how fun he's been to watch. He's so dang good. That one's on the ground. It's going to get through the hole on the right side. So Doty puts it in play. Here's the throw home. Not in time. Sliding in safely. Cody Goff, who came in to ghost run, showing off a little bit of speed. Gray team, or the gold team, excuse me, ties it up.
Great job there, putting the ball in play. Didn't try to do too much. After all, we are looking for, contact. Yeah, power is a byproduct of that. But we're looking to guys to see you put the bat on the ball.
Jacob Lombard comes back to the play. We were talking about him over at shortstop a little bit, about his 60 time. He leads the pack right now. He ran a 6-1 earlier today. His dad, George, the bench coach for the Tigers, so we got to talk about the Tigers today. We're going to have a feature coming out. He is uncommitted. He is hoping to make that decision come the fall as he fouls that pitch away. And there are a bunch of guys here who are uncommitted. It's not just fringier players, I would say, in the class. There are more prominent players who are still waiting to make the decision, but I think something that's underrated about Jacob is the academic side of things, and he put a pretty large emphasis on that when we were talking. There's a throw down, not in time. Lombard swung through strike 2.
You can see athleticism by Moss right there, making that throw from almost a sub Laredo angle. Very impressive.
He's
very
so
athletic.
Yeah.
The guy standing in the box is pretty athletic too. Tools jumping off the page. It's pretty impressive.
Swing and a miss, and he strikes out. So Smeckel with another strikeout. He's got 3 in his outing so far, 2 away in the top of the 6th.
I kept that ball down really nice.
Keon Johnson will get another chance to bat. 2 on, 2 down, top 6. Out of Macon, Georgia, Vanderbilt commit.
To hit your point back on the uncommitted it's pretty popular now to slow play this a little bit, and obviously Lombard, one of the top guys, or is the top guy, and so I think it's a good example for guys that maybe aren't like him, but do the slow play thing, because I really believe that getting a good fit into school is so important to the process. And you see what's happening out there these days with guys committing and decommitting and
the portal. Yeah.
It's whatever. I heard there's 5,000-6,000 kids in the portal these days, and the roster's shrinking down to 34, and it's just it's a forever changing thing, it seems like, these days. So making sure you get that right fit in a program that you're going to plan to be there for 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, the landscape, I think, is still trying to get sorted out right now at the college level. The rosters, as you said, are going to shrink, and that's going to change the game a little bit. I think mid-majors are going to become even more prominent, right? You're going to see guys who maybe aren't going to play at that big SEC, ACC type level, and so they want to get playing time. That's the whole point, and they're going to trickle down to some mid-majors. So we'll kind of see how it shakes out, but I think it's okay to take your time. We're past the point of guys being able to commit before their junior year, as Johnson floats that into center field for the third out of the frame. But I think slow playing we might be going back to that a little bit, because you can't commit when you're a kid anymore. So nice job by Smeckel. So Jack Smeckel, 3 strikeouts in his 2 innings of work. There was a lot to like there.
Lots to like there. Kept the ball down in the zone, worked his secondaries well, got out some pretty darn good hitters. And, Yeah, really, really good athlete.
All right, so 2 innings for Jack. We're tied at 3. We go to the bottom of the 6th.
Wow, I feel brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's so crazy. Zero pain, zero.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
2 micros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair, cook faster, and party longer with Loco cookers.
Welcome back to the bottom of the 6th. I'm Danny Wexelman alongside Steve Doherty, who's along for the ride. Doing a great job first time in the booth for you. How's it been? How you feeling?
It's been great.
Yeah?
You make it easy, Danny.
Well, they pay me extra for that. Don't worry. That's coming out of your paycheck.
Okay.
Yeah, they haven't told you that yet, but yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. All right, so we are heading into the home stretch here. We're potentially playing 10. We're flexible at our national showcase. This is the class of 2026. If you're just tuning in with us, we have a couple more groups coming in throughout the week here to Chase Field for the showcase. Earlier today, skills and drills, those are up on pg.org if you want to see the top times. We also have them on the bottom of our screen. You can see it when the ticker comes up. We'll show you that. Colin Thacker is the batter, uncommitted out of Orlando, Florida. Josh Horvath is back out on the mound, the uncommitted out of Round Rock, Texas, for a second inning of work. That one just missing. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. What stood out about this class to you as a whole, the 2026 class?
Youthfulness, obviously, but tools-wise, we're seeing some really good players. Just, you know, their ability to compete, and you know, I just love looking at these athletes, and the athleticism jumps off the page, and that's in every class, and 25 is no different. The ones that are going into the draft this year, but this 2026 class has a chance to be pretty special.
Do you feel like we're trending a little bit back towards just being an athlete? I think a lot about the San Diego Padres, for example, and that they've got shortstops all over the field. Jackson Merrill in center, Tatis in right field, right? They got shortstops everywhere.
Yeah.
And how valuable that is to be versatile, whereas maybe 5 to 10 years ago, it was more specialized in your position.
Yeah, you know, I think it's always been a thing to have that athleticism, and that was kind of, you know, even back when I played back in the olden days, it was, you know, being an athlete. And,
you said it, not me.
And so that hasn't changed at all. But, you know, I think you're right. I think you make a good point with, man, gosh, you look at that Padre lineup, and like you said, there's shortstops at almost every position. So it's always been a thing. I just think they're putting more value into it, because what I like to call, if you're a modern day baseball player, you're able to do a lot of things out there. Maybe you can pitch, you can play shortstop, left field, catch, just be that, you know, Swiss Army knife, you know, for lack of a better term. But yeah, this game rewards, you know, athletes. That's for sure.
Hamilton Friedberg, by the way, came in to pinch run. He just stole second base. And there's a strikeout
Fooled him with the fastball right there.
Yeah, did you like that pitch?
Yeah, I did.
It's a first strikeout for Horvath.
Painted.
Anthony Murphy.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like this class and maybe last year's class, the one that's about to be drafted, they're playing more sports longer. It's speed down the line there. Anthony Murphy hits it on the ground and almost beats it out. Yeah, I feel like these guys are playing multiple sports longer. They're playing more positions. We've seen a lot of pitchers who are also really good position players.
Yeah.
2 away for rookie Shepard. And he takes strike one. By the way, Anthony Murphy, so we talked a little bit about him. He's so fast, and he's, we didn't get a chance to talk more about him, but, he's going to be one of the leaders for that Corona team next year.
Yeah, absolutely. They got some guys returning, obviously the younger Ebel, and
we'll see Trey here.
Trey's here. I single up the middle.
They're home. Oh, it wasn't time. They try to get rookie over at second, and they do.
Great
All
job.
right, we'll put a bow on that. We'll continue this conversation about Corona High School, about this class of 2026, all of that when we come back in the 7th inning. That puts a bow, by the way, on Josh Horvath's day. 2 innings of work for him, uncommitted, still trying to make that decision. The 7th inning, our second game this afternoon on PGTV. This is the 2025 National Showcase, the class of 2026. That is Evan O'Connor out on the mound out of Weatherford, Texas. Committed to Arizona State, lefty 6'2", 200 pounds.
Another 6'2" guy, per usual, out here.
It's been the standard today.
It's been the standard.
You can only pitch if you're 6'2" or above.
Yeah, coming from the left side.
There are a lot of lefties today, aren't there? We're getting through all of them. I'm sure there'll be a majority righties as we continue through the rest of this week. We're here all week, by the way. If you are a baseball junkie, this is the place for you on PGTV. And you should go and check out the rest of the work that we have, too, by the way, on PGTV. Incredible storytelling by our team. Emmy Award-winning, should be, features on these guys. It's really special, the work that we've done. A lot of really cool draft day features. We're going to continue those this year. These guys are so kind to welcome us into their homes and tell their draft day stories. And it's just like the most magical day of their lives that we get to be a part of.
You guys do amazing work, and what comes to mind is the Ralphie Velasquez feature you guys did on him. I mean, just amazing work. You gave him all their accolades there. Emmy Award winning. Pretty cool to work with a crew like that.
Oh, it's really special. Our guys do an amazing job, led by Darren Sutton. He is our team leader. Jason Jaquette, of course. Malcolm Coleman, Taylor Gillum, Tanner Schofield, those guys out on the field right now. Steve Banta, who leads our team on the director, producer, TD, tech director side of things.
Getting your shout outs in.
You got to. You got a whole crew of people who help make this happen. We are so lucky to have all these great people a part of it, team.
I feel like I want to mention all the scouting staff too as we go along
yeah.
here.
And
Shout
we
out
do.
to the guys.
Yeah. It is such a big team effort to put all this on, but I think it's like both sides, right? You want to know, what does this guy throw? What's his makeup, right? What's his profile? But also you want to know who he is as a person. That's how you connect with people. That's how you build relationships and you build fans. That's the most important part, right? You want to build fans and people who are coming back to see these guys and follow them throughout their careers. We kind of do that from the ground floor here.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Danny.
We try our best.
Yeah.
Keaton Neal is the batter. We mentioned Evan O'Connor is the new pitcher on the mound. What do you got?
Let me give a shout out to our Arizona scouts. Tyler Henniger, Joey Cohen. They do a great job covering the state. Shout out to those guys.
Yeah, because they're the hometown guys.
Good job, fellas. Yeah.
Way to go, guys. Way to go. We've got a ton of guys here, and I'm sure everyone watching at home, too. That pitch is fouled away. 0-2 the count.
With a couple of interns to boot with them. So,
yeah, no doubt about it.
I'm seeing those guys tomorrow. I'm headed out to WWBA in Goodyear.
Awesome.
So I'm bouncing back and forth between that and this.
Okay.
Logging some miles on the rental car.
We're driving. Okay.
We're driving, yeah.
I like it. What are the tunes? What do we got? Or are you like a
you want to know my playlist, huh?
Audio on.
You want to know my playlist?
Books on tape?
No, I'm not an audiobook guy, but I do have a playlist. It's a smorgasbord of music, very eclectic. Oh man, I can listen to it all. Rock, rap.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, I can
surprising.
do it all, yeah. Reggae. Reggaeton.
Very eclectic.
Yes.
It's those Canadian roots. I like it. I like it. All right, so we got a runner on first, a ghost runner. All fastballs at this point from O'Connor. Just outside for a ball.
It's good Canadian bands out there. Rush. There's a good Canadian band.
Avril Lavigne, that's my favorite.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Speaking of Canadians, by the way, Charles Davalon from Arkansas I was like racking my brain about Canadian players right now. Expected to be a potential first-round pick in the draft.
Yeah. There aren't many, but there's some good baseball up in Canada.
That one's gonna get away.
I know one of our former employees, SAC, Brian Sikowski, used to head across the wall of ice at the border that we have and get into Canada and identify guys. Now it's Tyler Cotilla does a great job of that, heading up north, identifying guys.
Yeah, Brian and the crew heading to Virginia with Chris Pollard. That whole staff staying together, which is pretty awesome. I just saw those guys obviously covering Duke in the ACC, and congrats to Chris Pollard for earning that job. Brian O'Connor headed to Mississippi State, and so the coaching carousel allows Chris Pollard to go home and takes his guys with him.
What an amazing job Duke did this year.
Mm-hmm.
So proud of Sack, man. And he does a great job heading up their recruiting bunch in the recruiting group over there.
Yeah, we miss him, but he's so happy. He looks like he is at home.
Shout out to Sack for sure.
Yeah. Big fan, man. Big fan. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. That one's outside.
That was a pretty wild super regional.
Oh my gosh, my emotions. I apologize to everyone in my building. I wasn't hiding my emotions. And there's a swing and miss, a strikeout there for O'Connor, and there's one away.
O'Connor's showing a little bit of deception here, not blowing the doors off. 90, 91. Working the outside part of the plate right there.
Number 22, Noah Wilson.
All right, so here's Noah Wilson. Vanderbilt commit. Foot back all the way in the box, and he takes a breaking ball. It's 1-0.
He just looks hitterish in the box, doesn't he?
Oh,
just
my
looks like
favorite.
he's going to do something.
Hitterish. The word that is undefined. Nobody can define it. It's just a feeling. I just feel like he's hitterish, right?
Yeah, something's going to happen.
Ooh.
Watch out.
Yeah, that one was fouled away.
Isaiah.
Look, he took it like a champ.
Ooh.
Right
Those
to
are
the
tough.
gut.
He filleted a ball,
gut.
and they weren't paying attention.
Oh.
Got him.
Whoo. Is he smiling through the pain? I can't tell. Is he going to be okay?
He looks like he's doing okay down there.
He's doing okay.
Yeah.
Well, luckily, he's getting some camera time now. We got you covered.
Might leave a mark, though.
It's a memory forever. Lucky for him, Noah Wilson. Here's the 1-1. Inside, it's 2-1.
Yeah, you're right. It's sometimes you have a feeling about a guy. It doesn't always come to fruition, when he's standing in the box, but man, he just looks like he's going to do something.
Well, I feel like he's got a pretty athletic stance, right? You can see him bopping a little bit here, his timing and his rhythm off the end of the bat. Throws the helmet off down the line. He's out by a step. The helmet was in his way. He did hustle down the line. Nice play, by the way, over at third base, charging in on that one.
Number 23, Sonny Christman.
Look, that's Cal Moreau back playing third base. Cy Chrisman is the batter. He takes a ball outside. Another pitch outside for O'Connor. Just looking to find that location a little bit here.
Yeah, sometimes, in an event like this or in a setting like this, maybe the nerves are going a little bit, but you find in that strike zone is optimal, especially in, like I said, a setting like this. So, at the end of the day, let's get that kid to put the ball in play, let your defense work behind you.
Yeah, he's not missing by much either.
No, just off a tick.
Again, sometimes this first inning of work for these guys, they're just trying to shake off some of those nerves, the adrenaline that is pumping. It's a big moment for them. This is a big deal for these guys. It's been so much work, so much effort and time, right, put into getting to this point.
It takes a village, that's for sure. Surrounding the right people around you, and it's a big part of this.
Throw over to first base. Check on the runner over there.
Classic lefty move right there. I think that was his B move. Haven't seen the A one yet.
Waiting for that one.
Yeah.
All right, so Chrisman shared a little bit about his goals, by the way, for this year. Academically, he said, I want to graduate high school with my associate degree from Utah Valley University. I'm working towards growing my faith with God, learning to trust in Him, knowing He's got a plan for me. And other major goals to help support my family, give back to my parents. They've sacrificed so much to help me succeed in baseball. I want to give back to them as much as I possibly can.
Right on cue. Takes a village. Love how he shout out his parents. For sure. Doesn't happen without mom and dad.
Big Liam Doyle fan, by the way. Speaking of the draft coming up this Sunday as Chrisman strikes out. That's the third out of the top of the seventh inning there. Evan O'Connor, an inning in the books, one strikeout for him. We'll get a chance to see him again. Chrisman always smiling, by the way, no matter what. He's always got a smile on his face.
Well, that's the thing. That's part of the scouting. My scouting, hey, he wears a smile on his face. He's got a good smile, and it's a thing.
We'll come back in the bottom of the 7th with a little more from the 2026 class.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Welcome back in the bottom of the 7th inning. This is the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase, the class of 2026. New pitcher on the mound for the Gold Team. This is Cameron Taylor from Holt, Missouri. Goes to Kearney High School, the right-handed pitcher, uncommitted right now. As we've been talking a lot about, there's a pretty large amount of guys in this class who are still trying to make their decisions when it comes to school. They've got the time to do it. And I think, maybe they want to see too what happens with the draft, what changes with the schools that they're interested in. Are there roster spots for them, especially with the college rosters going down to 34? How does that change their plans? And I think it's going to change a lot. So a lot of uncommitteds, but the first inning of work for Cameron Taylor. Cole Prosek will be the batter for Team Gray.
Leading off for the Gray team, number 16, Cole Prosek.
Cole from Senatobia, Mississippi, committed to Ole Miss. And he takes a ball inside.
Running up there pretty good, 96.
On the ground to second. Nice play over there for the first out of the bottom of the 7th inning.
Another 6'3", 205 guy, ho-hum.
Was Jacob Lombard playing second base now?
I love seeing that. Guys like, Jacob moving over. Sometimes, primary shortstop, second base may seem like the other side of the world at times. But that flexibility, the versatility is just so key. I mean, you get to the big league level, they're going to ask you to do many things. So, good piece of advice for the youngsters out there. Don't lock yourself into one particular position. Get good at all of them. Take fly balls in the outfield during BP, if just to see what it looks like.
I mean, you hear that a lot. I hear it a lot at the big league level. Anything to get up. They will do anything to get up. But if you're doing that now, right, you're giving yourself a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. Archer Horn is the batter. It's a 2-1 count.
Stanford commit here.
Out of San Mateo, California. Takes that pitch inside. There's so much life to Taylor's pitches right now.
Yeah.
Like, you can see the ride on it.
Yep.
He's at 96. I'd just like to see a little more command.
Nerves could be a little bit of an issue here right now on first inning work, but pumps one in there.
Yeah, he's got all the stuff, right?
Yep.
Fouls that one back.
Great location.
2 games so far for Taylor throughout this calendar year. On the pitching side of things, a 2.33 ERA. Struck out 6. Ball's outside, so we'll see a runner head over to first base.
I think he might be, the command might improve if he was a little more linear down the mound towards the catcher, falling off a little bit towards first base side. And those are little tweaks. And if you could identify those yourself while you're out there, in-game adjustments, it's going to help.
That one gets away. Looks like. So Prosek over at second base now.
Yeah, I think the ability to self-correct is huge. And once again, that's when the athleticism comes in. You have the ability to actually make those adjustments. You can see he's falling off just a tick to the first base side.
Fly ball into left field. Coming over from shortstop. Nice play over there. Keon Johnson making the snag.
A lot of real estate in Chase Field here. Sometimes it looks bigger than it actually is. That's a good play for the shortstop with some range coming over the foul.
We have been lucky enough to get to know his mom, Sheena, over the past few years. She's absolutely incredible. One of the strongest people I've ever met, and is a huge reason that Keon is here playing this game. And man, she has done everything for him. It's a really, really great story. Really special. And that one hits Dylan Minity. He's got another at bat.
Shout out to all the moms out there.
Shout
I love
out
you,
to the
Mom. I
moms.
love you, Mom.
For sure.
I know you're not listening, but
But she'll go back and listen. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really cool when you hear these guys talk about their moms. Man, it would make anybody cry the way that they appreciate them, understand the sacrifices that moms make. I mean, I think about, Jacob Lombard. Again, I go back to him because we just had this conversation, but, George is in Detroit. That's his dad. And then his brother is playing minor league baseball right now. So it's just Jacob and his mom at home. And the way that he understands and respects what she's done for him, it's very cool.
yeah, they're the rocks of the family. That is for sure.
Not sure what this conversation is about. Grateful to our umpires who are out here. There's a 2-on. Minity swings through strike 1.
That plays up in the zone, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's tasty enough.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what makes him so special. It
Yeah.
is. It doesn't necessarily have to be perfectly located, but good enough for the offering.
Yeah, it looks good enough to the hitter, and then it just kind of
Just like that.
Just like that.
Yeah. So getting a little confidence back will definitely help. It's an 0-2 count to Minity. In on his hands, and he fouls it away. Dylan, another guy that we have seen the past couple of years at at Select Fests. It's been a day. It's been a day. Yeah. I've only had 1 Celsius today. I probably should have had 2. I think I needed a second coffee today. And like another guy, as that ball gets away, another guy who always has a smile on his face, always happy to be here, like very jovial, huge fan of Dylan Minity.
They're a California kid.
Yep.
He's got that good vibe going.
Good vibes.
Headed to Jay Johnston.
Yeah, the national champs.
Congratulations to them.
Ton of LSU commits here this week.
What an amazing job.
Yeah, Jay is, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I don't think people realize, you know, even at the Men's College World Series, as Prosek comes in to score, even at the Men's College World Series, like, yes, you're coaching to win a national championship, and literally every other minute you're spending on the phone with recruits. Every minute of every day. We get coaches meetings before our games. I have the dayside games, and so our meetings are 7:30, 8 a.m. in the morning, the day of the game, and sometimes coaches are late because they're talking to recruits. They finish with us and go talk to recruits before the game. They're talking to them after the game. Yeah. Anytime. It is, it never, ever ends.
It never ends. That's for sure. Yeah.
Dylan got out of the way of that one.
Unless it's a quiet or dead period.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even now, like, I know that there are college coaches who are, you know, all week long. They've got their camps. They're talking to recruits. Like, this is a huge time for them right now. And I don't think people quite realize, because of the portal and because of the landscape right now, that it kind of never ends.
Yeah, I wouldn't know where to begin, to be honest with you.
Ooh.
Being a college coach, you know, it's
and he fights that one
a
off.
forever changing kind of thing. It seems to be, at least.
Yeah, I think so. You've got to have your head on a swivel. You've got to be adaptable. You've got to know how to talk to these kids, right? Like, they really do value family atmospheres and culture. And are you going to take care of me? Like, do you care about me as a person?
Yeah.
That is something that these guys talk about a lot. And
Sure.
the mental side of the game has never been more important.
Oh, I agree 100%. And, you know, a $20 million stadium is not bad either to dangle the carrot in front of them either. So
yeah,
it's a 360-degree thing that, you know, all parts have to come together for it to be a good fit. And, you know, ultimately the athlete's looking for the good fit and the coach is looking good fit. I mean, it doesn't help anyone if someone shows up on your campus as a freshman and they don't get to play and they're miserable and they leave the next year. That's, you know, nobody wants that.
No, nobody wants that. Dylan, by the way, wearing that one does not feel good at 95.
Yeah.
Is that the second time he's been hit today?
Yeah, it is.
I feel like he was hit earlier.
Some guys are just magnets out there.
He leaves that one high. I feel like there's a lot of good room to grow for Dylan.
Yeah.
LSU commit, as we've been talking about, to put on some of that good weight, that good muscle. He looks calm in the box. Fouls another one away. It's a good at bat.
I'm really catching a kind of a closer profile here for Taylor. Just something about the delivery, the way he kind of coils up there, and high effort delivery. .96 up out of the zone.
I mean, listen, a lot of these guys, when they get to campus, are in that role. We see that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about North Carolina, and if you were watching North Carolina this year, they had Walker McDuffie and Ryan Lynch, two freshmen. Lynch eventually made it into the starting rotation, but Walker McDuffie, the true freshman, as their high leverage closer, which was pretty cool. So could be the path here as we see Cameron Taylor pitch an inning of work, the uncommitted pitcher. We will see a little bit more of him. He strikes out Dylan Minity to end the frame.
That's a loose live arm right there.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You
I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston. Ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with a friends new.
All right, so this is the official Perfect Game National Showcase game recap, as you can see, for Team Gold and Team Gray. Rookie Shepherd 2 for 2. Janko Romero started this game for Team Gray. He was phenomenal. He had 6 strikeouts. I think there was a little struggle to finish out those 2 innings, but his stuff looked really good. And then Savion Sims started the game for Team Gold. 2 innings, triple digits for him.
Yeah, both of them obviously, strike throwers. 6 strikeouts for Romero, 3 for Sims. These guys were filling it up.
We're rolling through this one, our second game today. Good news, my friends. We got a lot more to come tomorrow. By the way, we start the day off with 2 games in the morning, 9 and 12:30. And then we will see a new group of guys coming in for workouts, skills, and drills in the afternoon, all here on PGTV. We got you covered all week long. You're not going to miss any of the action, no matter where you are, what you're doing. We got you covered if you can't make it. We know you love to watch this event. We love to be here. Yadelki Skivado back at the plate, Florida State commit. A kid who has grown into that body, the physicality. He looks like a multi-sport athlete. Looks like he could play football too. He looks like an athlete that Link Jarrett would like to get on campus.
That's a healthy cut right there he took. That's what we look for too, bat speed. These guys,
Go ahead.
These guys, well represented. The San Diego Padres scout team, well represented the Team Gold here.
Looking good in that gold. Is that why they got the gold team? So they would feel familiar? It matches the helmet. He swings through strike 2. It's a full count. Another inning of work for Evan O'Connor.
He's just quietly doing his thing out there. I like what I'm seeing.
Arizona State commit, and he gets the strikeout. That pitch painting outside. It's his second of his outing.
Yeah, those lefties have a little bit of a deception in their delivery. Makes it hard, but he's hiding the ball well. Not blowing the doors off. 91. I think he's hit 92 today. Keeping the ball on the outside half of the plate.
Top left of your screen, if you're interested in what Steve's talking about. Steve Doherty, by the way, I'm Danny Wexelman. The velo and the spin rate, which is really fun to see, kind of an added layer to what we do here. Here's JoJo Kemp back at the plate, the Oklahoma commit, out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Just to piggyback off your point there, the data is just so important to a lot of these clubs, to everyone, and to the kids for their training purposes, how to get better, what are they looking at, and for some of these major league clubs who collect all this data so they have something to go to, when it's time to draft these kids. There's hasn't been more data ever in the history of baseball than there is now, and it's just sometimes it can get pretty robust. But it's so necessary if you know how to sift through it and use it to your advantage.
Absolutely. Part of what we do best here. By the way, JoJo Kemp at the plate holds the stolen base record at Westmore for 48 stolen bases. I'm guessing that's in a season. He strikes out and goes back to the dugout. But I wanted to share too, we were talking about moms, and he said his mom inspires me the most. He said, because of the battles she's gone through, for me to be here today, I know I wouldn't be here without her. So she is my biggest inspiration. Tana Kemp, that's his mom.
So cool.
Mm-hmm. San Diego Padres scout team. Hudson Reed is the batter, 2 away in the top of the 8th. It does feel like Evan O'Connor has settled in. I felt like at the end of his last inning, it felt like he got into a groove. He's carried that over into this one.
It's like his ability to get over strike 1.
Mm-hmm. again, it's just about throwing your best pitch. Make them hit it. Trust yourself.
Good point. Trust your stuff. Trust what you have. Should be best on best all the time. Go with your best pitch.
I think there's a propensity here to feel like you've got to throw it the hardest or spin it the most or show all those fancy pitches that you got, but that all comes. Like those development parts always come. I think it's about showing that you can locate your best pitch.
Yeah, pitchers get into that tendency of nibbling a little bit, kind of trying to work the outside, see how far the umpire will go with them, but just, ultimately, just be around the plate.
Mm-hmm. Like, you can refine all of those things throughout your career, throughout development. I mean, nobody is a finished product when they're drafted, when they get to college. And listen, if you throw your best pitch and they hit it, then you tip your cap.
Yeah, good point. The development piece is so huge. I mean, these guys have so much more development to go, especially when they get to campus. I'm just hoping that they get matched up with a development type of staff. It doesn't happen a lot, but, because ultimately a lot of programs want finished products right now.
Yeah.
And so, who's not afraid to develop? I want to go to a program that continually develops and not just rolling the guys out there based on, talent alone. So love the programs that aren't scared to, keep developing their players, because that's what they obviously saw when they were in the recruitment process, someone that they can develop.
All fastballs here from O'Connor. There's a ghost runner over at first now. Again, if you are just tuning in late with us by chance, 4-ball counts. The batter stays in the box, the runner heads over to first, and then the pitcher has to throw all fastballs, which everyone knows are coming. That one's outside for a ball. So Hudson Reed is waiting and ready for a fastball. The runners can steal as much as their heart's desire. It's all up to them. A lot of autonomy here at our showcase. That one's fouled away. Good hack. We expect to play 10 innings in this one. And then we'll come back tomorrow and do it all again. Just missing outside for a ball.
Maybe nibbling a little bit too much here. What I kind of look at here when this starts to happen, losing command a little bit, I look at the body language a lot to see if, is he beating himself up about this, maybe missing here and there. Sometimes you got to fake it to make it out there, you don't have your best stuff, or it's just a little bit off. How do you get back on track?
There's like a pacing as well. I think you're amped up when you go out there. You've got a lot of energy. You're burning it off, but then you've got to come out for another inning of work and do it all over again. Obviously, these guys are used to starting. They're used to throwing however many innings they do for their high school and travel teams. But this setting, I think you're burning off adrenaline in different ways. I like that he came back and got that strikeout.
Great pitch. Nice fastball location right there.
All right, so 3 strikeouts for Evan O'Connor in his 2 innings of work. Again, the Arizona State commit out of Weatherford, Texas, coming back and getting that strikeout. I like it. We head to the bottom of the 8th at our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase.
I feel brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. 0 pain, 0.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, pump, pump, pump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
2 my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair, cook faster, and party longer with Loco Cookers.
Bottom of the 8th, game 2 here at our Perfect Game National Showcase. So this is the class of 2026. They are next year's high school draft class. Cameron Taylor back out on the mound for the gold team, uncommitted.
Really looking forward to this class this year. California's got a good one where I am mostly. The West Coast is well represented. Just looking for a good, solid year out of this 26 class. I'm excited about it.
Number 14,
Dylan Moss is going to lead things off for the gray team. Goes to IMG Academy, Stanford commit.
Speaking of California kids,
that's right.
Here's one that we're following closely.
He said that the part of his game that's grown the most since the start of this year is strength. He said, I believe I have advanced defensive catching skills and solid hitting foundation. As he fouls that pitch away, big hack, and loses his helmet. He said, I've worked on my fitness and strength with a lot of off-the-field work.
I'd say it's, close to almost being the most important part is to, developing your strength, the body, and getting it prepared for the next level. A lot of these guys jump from high school to the pros. It is not easy. You immediately start playing with grown men, and you got to be ready to go.
Home plate umpire wore that one. They'll give him a second. Dylan shared that jiu-jitsu is something in his life that brings him joy. He said, I love the feeling of sparring. The community has welcomed me. Every session leaves me euphoric. I mean, we're talking about a kid who's about to be a high school senior, talking about jiu-jitsu leaves him euphoric. I mean,
amazing.
Pretty amazing.
I mean, I've heard of, cross training, jiu-jitsu, karate, amazing movement patterns that will only help him, catching or out here on the baseball field. I'm more of the yoga type. So,
calm
and the
yoga.
Flexibility, yeah.
I like it.
Flexibility, but anything you can do to develop new movement patterns, it's going to help.
Our umpires, by the way, this afternoon, Lalo Mendoza and Michael Boucher, which we are very grateful for again. That one coming off the mask, and it looks like he's going to be okay. Thank goodness.
I'm happy to see these guys enjoying the 72-degree, weather in here.
We're having a heat wave in Arizona right now, right?
Yeah.
You know what it feels like? Have you ever stood on top of the subway grates in New York?
No, I haven't.
So there's like heat just coming up on the street, but that's just what it feels like in Arizona right now. It's like a bubble of heat is what it feels like. That one runs inside.
You guys get that different heat out there in the East Coast.
Yeah, it's not dry, that's for sure.
Oppressing.
It's quite the opposite. I'm sure Dylan gets it down in Florida. My goodness. In the summers especially. All right, so 4 balls. We'll see a runner head over to first base. It'll be straight fastballs now from Taylor. Dylan also said that he, the current scouting report on himself, one of the best defensive catchers in the country. Gap-to-gap hitter who can also mash.
It's a pretty good description.
I'd say so. Looks like Anthony Murphy's over at first base. Ton of speed. We'll get a chance to see that.
Self-aware man is always a plus.
Yeah, the confident self-scouting reports are one of the coolest things. So Darren sends these out to everyone who participates, and, it helps us do these broadcasts. There you see Murphy taking off. No contest.
Great jump.
But it's fun to see what they think about themselves. You know, a lot of times guys don't like to talk about themselves or brag about themselves, but when it's in this form, you're filling it out for us, it feels maybe like a safer space.
Yeah. It's an important part of the deal to know who you are as a baseball guy. And so you don't have to go outside of what you're trying to do too much, which is a, very common thing in baseball. Everyone thinks you have to try and do too much, or, you go 0 for 4, you have to get that next hit to go 1 for 5, and you start chasing those things. So it's an important part.
It's a 1-2 count to Moss. Swing and a miss. So Taylor comes back and gets the strikeout. There's one away.
Fastball plays up in the zone really well.
Now batting number 23, Lincoln Boyle.
Lincoln Boyle will get another at bat. Out of Overland Park, Kansas, the Arkansas commit.
1 out. I'd like to see Murphy steal a bag here. That'd be nice.
Swing and a miss. 95 from Taylor. Dialing it up here, knowing that this is his last inning of work.
Yeah, it's really playing up in the zone. Got good ride to it. Guys just can't pick it up. Too late before they identify it.
Yeah, it felt like he got in a groove towards the end of his first inning of work. There's that glove pump again as Murph takes third easily. Undeniable speed over there.
What an amazing year the Corona Panthers had this year. Watching those guys play, Wise doing an amazing job with those guys. Talent all over the field. Who knows if we'll ever see something like that again.
He was kind enough to welcome us at the beginning of the season into their home and spend a couple days with them. It was awesome. So awesome. That features up on Perfect Game TV, by the way, if you want to check it out. We'll get a chance to see Trey Ebel here. Obviously, Anthony Murphy already getting some action early.
Yeah, they got some good guys coming up behind them too, so they're gonna make another run at it next year. And Anthony Murphy and Trey Ebel is gonna be leading that train.
One inside, comes right back. Murphy scampers back to third. He wanted it, but that was a good decision.
Buzzed the tower a little bit right there. 95. Actually, 97. Wow.
Yeah, he's got the power. Infield's in. Like that. Playing for the win here. That pitch is high.
Just overcooked that slider, I think, right there. Got to get out in front, get on top of it. See some better action on it.
Ooh, that one hits him. I think. Yeah. Thought so. Murphy wants to get home so bad. He wants to come home so bad. 94 does not feel good.
Yeah. Little wild, but could be effectively wild. You know, if you have guys not wanting to dig in the box, it could help.
All right, so runners on the corners, one away in the bottom of the 8th. We'll see straight fastballs from Taylor. 1 strikeout in his outing so far. 2 innings for these guys, by the way. Usually at the end, they might go 1, but these primary pitchers get 2 innings. Great grab behind the plate. Who do we have back there? Is that Christopher Brown? I believe so. It was a really great grab. Swing and a miss. So there's a strikeout. 2 strikeouts for Taylor, 2 outs in the 8th.
Now batting number 5,
Aiden Diome will come up with 2 away in the 8th inning.
One of my favorite bats in the 26 class.
Why is that?
Out of California. Just, you know, back to the hitterish kind of word. He always kind of looks comfortable in the box, has a really sweet stroke, contact oriented, and there's some juice in that swing too. And he performs. Got to see him at some WWBA events, UBCs. Just always hits. I always say hitters that hit are always going to hit.
Is that a Canadian thing?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, bat-to-ball skills are underrated,
Yeah.
right? In on his hands, somehow pops it up, shallow center, short. And Keon's going to make the catch. That'll end the 8th inning. 2 innings of work for Evan Taylor. 2 strikeouts for him. Cameron Taylor, excuse me. What'd you like?
Got back on track there. Later in the innings, fastball really plays up. Lost command, just a tick. But the arm talent, wow. Gotta love it.
We welcome you back inside Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our home for the week at the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Alongside Steve Doherty, I'm Danny Wexelman. Top of the 9th we go. Hopefully playing 10 here in our second game tonight as we head into the night hours. It's so light outside here in Arizona, which is awesome in this gorgeous ballpark. Thomas Padilla is going to take over for the gray team, uncommitted out of Corona, California. The righty 6'2", 168.
Yeah, really projectable frame. We identified this guy not too long ago, probably about 3-4 weeks ago in our NorCal Sunshine Showcase. And he just put his best foot forward, obviously. Very projectable, loose live arm. You're going to see that right here. I think he was up to 91 or 92 that day. But he did phenomenal. I mean, he was mowing through these guys. You could just see the arm talent. Really phenomenal secondary stuff here.
Carson May will bat leadoff for the gold team. And he takes strike one. Padilla shared some of his favorite players to watch and why he loves to watch them. He said Corey Seager because he's clutch. Shohei Ohtani, a unique unicorn. Say that 5 times fast. Clayton Kershaw. That ball is Long gone. Into the stands. Home run for Carson May. The first one that we've seen today. The first one of our 2025 National Showcase. All right, Carson May.
Really looked like he was looking for one spot there, and he got it. Halfway up the bleachers there and left. That's a power stroke for sure. No doubter.
101 for his exit velocity on that one. Power on power, and that one's going to pop it out. That he does, landing in the empty stance. So nice job by May to pump that one out of here. Just to put a bow on that. Kershaw, and then Aaron Judge, who is an unbelievable hitter. Those are his favorite players.
Lineup of players there.
Yeah. Cale Barney, the batter. He floats that one into shallow left. Nice job over at third base. That's a great play.
It is. Good first step there.
Aiden Diome. Nice job by him.
Now batting number 8, Cody Goss.
You work on that play during batting practice where you get your first steps. It's a great time to work on your first step.
Cody Goff steps up to the plate. On the ground, over to first. Just in time, making that grab and running over there. Lincoln Boyle with a nice snag. There's 2 away.
Now batting number 2, John Mora.
All right, so Padilla right now moving quickly, and this is what we've kind of been talking about all day. Make your pitch and let your defense work, and he's done that for the first 2 outs.
Yeah, made one mistake, but ultimately, you know, he's working quick out there, throwing strikes. Listen, everyone's been known to give up a long ball here and there, and so that's okay. How do you respond is the question.
He's facing John Mora, the Miami commit.
He's all the way over in that third base side of the mound, trying to create that real sharp angle.
That's fun, isn't it?
Yep. Not for right-handed hitters.
Yeah, no, no. They check down.
Nice
no
change.
Go. Yeah.
Good arm speed on the changeup. You know, a guy like this, you can really project, obviously, 168. You know, you could project 20, 30 pounds on this frame. Keeps the athleticism.
Yeah, uncommitted again. Out of Corona. You guys saw him recently.
Yep.
Earned himself a spot here. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that's the beauty of the identification process that we do, right? And he's a guy from Southern California that went up to Northern California to participate in the NorCal Sunshine because it was his last opportunity to get here. And what do you know?
Here he is.
Here he is.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Two count to Mora. And he leaves it high. Okay, so I was trying to make sure I was right on this. So you mentioned how far Padilla is over on the mound, right? All the way over towards the third base side. So Chase Burns, when he transferred to Wake Forest, he did the same thing. So he was on the first base side when he was at Tennessee. Now he's on the third base side, and he stuck with that at the big league level with the Reds. But they made that change. He went from first to third as a right-handed pitcher, and it's brought him a lot of success. Nice job there. Thomas Padilla, his first inning of work. He gave up that solo home run, but looked good after that. We got to see that again. How about this shot from Carson May? Big fly for him. Our first one here at the 2025 National Showcase.
Wow, that feels good.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swing it. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Who's going 1-1 in Major League Baseball's draft this coming Sunday? That is such a great question as we welcome you back into the bottom of the 9th inning. I think for a while, Ethan Holiday was favored to be the number 1 overall pick. The Washington Nationals have that. I think Cade Anderson has certainly put himself into that conversation, especially throwing a complete game in the championship series against Coastal Carolina. His performance, honestly, all week at the Men's College World Series, he was an absolute beast, and he's kind of been that way throughout his career at LSU. So I think he's definitely in the running for that top spot. Washington needs pitchers, and you could probably insert Cade Anderson into your bullpen this year.
Yeah.
I think he's that ready.
That's a good first 2 for sure.
I don't think I'm very unique in saying that, but I think it's a toss-up. There's a couple of guys you could see go there, but yeah, Cade's definitely one of those.
You really went
dudes.
out on a limb there.
Yeah, really crazy pick there. Wow, Danny, what a hot take. It's too late for hot takes here. I don't have it in me to stir up a lot of drama. We got a new pitcher on the mound for the Gold team, by the way. Matthew Manis is going to get his chance now, the lefty out of Houston, Texas. He's facing Judson Dowell, the Texas A&M commit. So future rivals, if they make it to campus.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty awesome. You take a mental note here, what happens, especially as a hitter. Listen, baseball's a strange game. You may run into guys that you've seen in high school, see them in college, you may even see them in pro. Man, you got to have that mental note. How he's attacking you.
Yeah, I mean, Gage Wood for Arkansas, right, throws the no-hitter, goes over to the dugout for Murray State, and he finds Connor Cunningham. He and Connor Cunningham didn't play together in high school, but they trained together back in Batesville, Arkansas. And obviously, like, Connor Cunningham knows exactly what Gage Wood is about to do, right? And Gage Wood knows everything about Connor Cunningham. They know each other so well. And in that moment, you know, Gage's moment, an unbelievable one, a historical one, he gets the best of him. But it was funny because post-game, Gage said, I didn't know he was going to be here, right? You didn't know Murray State was going to make it, right? The fourth 4 seed. Yeah, like, what a special run for them and that program that I think they have put themselves on the map, which is super cool. But, yeah, to your point, you never know who you're going to come across. Hamilton Friedberg back at the plate. Oh, smacks that into left field, but right at the left fielder.
Squared that one up nice.
Yeah.
Manis has got some good stuff.
You can't really do much else. Hits it hard right to the left fielder. David Ojeda looks like he's playing left field. Here's Dylan Knight with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Leaves it low. All right, so Manis working quickly here. Anything stand out so far?
I've 2 batters, not much so far, but all the way over on that left side of the rubber. And being a left-handed hitter that I am, I always found it a little bit easier if those lefties are way over on that third base side. Their arm swing would come right down the center of that mound. Give you a little bit of a better visual Looks like he does create some angle, maybe a little bit of crossfire there, but he's definitely got some stuff. High spin on the secondary stuff.
He leaves that pitch out, so we'll see a ghost runner over at first. Just reminding him fastballs only. Ooh. That one hits him. Coming
We've seen
in.
some hit batters today, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Maybe something a little to do with the nerves and whatnot, but we definitely want to see a command. Work yourself a walk or a hit by pitch, you're in a favorable situation with fastballs only in this type of format.
Hits that one on the ground over to third base. And they get the lead runner there. I believe that was Keon Johnson over there playing third base, getting the job done. So an inning of work there. The first one for Matthew Manis, the Texas commit. We've got one more to play. Thomas Padilla will, I think, come back out. We'll get a chance to see him one more time.
I feel brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Choose my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco Cookers.
One more to go here in the top of the 10th inning. 5-4, by the way, gray over gold. Look at that gorgeous shot. Our crew here all week long. So grateful to all of them who helped make this broadcast possible on Perfect Game TV. Steve Doherty, Danny Wexelman with you, our director, producer, tech director, Steve Banta, and Darren Sutton, who's leading the way. He'll be in the booth back, not tomorrow. Mike Farron will be here tomorrow. Darren was here earlier today with David Ronsley. It's been a great day so far. We're wrapping it up here. We get to see one more from Padilla, which I'm excited about.
This is awesome. Thanks again for having me in the booth.
Oh.
Experience. I don't know if you'll give me the chance to do it again, but it's pretty cool.
Well, we've loved having you.
Thank you.
Don't forget, this all comes out of your paycheck, so you're paying to be in here. It's been fantastic. It's awesome. It's awesome to get your perspective. David Ojeda is going to lead things off for the gold team, and he swings through strike one. So Padilla gave up that solo home run to Carson May. If you missed it, a nice shot to left field, and then after that did a nice job settling in.
There's that changeup, fell off the table there. Really nice, starting off a lefty. Here it is again.
pitch is outside, 2-1 the count. Again, if you want to see all of the top skills and drills, our 60-yard dash, infield and outfield, velocities, first base velo. That's got some velo and carry. It's a drive into center. It's going to get down. All right, David Ojeda, turning and burning. He's going to head to third. All right, stand up with a triple in the top of the 10th.
Did a really nice job there, letting that ball travel. Squaring it up. Some backspin out there.
That one had some juice in it.
Sweet left-handed stroke. It's not easy to get out of this ballpark.
No, definitely not. Big one.
It's like a graveyard out there.
407 to dead center. A lot of room to roam. I mean, Corbin Carroll, who was the MVP of the All-American Classic back in 2018? Steve Banta, 2018? Was that it? Stevie B? Stevie B sleeping? Was it 18 or 19? I think it was 18. Anyway, that classic was in San Diego. That was Bobby Witt Jr.'s year, so I think it was 18. I think you were nodding your head. Yep. And now he's out here roaming center field in this ballpark. He's an all-star too, by the way, but yeah, it is a huge outfield.
How awesome is it watching that guy play?
Yeah. He's a blast.
He's amazing.
Yeah, plays with his hair on fire.
Yeah, he does. Gotta love that.
Christopher Brown is the batter. Ojeda with a stand-up triple to lead things off in the top of the 10th. One comes inside for a ball. It's 2-2. Yeah, I think, too, like Corbin represents the smaller-sized player, right? He's a baseball player, to what you were alluding to earlier. He's just a baseball player. He plays the game the right way. Torey Lovello can't say enough nice things about him. It's a shallow fly ball. It's going to drop down in front of the right fielder. Ojeda coming home. I like the speed from Ojeda. Nice job by him. It's going to make it a 5-5 game, by the way. All tied up in the 10th. The drama.
Now batting number 30, Ty Jones.
Ty Jones gets another at-bat for the Gold team. He's been playing outfield tonight.
Yeah, just to go back to Corbin Carroll, it just shows the testament of him putting in the work, and obviously the talent and the tools are kind of oozing off the page with him. But you take one quick glance and you're just you're like, okay, it's nice, but until you see that guy in between the white lines, I mean, it's a special player. Pretty cool to watch.
Ty Jones out of Brandon, Mississippi, by the way, goes to Jackson Academy, uncommitted. Yeah, Corbin's always had speed. Forever he had speed. And it plays so big, especially with the bigger bases, right? At the big league level. Yeah. The limited pickoffs, the banning of the shift, like all of that, I think, plays into Corbin's game really well. But he finally, I think, figured out the bat speed and that sweet spot, which has given him a little more power, which is important too.
Yeah. I mean, he was amazing in high school. I got to see him play a couple times too. So
absolute blast.
Yeah.
3 balls and 1 strike, the count to Jones. A pitch misses, so we'll see another runner come over to, where's he going? He's going to go to first. Earlier today, there was a ghost runner who opted to take the lead bag and leave the other ghost runner
at first base.
Over at first base, which almost seems cruel to do. But he heads over to first.
Wants all the glory to score.
That's right. Well, that's the best part, isn't it? Oh, that's a drive. Hard hit into center field. That one's going to get all the way back to the wall. Ty Jones with a loud hit, and he's going to stand up with a bases clearing triple.
Great piece of hitting right there. Squared it up. 98 exit velocity. I think he's taking advantage a little bit of Padilla here, who's dropped off his velocity a little bit, leaving it over the plate. And this is a great learning experience for him. I don't think he's ever been in a situation like this or a showcase like this. This is all new, so only good things and positive things can come out of this, if you take it that way.
Judson Dowell made a great effort in center field, by the way, to try and snag that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's only positives to take away from this.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a game of failure that, you know, sometimes it's hard to, you have that little guy on your shoulder, you know, always with a negative connotation on it because you fail so many times, but it's the guys who know how to kind of move on, create their own positive energy and positive mind space that's really going to help.
Cooper Schramm back at the plate, 6'6". Swinging a miss, so he strikes out. There's one away.
There's that wipeout change out. It's a really good pitch for him, but if you start to fall in love with it, even high school hitters can really kind of lock in on that.
Brady Stewart steps in and takes strike one.
Doubling up with the changeup there.
I mean, just think, like, to add, when he adds other pitches that he's commanding like that, it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah. Just the frame alone. I mean, 168. You see a guy at, 190, 200 pounds.
One-two count to Stewart. And off the end of the bat, taps that over to short. Long throw, not in time.
Great effort.
Another great effort. The Jeter effort over there. Playing shortstop. Let's see. Is that Cole Prosek? It looks like they're going to turn the inning over. Yeah, Cole Prosek, who tried to make that play. Nice job by him. So we're going to turn it over. That's what we do here. We're flexible. We're headed to the bottom of the 10th. Should be the final frame here today from Arizona.
Wow, I feel brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Choose my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair, cook faster, and party longer with Loco cookers.
All right, we welcome you back. As we've been talking about, we got a lot more to come tomorrow. We got 2 games early. We got a 9:30 and then a noon. Those are Eastern times, right? Or do I have that mixed up, Stevie B? Are those Eastern times? Shoot. Okay, no. Let me get this straight.
You're on Eastern time.
I am on Eastern. My brain is on Eastern time. Let me get this right for everyone at home. It's 9 and 12:30. That's local times. And then our workouts start at 4 through 7:30. We've got them all covered here on Perfect Game TV. So those are CVB. Are those local times? Help me out. My brain thinks that it's 11 p.m. right now. Oh, those are Eastern. Okay. Those are 9 a.m. Eastern time. Does that make sense? That doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm going to stop talking here. Bottom of the 10th inning, Lucas Naraki gets another at bat. And we get one more frame of Matthew Manis on the mound. I don't know, just tune in all day tomorrow. Just wake up and turn PGTV on. I can't tell you what time to do it, but just do it.
I got a little nervous there. The legend, old Sut, came in and
Sut was just
visited the
standing behind
booth,
us.
man. Wow.
Getting our schedule for tomorrow, getting everything set. Yeah.
I'm nervous.
Hard hit on the ground to second, and there's one out. Yeah, he likes to hover sometimes, and he just is there. He just appeared over your shoulder. Steve Doherty, Danny Wexelman, our whole crew who's been fantastic today. Long days here at the National Showcase. Everybody involved when it comes to Perfect Game, top to bottom, out here putting this event on for obviously these prospects and their families and the college scouts, the pro scouts, everybody in between. That's ripped but foul. Braylon Nilsson is the batter. I like Nilsson's look, by the way. First of all, big body, right? He's got those Hunter Pence pants. They're above the knee right now. I know Hunter Pence is going to be here tomorrow, I believe. So a little Hunter Pence action.
Yeah, it seems to be the style these days.
Yeah, which I always appreciate.
Yeah.
Look forward to seeing Hunter tomorrow. Helping out our media team. So Nelson, the Florida State commit out of Daphne, Alabama. Pitch is just outside.
Florida State well represented here today. Seems like we're calling their name a bunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the same for every college coach in the country, not just at Power 4 schools. The recruiting never ends. And it's really cool when those coaches share and the recruiting coordinators share a little bit about what that process looks like and where it takes them and a little behind the scenes, if you will.
Yeah.
It is a grueling process. There's definitely not enough thanks, that's for sure, in what those coaches do when they go on the road.
Thankless, that's for sure.
0-2 count to Nelson.
Yeah, Florida State doing a good job. They picked up a California kid, Gabe Frazier, who was a freshman at Arkansas this year, entered the transfer portal, ended up at Florida State. It's a big pickup for them. Really athletic shortstop.
Jamie Arnold expected to be a first-round pick, early pick in the draft on Sunday as well. Speaking of Florida State.
Now batting number 26, Justin Munoz.
Justin Munoz will bat. He swings through that pitch. 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th inning. This should do it for us tonight. After this batter, we'll wrap things up. Sleep fast, come back tomorrow. Again, games at 9 and 12:30. I still don't know if that's local or Eastern. But that's fine. And then we've got drills for the whole day on PGTV. 9 a.m. Pacific.
We're getting a little giddy in here,
Eastern.
folks.
Yeah. Fly ball caught. Nice job over there at second base. Brady Stewart making the catch, and that is going to do it. So that's it for the day. A lot of really cool things today. I'm thinking back to our first 2 pitchers that we saw who started things off, Sims and Romero. A quick thought on today.
Yeah, just like you said, the first 2 guys that took the mound, really good strike throwers, athletic, and that goes for everyone that we saw today. Just the talent pool, the tools are jumping off the page at every position. Kids look like they're having a fun time out there, just like I had a fun time, so thank you very much for having me on. It's been a blast, and I'm really looking forward to what the next few days bring too. So
I'm sorry I don't know what time it is, but we appreciate you hanging along for the ride for our director and producer, Steve Banta. Steve Doherty alongside me, Danny Wexelman, Darren Sutton, David Ronsley, and our entire crew. We'll see you on PGTV tomorrow.